Oh, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is afternoon, too. Just ticked over 12:03 p.m. where I live. Thank you for joining me here at BoX3 Motorsports. But we're not just here to talk about BoX3 today. We're here to talk about BoX3, Trackilicious, and 949 coming together for the second of 4 summer endurance races. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here. And we are going to have a great next 6 hours, as you see right there at the Hungaroring. The driver's getting ready right now as I continue to get set up and get everything put together so that we're not hosing everything up here. I need to fix things because I had to reboot some software, so it'll take me just a few moments here to get things the way they need to be. But again, I want to thank everybody for here. I want to thank all these drivers and teams for coming together. Good afternoon to you, Gray 14. You guys are the best coming in here. Right now, we're currently just in a free practice session, obviously, so nothing crazy going on yet. Nothing to worry about missing. We're going to get all this together, get all of our windows up and running. Palm Tree, I am doing fantastic. Are you participating today, Palm Tree? I hope so. I don't remember seeing your name. But I'm glad to have all of you here. Thank you to Huff Manic for that subscription to the channel. 5 months. That's awesome. Again, my name is Adam Thursby. I'm going to be with you all day today for the entirety of this 6-hour race. Again, I think we got about 5 minutes left in the free practice. We'll kick over there in just a moment. But before we get over to that, I wanted to just kind of make sure you understand why we're here and where you can go next, because today we are at the Hungaroring, June 11th, 4 p.m. UTC, 12 noon Eastern Daylight Time. Again, 949 BoX3 and Trackilicious Sim Racing, raining, let's hope not, all coming together. And I know this poster's a little outdated. This is not a multi-class event. It's GT3 only, okay? But that's not going to take away from the action. We're still going to have a ton of it during the course of today's race. So stick with us for the entirety of it. Now, you're going to be able to come back next month for the Zandvoort race, July 9th, but you're going to watch that over at Trackilicious' channel. You can see their Twitch channel right down there at the bottom of the screen. So make sure you go over and follow Trackilicious so you can get that notification, if you don't already, for when that Zandvoort race kicks off. And in August, we're coming back right here at BoX3 for Mount Panorama to finish up this summer endurance series. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. You're going to be able to watch it here because I told those guys I wanted to cover Mount Panorama bare minimum. The other ones I wasn't worried about, but I did want to cover that. If you like endurance racing, though, 12 Hours of Barcelona happens with BoX3 July 23rd. I think we will end up seeing a lot of the same drivers in there. So hopefully that will work out quite well. I think drivers are still joining the server and liveries are loading. That's why I'm getting some stutters. Hopefully that doesn't happen during the race. But we're definitely going to kick off 12 Hours of Barcelona in July. So ton of things going on. Stick here. Go sign up to Trackilicious. Follow those guys. Follow 949 so you catch all the action for all these races. They put on some great events as well. But we want to make sure everybody gets to see as much racing as possible. Endurance, sprint, doesn't matter. We're here for ACC. We'll soon be here at BoX3 for iRacing. We're going to have a ton of fun. So let's get over now on track and take a look at everything that is going on. Again, about 2.5 minutes left in today's practice session. We'll then get over into qualifying. And we have a full docket today, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, so far 30 teams on track. Again, this being an endurance event, 30 teams means we have anywhere from 60 to 90 drivers, maybe even more if it's a 4-man team, although I don't think anybody's had that go on. I don't know that there are 4-man teams, but teams of 2 and 3 are absolutely possible. So 60 to 90 drivers coming together to put on a great endurance race at the Hungaroring today. Greetings from Germany. Thank you. I don't know how to say your name. Pape? I'm going to screw it up. I screw up the drivers' names in the race. Of course I'm going to screw it up for people in the chat. Let's take a look real quick. Starting us off, Andreas Borchers, currently running right now with a 143.8 during this practice session. And for qualifying, we will more than likely go ahead and flip over to, we're going to change that up so we can see kind of the deltas and everything besides just the personal best when it comes to the drivers. Andreas back joining us again. Amir out in his Ferrari today. Benjamin Shaw as well. John Gixer. Another Ferrari on track. Eric Debon. Get to see an Audi out there. Team Crow. He'll be joining us later. Esports legend Brian Canopin. Adam Thomas. Back for this 6-hour event today. And it's always so hard because I'll end up skipping people as they change position on my board. We'll end up skipping some folks, so I apologize for that, but we'll get in as many as we can. Shane Rees. Another Audi. I promise I'm not doing that on purpose. Take a look here at Reed Aldred as well. Out in the Lamborghini. So again, a lot of exciting racing today. 30, now 31 drivers coming into the paddock for today's endurance race at the Hungaroring. We will see driver swaps. We'll see all that stuff going on as I continue my pre-race prep as this free practice session winds to an end now. Driver's going to dump back to the pits. Qualification will get started shortly. Retro in for the Porsche gang. Absolutely. A nice spread of manufacturers today. I think more Lexus than what we're used to seeing typically. A couple Hondas out there as well. The Audi finally getting some love. That new Audi Evo 2. Upon release, we saw a good number of them. Then it kind of pulled back a little bit. But I think now people have started to dial that car in a little bit better and find the setup that works for them and that works for the vehicle. Starting to see a lot more of them out on track at this point. So really good to see. And again, an excellent mix of vehicles. We did have, Gasolina in now with a Bentley, Lambos, Ferraris, a couple Porsches out there. I'll be honest, not as many Porsches as I would typically think. Just showing so far. Again, not the number that I think we've been used to lately. And there we go. We're kicked over and ready to go for today's qualification. So 20 minutes here to allow these drivers time to get out, set good laps. Now up to 32 drivers in the paddock. A good number at the Hungaroring. Lap 1 is going to get spicy. Again, up front here, we'll keep an eye on personal bests as these guys start to set their qualification laps. Keep an eye there at the top of your screen. We'll show you the new fastest laps each time we head around. And after a while here towards the end, we can start looking at that quali delta to see who's improving and who's losing time as qualification continues. Welcome in, Cardo. Thank you for that. Good luck to all these drivers. Want to keep it clean. Again, we want to thank Trackilicious for hosting today's event. Setting up, getting the drivers in. Working to help put this broadcast together. G. Steven out on track today. Not quite yet, but he will be leaving soon, no doubt. As we wait for qualification to really get underway, you know, we talked earlier about the endurance races, but so much going on. Our regular PC season continues at BoX3 Motorsports. Tomorrow, we will be back tomorrow. An all-new race at Nürburgring. 30 and 45-minute races with our AM and Pro Silver splits. So we will get to see them run tomorrow. Again at Nürburgring. iRacing continues next week at Charlotte. The MX-5s. If you are an iRacing driver, by all means come on over to BoX3 and join us. Get signed up over there. We had a great race last week at Lime Rock. I personally had a great battle with Red Rider, Mr. Caleb Stevens. It was fantastic. We saw some others that happened as well. We'll hopefully get them broadcast very soon. Xbox racing continues at BoX3 this summer. Just about finished out today at Kyalami for an hour, and then back next week at Laguna Seca. And that will start to bring Season 3 of BoX Motorsports GT3 Xbox Racing to a close. We will look to the future and see where we go for Season 4. A really long Season 3. We'll probably shorten them up for the rest of summer, but something that I think the guys have enjoyed all these races. There's plenty of time to make up points if you miss a race or if you have a track that's not your favorite and you don't place as high as what you're used to. There you have it, folks. Again, so many events. Speaking of Trackilicious, the man Eric himself out there today. His qualifications start coming in. Nobody setting a fast lap yet. Still running out. We'll wait and see for some better ones to come in. There's that portion, Mr. Retro Coffin. There we have our first lap set. Andreas Borchers with a 143.4. Eric DeBon falling in right behind him, 144.3. Now, of course, this early in qualifying, we see this every time. These guys are going to stretch this out and going to run this right to the wire of qualification. We saw it last week during our regular league race. We had P1 changes right up until the end of that qualifying session in our Pro Class split. So I have a feeling we're going to see the same thing here today. These times are not going to stay this spread out. What I've been noticing lately is typically our top 7 or 8 all fall within that 1 second gap of each other, and then another second for the next 5 to 6, and then another second, and so on, as these guys group up. So far, Andreas Borchers holding on to pole position as we continue. Again, Eric DeBon racing with Rowe today. Uwazi currently sitting in 3rd. Damian Filos in 4th. Palm Tree, does it really matter what position you start in? The other 39 cars on the track probably already want to kill you. Just saying. I'm not even necessarily saying they're justified, but, you know. So Andreas Borchers is also holding purple in all 3 sectors at this time. He tightens that time down just a little bit, shaving another 3/10. A quick comparison here to Eric DeBon, currently sitting in 2nd. A second and a half off that pace. I don't see that holding for very long at all. Is Rod racing? Well, Vatard, I don't know who Rod is. So I probably wouldn't be able to help you with that. Shane Reeves returning. Another Audi. Watched Shane race before. Pedro Marzan now jumping into P2 in the Honda. Not often we get to see them up there. Again, we'll make that comparison real quick. Just still 0.8 off of Andreas's pace so far. No one able to touch him yet, and Borsch is now heading into the pits, going to make some adjustments and see if he can bring it down just a little further. There's my man Bare Necessities in the chat. I don't hand out channel recommendations here. This is a race league, but I will tell you, if you enjoy good content and laughing, go watch Bear. He's a good dude. Go watch a lot of the streamers we have here at BoX3 as well, and I'm sure a lot of the guys that we have at Trackilicious and 949. Bear's not a race streamer, but that's okay. He's a good dude. He makes you laugh. During the race, will you put up the course overlap to show all the cars' positions? But give me a minute. I'll throw it up there. I don't want to block out too much of the screen. I don't want to make it too busy. But let me see. We'll see if we can get the sausage made here, right here in front of you, and give you guys opportunity to see that. But it'll take me a minute. We're not going to sit and watch somebody in the pits. Again, Pedro Marzan, however, currently sitting in second. No one else able to break that 143, except Pedro now does it coming across the line. Not quite able to catch up to Borchers, but getting down there into that 143 range. Oh, and I just broke it for everybody. Look at that. See what you made me do? All right. Like I said, we're going to watch the sausage get made here. Just blew it out. That's all right, folks. Give me a second. We're going to fix all this up. It's going to take me 1 minute. But again, we're just watching qualifying. That's okay. There we go. That's much better. Oops is right. I didn't think it would do that to me, but it did because it picked the wrong window up front. So there we go. A little bit of a track map there in the corner. Look to try and keep that up during the course of today's race for you guys. I know it's a bit of an eye chart. That's why I don't typically use it, because in order to make it readable, I have to make it so big we'd be covering half the track, half the race. So I don't want to do that. But we can leave that up there for now. All right. Take a look around, though. Adam Thomas currently sitting in 10th with a 145.1. Andreas Borcher still sitting up there with that 143.1. Pedro Marzan, the only driver so far to get into that 143 range with him, as Amir now heads into the pits, sitting at a 144.2. We'll see if he can tighten that down with some adjustments. Eric DeBon now getting bumped all the way to 4th, still sitting in the 144 range. And the thing is if Pedro and Andreas are the only two to get into that 143 today, obviously we have a battle up front. And qual pace is not race pace. But if we take a look at the guys that are landing behind them, Amir, Eric, Gaz, Patrick, Damian, all those falling into that 144. So really the main battle today could be for, the second, third position, or the third, fourth position. We might get a chance to see just exactly how well that goes with those guys sticking very close together. Let's take a look at the deltas now for our drivers and see who might be gaining on their previous laps. So again, DeBon so far not able to gain any and get himself up into that 143. All the drivers up front, a lot of them in the pits now. Looking to make those adjustments, but still 8 minutes left to go in today's qualifying session. And then we kick it off. 6 hours at the Hungaroring. Hope y'all stay with us the whole time. I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank the drivers teaming up today, putting on this show for us. Oliver Zhuwig out today, currently sitting in 9th. Looking at it now, Borchers seems to have gained a little tiny bit of time. See if he can extend that lead even further. Welcome in, Killarinka. Welcome in, Nico Camden. Thank you for joining us today. The Hungaroring, not one of my favorite tracks, but certainly one that I can appreciate. I do like some of the corners here. There are some rather difficult ones as well. Corners that they seem to line up somewhere between that low speed versus high speed corner, where it's not a brake. It might be a little brake. It might just be a lift, but it adds some character to the track that I know myself I do enjoy. I don't like the chicane. I don't like that part, but the rest of it can be quite enjoyable. Pedro Marzan now extending time just a little up top. Right about 2/10 up. That 2/10 isn't going to be enough, I don't think, to catch Borchers, but we'll see if he can tighten it down a little bit. The Racing Llama is here. Welcome in. Thank you for being here today. And again, I have to say, very, very different. Obviously, Pedro putting in a lot of work, because it's very different, having done this now for over a year, to see a Honda sitting this close to the front of the pack. Not really a vehicle that tends to land into that top 3 during qualifying. Maybe I'm just watching the wrong league and we don't have a lot of Honda drivers. Pedro now 3, got that 3/10 going. Now 4, if he can get some clean air in front of him here towards the end of this lap, and lost a bunch right there. But does take purple in sector 1. So obviously he's bringing that time down. Eric DeBon now finding some time. As we watch the rush here for the top 3, we'll see if that 0.24 is going to be enough. Not quite, but he did get down into that 143 range. Again, we're going to have a lot of action up front, a lot of mid-pack actions. You look at all those 145s, all those drivers landing within 1 second of each other means once we're on track, they're going to bunch up. We're going to get to find a lot of battles today. As always, I will do my best to bring every battle to you. We don't always catch them, but I try. One thing we have to remember too, as we take a look on, with John Gixer here, something we really have to remember on these endurance races, this is a team race. These teams, it's not just one driver. We're going to have one, or there are some individual drivers out there. I believe Eric is one of them. But for the most part, we're talking about having 2 to 3 drivers going into these vehicles. So the person qualifying typically will be your fastest driver on the team, but not always. You know, strategy can play into that too. If this driver can qualify in, say, the top 5, or the top 10, that's okay, because our second driver is going to come and make up positions, hopefully. things of that nature. So again, the qualifying during these team events really doesn't tell the whole picture, and it will be curious to see how this plays out. Eric DeBon, in the car he's in, tells me that he is teamed up with Brian Canopin today, and if that's the case, Brian very fast, esports legend fast, right? So is Eric faster than Crow? I don't know. I haven't watched him drive enough. But it'll be curious to see what happens once Crow's in that vehicle and come out and see if he's able to make up time on whoever is in front of him. Seal Wowzers says, welcome in, Moshe. Seal Wowzer says, we got one very fast driver and two very slow ones in the number 2 BMW. Well, we'll see how that works out for you. Gianluca driving that car right now. There's that number 2 BMW. Welcome into all our first time chatters today. Appreciate you guys being here to watch. Don't forget, we're back pretty much every Sunday, regular league races. So if you enjoy it, come on back. Off Manic, I know you are watching. If you could, sir, tell me the mandatory pit stops here. How many? The number of mandatories? I mean, obviously, 6-hour race. They're going in for sure. Are there any mandatory pits or no? Juig's car 70. Yes. Right there. Why is it giving me 2 different names for that? Because it just changed names. These guys are very slick. Right now I'm showing you Wazy. Again, apologies to all the drivers. Pronunciation of words is not my forte, but I will do my best today for you. Damian Philos finding himself in the top 10. But I have to say, a very interesting livery. I don't know who that duck is, but we'll be watching for him during the course of this race. Wow. I like that livery. One of the things we rarely talk about around here is the work and the effort these guys put into these liveries. Or that they, you know, that they pay someone to do, but the artists that do these liveries are fantastic. Ah, perfect. Thanks, TG. And there we have a new fastest lap from Andreas Borchers, getting himself down now under 143 into that 142 range. Again, 1 minute left in qualifying. Now there's a little bit of overage there, but we'll have to wait and see if we think anybody else is going to be able to get into the 142s. I personally don't see it happening, but I could be very, very wrong. It looks like so far Reed Aldred opting to not qualify. Is the only person not setting a time in this qualifying session with 33 drivers today. Andreas Borchers happy with his time. Looks like he's going to slow down and head back to the pits. Pedro Marzan still sitting in second, the 143.3. And ML Racing, welcome in. Thank you for being here. Who's on P8? Hans Koh now at P8. Our driver's now heading back into the pits. I'm sorry, Skyrays. That's not going to help me. I'm American and I do not use those letters. So unfortunately that will not help me much. Oh, is it? I assume it's just a different way to pronounce the O. TG would be able to help me, I'm sure. He usually does. He's quite good at that. And there it is, folks. That is the end of the session. Andreas Borchers will lead off today's race with a 142.9, just squeaking under that 143 spot. Pedro Marzan will share row 1 with him. Eric DeBon, John Gixer in row 2. Amir and Damien in row 3. I'll just stick with Hans. Hans and Gaz in row 4. Uwazi and Will Campbell in row 5. Benjamin Shaw, Patrick Thonhauser, row 6. Adam Thomas and Just Loon will share row 7. Kevin Blanchett and Michael Lee will share row 8. With Arminds Petrovics, Steve Mullen in row 9. Kaspar Baratella and Gianluca will share row 10. As we continue down, Retro Coffin coming in 21st is going to share row 11 with Jose. I can't even, it cuts off his name in my display. I cannot even read that, so we'll just stick with Jose. Nick Lagner and Eric are going to share row 12. Christopher Flores, Shane Rees in row 13. Toby Houston and Beals Vanderherk, row 14. Row 15, Gabe Carnes, Michael Zwanenberg. And towards the back, You're My Boy Blue, Emo Thunnigut, and Reed Aldred. Reed Aldred, again, the only driver having not set. Oh, why did I do that? I'm a horrible, horrible person. Where's the server? Oh, that's why. Well, I guess it didn't matter if I quit. There we go. We can hang out together, folks. We can all hang out together. Because apparently there are server issues occurring to Red Rider. So we're going to let them get fixed. And as I said, we will hang out together here in the chat. Go through some stuff. Talk about upcoming events. I wish I'd have talked to Eric before today's race because I didn't have an opportunity to talk to them about any of their upcoming events and things going on. Let me take a look here and see if I can find that. I probably can't. So, event announcements. You know, one thing that Trackilicious has been doing, and I think some of our guys at BoX3 have been participating as well, is the spouse swap drive. That to me is fantastic. Absolutely. It's like people you're getting with your spouse. It doesn't have to be a spouse either. I know, in talking to those guys, it could be a son, a daughter, a brother, a mom, a dad. It doesn't but they're taking someone who sim races all the time and putting them in a team race with somebody who just doesn't sim race. I think that's a fantastic event. I wish I could participate, but my wife and both my children tell me they're not going to do it. So it looks like we will be reloading the server here in just a moment. So once I get word that it is back up, we will jump back over there. With that being the case, folks, I'm going to step away for just a moment. Again, 6-hour race. So I'm going to take the opportunity to take a little bit of break here. Don't worry. I have a feeling that we're not going to have to redo qualification, nothing like that. Once we get back in, and I know my guys over at BoX3 will either hit me on Discord or even right here in the Twitch chat and let me know so that I can jump back in. But what they're going to do is have the drivers join in the correct order that they qualified. If I'm not misunderstanding, it'll be during a free practice. We'll have like a 15-minute free practice. Nobody will leave the pits. Everybody stays there. And then we'll be able to jump directly into the race. So again, everybody hang out for me. I am going to take a quick step away. While I'm away, however, we're just going to throw up our little bit of, he says as he cuts off his audio. I'm going to just throw up a little bit of information. You guys can see all the different races going on and what we have coming up for the rest of this summer. So again, stick with us. Don't go anywhere because 6 hours at the Hungaroring is coming up here in just a moment. I appreciate it. Y'all stick around. Be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are back. Hopefully we are going to be up and running here very, very soon. I don't think it's too long. I was trying to look at some of the messages while I was stepped away. And there we go. Let's see if we get. Let's see if we can get in there, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I appreciate all of your patience. As I get set back up. Yeah, something happened with the server. It's online. It's Sim Racing's version of a washout, I guess you could say, right? It's gonna happen from time to time. So, but the guys are working on it. We've got 3 or 4 admins that are all in there working hard on it right now. And as you can see, drivers are coming back on track now. And as I said, we should be in a free practice here. I'll take a look in just a moment. Yeah, we're in a 10-minute free practice as drivers will start to join up. And then we will look to jump right to the race today. Again, folks, I apologize. I hope you stay with me here. Hello, welcome in, Salmoni. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the wave hello. Just a moment. We're going to look to get our race on. It's worth it, though. And ML. It is absolutely worth it because 6 hours of racing is just fantastic as we get things started here. And as you can see, our drivers are populating now, coming in back into the server in order. Some might be dropping back out. We will see what's going on. What's going on, Will Green? Will, why aren't you racing today? It's not puppy day. Not puppy day. Welcome in, Demon. Another first-time chatter with us today. I love so many first-time people coming in here. This is fantastic. You guys make it fun. Be able to talk at y'all. Oh, referencing me? I'm good. I'm good. Don't worry about me. Listen, this adds half an hour to my time today. Don't worry about it. I was already here for 6. So I'm not concerned. I'll be all right. Got friends staying for the weekend. Ah, I got you. Okay. I think I do remember that now that you say it. I had forgotten what was going on with you. You had people staying over. I can understand that. If I had friends staying over, I would not be here for this race right now either. Somebody else would be covering it. Keep an eye on stuff. All right, so let's talk about it again while we wait real quick. We're going to talk about it real quick again. Don't forget, this is what you're here for today. Hungaroring. We're going to get in a 6-hour race here starting very, very soon. Now, after that, you're going to come back July 9th. July 9th, but you're going to go over to right there. You see right below the schedule, the list of tracks. Twitch.tv/Trackilicious is where you will be able to watch the Zandvoort race, 6 hours. And again, as I said earlier, this is an older image. This is not a multi-class race. We are strictly GT3 for this series now. But August 20th, you're going to want to come back here to BoX3 Motorsports because we're going to have Mount Panorama right here for the entirety of those 6 hours. And Mount Panorama, absolutely one of my favorite tracks. So be sure and tune back in then so that we can It's going to be a blast. I mean, it's the mountain. One of two things is going to happen. Either everybody's going to chill out. I think everybody's going to chill out, and the first lap's going to go fine. What really ends up happening is then the mountain starts claiming its victims. And the problem there is once the mountain claims one, it tends to grab 3 or 4 at a time if people aren't paying attention. That's where things get a little tricky, right? Just a little scary. Just a little bit. But absolutely one of my favorite circuits, the downhill section coming back down onto the straight. If you have it together, it is like riding a roller coaster, and it is a ton of fun. So make sure you come back August 20th. You'll be able to watch that right here. But Zandvoort, you're going to watch over at Trackilicious. They're July 9th. Just about a month. All right, we're up to 24 drivers. Let's go ahead and switch over here so we can watch the countdown because, again, free practice for another 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes, and then we will be jumping in. I believe we'll be jumping directly to the race. I'm not 100% sure on that, but hopefully we'll be jumping straight to the race. There may be a qualifying session. I'm not sure, but given everyone is staying in the pits, they're following instructions. They're joining the track in order. We'll dump right to the race after this. So stick with us right here. Again, Andreas Borchers, Pedro Marzan going to lead us out in row 1. Eric DeBone and John Gixer in row 2. Damian Filos and Gasolina in row 3. Uwazi and Arish Azami, row 4. Jarek Snyder keeps jumping on me whenever somebody joins. Jarek Snyder and G. Steven. I'm sorry. Row 5 will be Arish Azami and Jarek Snyder, G. Steven, Adam Thomas together in row 6. We put that driver list together. 30 now on track. Your boy Blue all the way down there at the end of the pits. Timo Thinagut joining as well. And what you'll notice here is that you know, we're focusing, and right there in the middle of your screen is where we're focused, even though we're focused on Timo. Not enough pit boxes apparently at the Hungaroring, so cars are going to double up. If you are not currently a sim racer in one of these communities, I would absolutely encourage you, if you are interested in sim racing, even if you just enjoy watching, if you're not going to race. I mean, look, BoX3, I can't see Trackilicious, any of that stuff. I mean, but those guys are very, you know, Trackilicious, 949, both very successful communities, have a lot of great members. They put on a lot of events. I can only speak for BoX3, and maybe we'll have Eric on here a little bit later. He might be able to talk a little bit about some of the things they have going on, and we'll try and dig up somebody from 949 as well that can help us with that. But what I was getting at is, you know, if you're just, you know, we have almost 1,000 members of BoX3. We have 30 teams here. Not everybody comes to race. So if you're not sure if you want to sim race, if you don't know that an event like this is something for you that you would enjoy, that's okay, right? That's okay, because what we want you to do is come and join us, and because we run casual events, we run you know, all kinds of events that we put together for casual sim racers, for serious sim racers, for fast sim racers, and the whole goal is that everybody can drive together and not cause problems. And that is really what we look for at BoX3 Motorsports, and I know Trackilicious 949 look for that as well. And now we do have a 20-minute qualifying session running. So folks, give me just 1 second here. We'll look to get things kicked off. All right, folks. So yeah, qualifying counting down, but we will be skipping that session here in just a moment to get our race started today. And as I said, Andreas Borcher is going to lead us off with Pedro Marzan. I cannot wait to kick this race off. And not because of the problems. Don't get me wrong. Problems happen I don't want to say regularly. I want to say they do happen, however. It's unavoidable, really. Again, in real sim racing, you have problems. The car breaks in an unexpected way. There's excessive rain and they have to red flag a race. Those things happen in real life. This is our version of that, right? At least we're still going to be able to get a race in. We're still going to be able to cheer these guys on and watch the battles that happen during the course of today's race at the Hungaroring. But I'm ready to get this kicked off because I love the start of races. We catch so many battles. After a while, things will spread out, calm down a little bit. But up front, it is pure action all the way around those first 2 or 3 laps as people find their groove. Some of them on cold tires if they're back of the pack. Some of them after sliding off into T1, having to get back on track, losing positions. So it's always an adventure. And I always enjoy the start of a race. And hopefully you will too. Salamone says, go Andy Borgers and Mr. Friedrich. I assume those are teammates? Excellent qualifying from Andreas Borgers. Be able to keep an eye on those gaps during the race. We will take a moment later to make sure we're checking position gains, positions lost as we get ready, as we get further along into this race today. And we're going to go ahead. I'm going to throw a speed trap onto T1 and check that a little later. You can see exactly how fast the drivers are coming down into there and make a little bit of a comparison. One of my favorite parts too about these joint races where we do this with other leagues is a lot of these guys do not race regularly with BoX3, so I'm getting an opportunity now to get to know some other drivers, see how they perform against our own league. I think it's a lot of fun to bring those communities together for that, if for no other purpose than that. I love it. I love everything about sim racing. Do you guys not just love everything about? Do you not? I do. I mean, if you're here watching, I got to assume you do, but it's just so fantastic. I never saw anything that brought, I guess, so many people together over something so just good, right? There's nothing bad about sim racing. You're not destroying the environment. You're not hurting other people. You're not doing what, like a lot of games do that. And I'm not against, I play games all the time. I play all kinds of games. I guess my point is that it's driving and it's just pure competition, right? Obviously you have that with other video games like football and things of that nature, but I guess, I don't know, sim racing seems to bring people together more because it's not just about the game, it's about the hardware and your race rig and the communities you're a member of, and maybe it ties over to, IRL racing that you enjoy, right? So all those things just kind of bring it together and make it really enjoyable. And there we go. We have skipped session finally. We are going to move on, get ourselves over to our main race session at this point. Ready to go. There'll be just a pause here before the cars are dropped on track and we follow around for our formation lap to start our 6-hour event at the Hungaroring today. I'll true it up in here. Welcome in. Thanks for being here, man. Good to see you. Don't talk too much anymore. We have a total of 32 drivers on track. I think we may have lost one in translation with track rejoin after the server issue. So, you know, either they're going to join in maybe now. I don't even know if they can join in. It's probably locked during mid-session races or mid-session join for the race. But looks like we're going to be at 32 drivers for today's race. A good number. And remember, this is a team event. So again, we're looking at anywhere there. And again, there are some single drivers out there, some folks that are going to do the entire 6 hours by themselves, but not a lot of them. And so you're talking anywhere from 60 to 90 people, depending on how many teammates are on each team, coming together to race at Hungaroring today. We wait for about a 3-minute countdown before we jump over to the race, and we will get ready for that formation lap. Again, this event today brought to you by BoX3 Motorsports, Trackilicious Sim Racing, and 949 Sim Racing. All great communities. And I will take time here now because in case you're not, you know, for whatever reason, you're not a member of one or some of these communities, go ahead and throw some links up in the chat so that you guys can find these Discord communities, join in into some racing if you haven't already. There is no better. I simmed race for years, offline, by myself, you know, just kind of minding my business. And it took me, you know, it was about 18 months ago when I finally joined a community. And while I'm no longer a member of that community, what I did find out is that I enjoy sim racing a lot, enough to put a lot more money into it, enough to enjoy the people that I was racing with, hanging out with, learning about, all those things, right? So, again, I love sim racing and the communities that it brings together because it's about more than just the game. It's about what just happened. There are now no cars. Oh, they're going back to the pits for some reason. Two laps down. All right, folks, we are back. Ours are on track. When it breaks good. So here we go. 6 hours, and we are about to get started on this formation lap at the Hungaroring today. As you see there again, Andreas Borchers, Pedro Marzan sharing row 1. Andreas, the only driver today to get down to a 142 during the qualifying session. But I'm still very impressed with Pedro because, again, I'm not used to seeing Hondas sitting in the top 3 at the start of a race. So fantastic job there. He obviously has great control of that vehicle. We're stuck with an Audi from Eric Debon in P3. John Gixer in P4 with the Ferrari. So a mix of manufacturers all through the top 10, really. I think this is going to be some great racing. Another oddity, I say oddity, I don't mean to make fun of the car. But as I was saying earlier, you know, we see 2 Porsches there. I think they might be the only ones. If we jump down the list. Yeah, a total of 2 Porsches today. We're used to seeing more Porsches. Definitely used to seeing more Porsches. And only 1 McLaren. That's very odd to me. So does, you know, I don't drive the McLaren, I drive the Audi, so I don't know for sure. Does the McLaren have something about it that doesn't do well at Hungaroring? I don't know. But very different to see that we're not having a few more McLarens out there today. But again, I love the mix of manufacturers we've got going. Multiple Hondas. We got a Bentley in the top 10. We got 2 Audis in the top 10, BMW, 2 Ferraris. Really a great mix of vehicles out on track today, and especially going to be running very close. So we should get to see some great manufacturer competition during today's race. You see the cars dropping into position as guys get their setups in. Prep for the start of this formation lap. And with that, we are on our way. We're going to look back the grid during the course of the formation a little bit. What's the team driver change situation? Into the pits and swap it out. That's all. I've literally never done a driver swap. I've never participated in an endurance. I sit up here in judgment over them. No, but I've never done an endurance myself, so I really am not the one to speak about the driver swap and how that proceeds. I know both drivers need to be connected. Both drivers need to be in their rigs ready to go. And at one point there is a button press and you are then in control of the car. E. Stevens, a little further back, currently sitting in 10th. Start of today's race. Number 87's livery is a beauty. Let's go take a look at number 87. Andreas Borchers. I do like that. That's a lot of nice color right there. I think we spoke about it earlier. Eric DeBone as well in that Audi. The orange and blue of that Audi, I really impressed. I know Crow had that commissioned. Just a fantastic livery. It really stands out with the lines on that car. Again, we take a walk back through here a little bit to check on some of our other drivers as we proceed through formation. Mr. Robot X is in the chat. Welcome in, sir. Thank you for joining us. Oh, and something happened. I thought I was gonna have good news for you, Mr. Robot X, but you are, and this is great, this is happening live. Sandro Lapello joined BoX3 Motorsports at 12:37, so during the course of this opening session, was number 1000 at BoX Motorsports. Mr. Robot X, you are member 1001. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you coming in. Appreciate you joining the stream today and watching. We go into double file now up front, getting ready to go. TG, do not... Why are you going to put that hate on me, Ricky Bobby? Why you do that, TG? Come on. Be lucky half these cars don't go into the pits automatically somehow because it's the Hungaroring, and every time I drive by the pit entrance, it tells me I'm in the pits and wants me to kick my limiter on. Or was that on Xbox? I think it did that on Xbox. It would yell at me. All right, folks, here we go. We're ready. 6 hours. We're in double file as we come to the start-finish line. Lights are gonna go green, and we will be off to the races. And there it is. Green light for the next 6 hours at the Hungaroring. Andreas Borchers pulling out ahead. Eric DeBone looking to sneak up the inside of Pedro Marzan down into T1. As things get very tight, we've got cars in the grass. And there it is, Eric DeBone able to pull up into T2. A lot of traffic behind them, but not a ton of damage. I don't see anybody sideways. We've got contact, but nothing too brutal so far. Benjamin Shaw, Arash Amazi all making contact. Stephen Mulan, guys losing position, but it looks like many of them it was due to going wide. So now Eric DeBone has to fight off Pedro Marzan right from the jump. Pedro, no doubt, upset losing that position. John Gixer dropping down into P5 behind Gasolina. And a car off into the Toolies back behind us. Looking to see who lost it back there. Juiced Loon, it appears. Again, a lot of cars making contact here. Eric DeBon holding second. John Gixer currently running in fourth, but right behind him, Damian Philos leading a group of Gasolina, Uewazi, but Will Campbell now losing position to Benjamin Shaw, but all 5 of these drivers very, very tight as we look to clear lap 1 of today's 6-hour event. Again, Damian Philos leading this pack of cars. We said it during qualifying. A lot of the drivers sitting from about P3 down to P9, all within that 1 second gap during qualification. It's not going to take much for them to stay very tight, very close together during the course of this race. And there you have it, lap 1 down out of 6 hours. As we focus there on Gasolina down into T1. Uewazi right there on the back end. Damian Philos in that Audi that's just ducky. Gasolina in that Bentley making it as wide as possible, trying to keep Wisey at bay. Benjamin Shaw now behind these guys fighting off Will Campbell and Patrick Thonhauser. Eric DeBon up front continuing to keep Pedro Marzan at bay, but while he's busy doing that, Andreas Borchers, you see the gap opening up there. You know, Andreas has clear track right now. Oh, and Pedro looking to the inside on that chicane and went a little deep. Maybe giving Eric just a bit of a breather while Pedro catches his breath, but it doesn't look like it's going to take him long. But Andreas Borcher now 3.3 up on Eric DeBon. It shows what defense does to those lap times. Andreas so far a 149.9 in that first lap. Eric a full second back at 150.8. So again, DeBon wanting to get rid of this pressure of Pedro Marzan, who has now slipped back out to about the 1 second race space, and maybe close up on Andreas just a little bit. And there we go, Gasolina now on the inside of Damian Philos and spinning himself. There was no contact there. I show no contact between those, and now Gasolina dropping back to P9 after that and continuing to fall. Looks like he's got himself back out on track now. Wazzy and Benjamin Shaw now having to battle it out. Andreas Borcher setting the new fastest lap at 144.6. Damian Philos happy that maybe Shaw is keeping Wisey just a little busy, but now Shaw having to worry about Campbell right there. We've got a lot of action in the backfield now. The damage on these vehicles, my goodness. Toby Houston, our lone McLaren today, right behind him. Marion Zink, that car is not healthy. Stephen Molan into the pits. Kaspar Baratella now with Shane Rees closing in. We do have a few, TG. There are a few solos today. Eric being one of them, and now getting himself spun behind a tree. Niels Vanderherk with some contact. Gasolina now yellow flagged and off track as well. But again, not seeing any contact there, so I have to wonder if he's struggling after losing that control earlier and spinning himself, if he's now struggling to calm down and get himself back around the track. Retro Coffin under pressure from Kaspar Barbarella. Kaspar looking for a gap on the inside, might have found one. Not quite there though, but Retro's nudging the door open, but not quite flinging it all the way there to give opportunity. 3.8 seconds, the gap now between Andreas Borchers and Eric de Boom, but Eric doing a fantastic job down in through T1 and 2 to get himself up into P2 from a P3 qualifying. Wisey and Benjamin Shaw now going to go to battle. Right there, Damian Filos again continuing to lead this pack of cars. These guys are just itching to get around Damian. Now, to be fair, Damian about a half second slower than Wisey and Shaw. So, obviously playing defense right now because these guys are not giving up on him at all. Eric de Boom and Pedro Marzan getting close up front again as well. We take a jump up there. Eric doing everything he can to make that Audi as wide as possible. Pedro Marzan now with today's fastest lap so far, a 1:44.4. Quite a bit faster than both Eric and Andreas up front even. Only 0.2 faster than Andreas up front, but still closing that gap, hopefully. But Andreas, the defense is what's killing him. Again, Andreas now with over a 5-second gap, and there's your new fastest lap right there. Andreas taking that back with a 1:43.8. Obviously not hard when you have clear skies in front of you. Andreas now all by himself, no back markers, clear air, and can just run his race. There he is again though, Damian Filos. As these guys come around, Damian now about the same speed as Wisey, and Benjamin Shaw having backed off just a little bit. Will Campbell under pressure from Patrick Thonhauser. Kevin Blanchette now right there behind him. Kevin Blanchette under pressure from Thomas. Filos and Wisey again. Wisey just unable to find that gap there. Now getting pushed back a little bit as Benjamin Shaw will look to find a gap as well. Right there behind him, Will Campbell still under pressure from Patrick Thonhauser. Pedro Marzan has now dropped back just a little bit from Eric de Boom. You see up front there, not quite on that bumper anymore. So we'll continue to keep eyes up front. Retro Coffin and Shane Rees. Shane to the inside. Who's got the speed coming down into T1? There's Shane Rees nudging just ahead and going to take that inside line. And Shane able to hold on to P14 after that pass on Retro Coffin. Take a look a little further back. Timo Thiniga under pressure from Just Loon right now. Just on the inside is able to make the pass and pull himself up into P29. I think Just had some problems at the start of this race, and more than likely we'll be looking to make up position today. Gabe Carnes and Jose Anguiano now. I'll just use the first half there because that's all I can see. Gabe Carnes with just a fantastic livery, though. That is fancy on that McLaren. Things open back up. We've got to jump back up to Wisey and Benjamin Shaw. And again, right behind them, I'll be keeping an eye out on Will Campbell and Patrick Thornhauser. These guys, some of these guys unable to get away from each other so far, but they've got 5 hours and 50 minutes to do so. Lots of time left. Again, Pedro did not like that 7/10 gap that he had up to Eric Debon, but now has closed it back up. As we watch this go down, let's take a quick look here up front just to see what changed in those first few laps. So Eric Debon gaining 1 position over Pedro Marzan. We see there Armand Petrovic loses 2 positions. Sean Rees and Nick Langer, so far, the big ones, okay? So far, the big ones gaining 11 and 10 positions, respectively, during the opening laps of today's race. So great to see there. Some guys making big moves. We knew there was trouble in T1. Again, it didn't look like a ton of people got sideways. I didn't see a lot of contact, but obviously some of them were able to capitalize much better than others. Benjamin Shaw now, car 111, as we have a request in the chat to go on board with car 111. Benjamin Shaw now trying to chase down Damian Filos and Yue Wazi. Doing well with it too, at least sticking with them. But so far, and everybody will say this is palm tree oil, but I'll tell you right, so far during the course of this race, the first 10 minutes, Damian Filos, the Minister of Defense, holding both these guys at bay with the slower lap times. Now they're about even, but much slower lap times earlier with the 2 laps where we saw them coming together. These guys were really able to catch up quickly, apply a lot of pressure, but so far, Damian not cracking to it, able to keep those doors shut. We see him cut right onto the inside of that corner and not provide Wazi any sort of opportunity to get a nose up around the inside of the vehicle. As we're on board with Mr. Benjamin Shaw, Patrick Thornhauser right there behind him, about 2 seconds back, Demon. But that has not always been that wide, and I think Patrick's got plenty of opportunity to keep closing that up. And again, I mentioned it earlier, but this is part of what's so fun about these endurance races and these team races. We're going to have different drivers in these cars in about 2 hours, roundabout, somewhere in there. Maybe an hour. I don't know what the stint timers are. But point being is, never mind the pit stop, right? Let's pretend everything goes right. They all get in and out with the same amount of pit time. That doesn't happen, but let's pretend all things being equal. Now we've got new drivers. So, Damian Filos' partner, his teammate, are they able to keep the same pace that Damian is right for? Are they able to play the same defense? And I think that's where things start to get very, very fun. We pull back now. We'll jump up with Damian and check again up on Eric Debon. You guys, this is fantastic for me. I'm an Audi fan. I get to focus on the Audis today because that's where the battles are. Let's go back and check on Kevin Blanchett and Adam Thomas, though. That's another gap that keeps pulling the accordion game around the entire course of the circuit. But Thomas not giving up, always closing up very quickly. If we take a look too, I told you earlier that I put a speed trap on T1. So just trying to take a look at, what our speeds are and what people are showing going through T1. Andreas Borchers is a 242, not the fastest, right? But Andreas going through T1 at about a 242 with an average of 149.70 through there. Eric Debon actually looking at it so far the quickest through that corner with at 245 kilometers per hour. So, but his average lower at 148.3. So really just looking to see what kind of traps we catch out there and who's really, leading that out. All these guys very fast though, very fast. And again, Andreas Borchers setting another fastest lap with a 143.8 at this point. Damian Filos, Yue Wazi continue to battle. Thornhauser. Okay, I got you, TG. Thank you, sir. You're probably right about that. Yue Wazi very fast on the back end of Damian Filos' Audi. but he just can never quite find the gap. And you know Benjamin Shaw's sitting back there wanting to exploit the same thing, right? Even if if I'm Damian Filos, even if I said, you know what, I'm going to give up a position now to relieve a little pressure. I don't want to drive his race, and right now he's pressuring me to drive his race. I think, my teammate can get it back, whatever that strategy is for them. And I know a lot of you sit there and say, well, you never give up a position on purpose. Well, yeah, maybe you do sometimes, right? But now, and uh-oh, and here we go. Wait, Wazzy able to get to the inside. And there it is. Pulls it through on T1. We're seeing a lot of passing so far in T1 today. So Damian Filos now falling back to P6 after that. He's out of the top 5 for now. But now has to deal with Benjamin Shaw. And that's what I was trying to get at a minute ago was, even if he wanted to do that, he's got to be very careful to not then give up 2 positions or even 3 positions with Patrick Tonhauser right there behind him by letting them all through, right? Oh, and we've got a push and a nudge right there from Benjamin Shaw into Damian Filos. Patrick Tonhauser, the winner of that battle, coming out up, earning 2 positions out of it. And under no auspices, we see there Benjamin Shaw giving the position back to Damian, but Patrick Tonhauser under no obligation to do so, able to escape the problem and continue driving. Eric DeBont again under pressure from Pedro Marzan. This is another one. This battle has played out back and forth for the entire first 15 minutes of this race. We'll see if it continues for the next 5 hours and 45 minutes. Benjamin Shaw now again on the back end of Damian Filos. That incident could have been much, much worse. Luckily, those guys able to keep it on track, get it back together. Ooh, and Hans Koh pushing Michael Zwenenberg just a touch there. It looked like there could have been contact, but it did not register what I'm looking at. So, but Hans obviously having to back it out. Getting just a little touchy there. Guys playing back for P26 and 27. Hans with the opportunity now to the outside. Very wide pass, but able to close it up right there. As we check back in on Eric DeBon. No links, Mechanator. Thank you. I assume that might be what that was. Again, a fantastic battle continues to rage up here between Eric DeBon and Pedro Marzan. And again with Damian Filos and Benjamin Shaw. If I'm Damien, I'm very nervous. I am very nervous right now. I've already been pushed once by Benjamin. And now they've allowed Will Campbell to tighten up on them. And right there, Damian leaving the door open. Benjamin more than likely going to try and take advantage of that one and may have the speed with the McLaren down into T1 to grab that inside. And now Will Campbell, Kevin Blanchett, all there to join the party. Even Adam Thomas tightening up behind them. These are the battles we come for, ladies and gentlemen. Damian Filos continuing to lead this pack of 5 cars. Tight defense the whole time. Eric DeBon again with Pedro Marzan right there. And Damian Filos holding on. There was a position change very quickly, but Damian able to hold on back here. It's hard when there's two battles to watch. And another push right there from Benjamin Shaw. That is 2 now on Damien. Damien now dropping 11 positions down into P12. I'm not 11 positions. Down to P11. Trying to find his way back out on track. Now dropping to P14. That is a shame right there. That's not how you want to see those battles go at all. Benjamin Shaw, a second incident now involving himself and Damian Philos. Damian, no doubt, extremely frustrated. I'm sure our stewards will be watching that one. We do have live stewarding during today's event. Any drivers within the sound of my voice, please ensure you turn in those tickets to get resolved. Benjamin Shaw now with Will Campbell, Kevin Blanchett, and Adam Thomas. So now Benjamin Shaw gets to be pack leader and will hopefully not have to deal with the same thing Damian Philos did. Christopher Flores and Retro Coffin back here battling as well. Kaspar Baratella right there with them. Retro Coffin able to nudge ahead through the corner. Make a very clean pass up through there. Christopher Flores now dealing with Kaspar Baratella. Excuse me. And again, Armin's Petrovic's back there looking for his opportunity as well. It's a way to look at it, isn't it, Fife? 5.5 hours to recover. You got all the time in the world. You'll be all right. But it is always sad to see that happen. I mean, you know, running up here for P6, now down in P14 and having to work your way back up. Never an enjoyable situation. We take a check on Will Campbell. Kevin Blanchett up behind. A great livery as well. All 3 leagues called out there on Mr. Campbell's car. As Kevin looks to the inside and not quite enough to get there this time. As we said, this mid-pack is where it all is, right? It's mid-pack racing right now. We look from about Benjamin Shaw right ahead here. Benjamin Shaw, Will Campbell, Kevin Blanchett, Adam Thomas, Nick Langner. That whole group, all very, very close. I mean, you see some wider gaps there, right? Obviously, you've got the 1.5s and the 1.3s that are happening. But as Shaw continues to play defense, he's not going to be able to put in those best laps, allowing these other drivers to continue to tighten that up. And we see another pack behind them with Turner Johnson and Shane Reese leading that one. As Eric DeBon and Pedro Marzan continue to battle up front for P2. Back to Will Campbell we go as Kevin Blanchett has tightened up on his bumper now. Andreas Borcher setting a new fastest lap with 1:44.020. Oh, and Blanchett throwing the back end out around T1. That will cost him time there as we see that gap opening up. Damian Philos now again. We watched Damian deal with pressure since the beginning of this race. 2 pushes. from Benjamin Shaw. The second one really costing him. But now has Retro Coffin, Christopher Flores, and Kaspar Baratella to deal with. Oh, Huff, what did you do to him? Continue to keep an eye up front as Pedro Marzan is continuing to close and keep close with Eric DeBon. Andreas Borcher is now 11 seconds up over Eric DeBon. Patty Bear Racing, welcome into the chat today. Huff, if you could do me a favor, if everything's chill now, since we've kicked off here, if you could do me a favor and like I did earlier, drop a Discord for us, 949 and Trackilicious into the chat for everybody. If you are new to this channel, if you're new to sim racing and you think you want to get involved, we've got 3 great communities that have come together to put this 6-hour race on for you today. BoX3 Motorsports, where you're watching it right now, Trackilicious Sim Racing, and 949 Sim Racing. And this isn't the last one. We're back on July 9th for the Zandvoort 6-hour race. That will be hosted over on the Trackilicious Twitch channel, so be sure and go over there and follow them so that you can keep up to date with this series. And then on August 20th, we return to here, BoX3 Motorsports, for another 6-hour race at Mount Panorama. The scariest of the scary. Kevin Blanchett and Adam Thomas continuing to keep it close back here. Lexus versus BMW. A little further back again, Damian Filos, who has felt pressure this entire race in that Ducky Audi. I saw that, man. Awesome. That's what we do. That's what we do. Now under pressure instead from Retro Coffin. Retro having a, I gotta say, Retro, I think, having a good race today. Again, let's check those position deltas just to see exactly where everyone stands. Yeah, so Retro up 5 positions today. You see there Damian Filos not having his best race, down 9 at this point. But as I said earlier, I think so far, Nick Langner, Shane Reese having their best races, as they are both up 11 and 12 positions respectively. Absolutely fantastic to see that they're doing so well. Yeah, Huff, we mentioned it because our 1001st member is here, or was watching us. We're actually now up to 1002. I hope Harry B95 is here with us today. Mr. Robot X is in the chat. Mr. 1001. Sandro Lapello was number 1000 at BoX3 Motorsports. And I gotta say, Huff, I think 90% of that is because of you, sir. Get a little look here. Damian Filos and Retro Coffin. We look at those times. Oh, and Retro shooting up the inside now and able to take it. Damian giving up that position. Retro making a very clean pass. Let's jump back and see if we can catch it real quick. It'll stutter for a second. There it goes. Right through that chicane. That's a great pass on behalf of Retro Coffin, sneaking right through there. So now Damian will come under pressure from Kaspar Baratella and Christopher Flores. Damian unable to get a break here today. Will Campbell able to make his way around Kevin Blanchett. Adam Thomas right there as well, going to look to capitalize too. There it goes. Adam Thomas able to nudge himself ahead. Can he hold it, though? Oh, going wide into T2 is going to cost him. He can hold in onto it down the hill, and not quite. Blanchette able to take position back over Thomas. You are correct, Jaguz Gaming. It is wonderful to see these communities come together, put these races together, get their drivers together, making new friends, new people to race with, new people to look for when you get on to go race. Instead of having to go do publics, you can actually put something together. Turner Johnson now, one we haven't seen thus far, sitting in P12. Been very quiet for Johnson today. But Shane Rees now coming up on the back end. We'll keep our eyes back here on Damian Filos again with Kaspar Baratella, keeping things tight a little further back. We've got a car in the dirt. Looks like Timo Tinnegut and Reed Aldred made contact at some point. Well, Adam Thomas unable to hold position over Kevin Blanchette. Now Kevin Blanchette with a push, letting Will Campbell know he's there. Didn't swing him out, but wow. I guess he decided he did not want Will to forget that he was back there. And now Retro Coffin moving up again over Shane Rees. We go wheel to wheel downhill. Retro able to hold on to it, but Shane right there, tucked up there under his bumper. Oh, and oh, there came Damon Filios as well. That got a little sketchy into that corner. Now Retro Coffin going to be the pack leader. So much interesting racing today so far. I mean, and we're less than an hour in. You know, just over the first 30 minutes of this 6-hour event. Eric DeBon continues to not give position up to Pedro Marzan up front in P2. And this mid-pack is where all the action has been. These drivers have stayed tight this entire race. We see Retro Coffin there trying to get a little bit ahead of Shane Rees, give himself a little breathing room, and it is working so far as Shane now comes under pressure from Damian Filos and Kaspar Baratella. A real shame there, Damian Filos running up in about P6 earlier, and then a push from Benjamin Shaw. 2 pushes from Benjamin Shaw, the second one being enough to finish that off and drop him back to P15. Will Campbell and Kevin Blanchette have been trading blows back and forth. Adam Thomas getting involved every opportunity that he has. Great racing so far today at the Hungaroring. Thank you everyone for being here. It is awesome to see all you folks here watching. Tell your friends. Tell them to come watch too. We like everybody to come watch. Teach them about sim racing. Get them in here watching this stuff. It's exciting. Will Campbell, Kevin Blanchette. Now, as I said, Adam Thomas likes to keep it close. He backs off a little bit, and then once in a while will come screaming back up. Let's go on board with Kevin Blanchette right now. As he looks for his opportunity. Oh, and a little bit of touch in there. Adam Thomas now able to get in on Blanchette. Adam Thomas taking position up there, giving Will Campbell just a little bit of a breather as those guys battle back and forth. Oh, and up front, things getting very close again. This had spread out to about a 1 second gap, but now Pedro Marzan is back under the wing of that Audi of Eric Debon. Crow, esports legend Brian Canopin on this team. Right now, Eric Debon, the driver. As these guys come around one more time today. Uewazi continuing to battle Patrick Tonhauser. Again, Damian Filos still back here in his Audi. Gaspar Baratella now the one applying pressure. Ozzy and Tonhauser again getting up side by side. Turner Johnson and Retro Coffin now jockeying for position. Let's jump back real quick. Taking him off into T2, Retro Coffin. Opening the door to Turner Johnson to secure that pass. Now Shane Rees looking to get involved with this group as well. "32 teams joining us today at the Hungaroring. This 6-hour endurance series race. Next one up again, July 9th. Taking place at Zandvoort. Kevin Blanchette again giving Adam Thomas the nudge to let him know he's there. Looking to grab any gap he can. And whoa, there we go. Sneaking around the inside. Adam Thomas jumping up now ahead of Will Campbell. We saw this earlier, though, and Thomas unable to hold on because he went a little too deep into T2. Now with the outside line here and coming out slow, it looks like Campbell going to be able to hold on through 3. Kevin Blanchette now dropping back as Will Campbell and Adam Thomas battle it out. Pedro Marzan continuing to harass Eric Debon. Altruit saying he's come out for the 12 or for Bathurst. Sorry, they were talking about 12 hour. I thought maybe you were going to come out for that, but you're saying Bathurst? Perfect. Let's go. And there we have Pedro Marzan heading on into the pits. So for the first time in about 40 minutes, Eric Debon going to get a little bit of a breather. Now, unfortunately, now 14 seconds back off of Andreas Borchers. So Pedro Marzan making their first pit stop of today's race. Altrude, I would love a 12-hour Bathurst, but they won't do it. Will said I'm sorry, Huff said we're not allowed to go to Bathurst for 12 hours because everyone would jump out windows and things. A little bit further back for P21 right now, Beals Vanderherk, Hans Koh. Hans Koh able to swing around. Be able to hold on though. Oh, and Koh goes wide through the corner now, opening the door back up for Beals. Not quite enough though, as Koh hangs on to fight another day. And there we go. Whoa, let's jump back on that one real quick. Retro Coffin spinning in the background. As we come down to the corner, right there it is. Oh my goodness. Shane Rees just giving him the hammer. Retro Coffin dropping now 4 spots to P16. Comes out back on track and set just in front of Christopher Flores. Our stewards are just bouncing today, ladies and gentlemen. You are here watching this today, but you are a console sim racer. Don't forget, BoX3. We host Xbox races as well. One kicking off here in just a bit. Actually, right about now, because driver's meeting and qualification will start here at 2. Race kicks off at 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So as Retro Coffin comes back out in P16, Gage Gonzalez able to get around Christopher Flores right behind him. Adam Thomas, Kevin Blanchette, Will Campbell continuing to lead these two as they jockey for position. He usually does, Huff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's racing today, so if he is, he will probably be streaming, yes. With that, folks, due to the issues up front, I am going to have to take a quick step away myself, but we're going to leave you in good hands. You're going on autopilot. We're going to keep an eye on things here for you. The race continues. I think I deleted all those. I can do it though. I can build one, Huff. Give me a few minutes. We'll do it. I have an hour because of qualifying. But I could probably do that. We could drop that in for a little bit. Check on the Xbox guys. But again, if you're a console racer and you have an Xbox, that's where I started. That's where a lot of people started. And I got to tell you, it's a lot of fun. Shane Rees getting around Turner Johnson now. It's a lot of fun. It doesn't matter that it's on console. I know, you know, PC Master Race, all that stuff. You know how that goes, but we're not going to talk about that. What we're going to talk about is we have a great Xbox League. B. Fife, our series manager over there, does a fantastic job communicating with the league, talking to the drivers. You know, we spun up 2 casual series this summer for Xbox, had some decent turnout for those during the week. So absolutely 100% fantastic to watch those guys race. And I do wish we could still do race coverage, but unfortunately I no longer have an Xbox, so that won't happen. Adam Thomas now. Will Campbell been holding these guys at bay for quite a while, but now Adam Thomas able to get ahead, putting himself up into P7. Just when I think I can take a step away for a moment, that doesn't work out so well. That's okay. I like being here with you. Just drink a lot of water now. So Adam Thomas now opening up, getting ahead of Will Campbell. Will keeping it tight so far as we wait for things to spread out. And again, you know, we've seen the pit stops have started, right? Where am I going here? Eric DeBon still in second, has not pitted yet. So far, Gage Gonzalez, who's now in that car we were watching earlier, Gage being pitted in. Net Honda. And now back out with a new driver. Fresh tires, I'm sure. Fresh driver with a 33.3 second pit stop. Looks like fresh tires, fresh driver. See those start to come back up. Also, Hans Koh has pitted. Only 29.7 there. You can tell who had damage, though, as I look down towards the bottom of our list here. Gasolina, 46.4 seconds in the pits. Juiced Loon, 77 seconds. Our winner so far, though, Marian Zink in the pits for 118.6 seconds so far today. That is not counting in and out time. Again, folks, with things spread out a little bit here, I am going to take a quick step away. I say spread out. Will Campbell and Kevin Blanchett going to go back to it as Adam Thomas now gets to pull away a little bit. Will having to play defense. Will again playing a lot of defense today. Being forced into a lot of defense, but doing a very good job at it. Dropped one position there to Adam Thomas, but otherwise has done fantastic during the course of this first hour today. Now, both drivers having closed back in on Thomas. We watch here, we can't forget Damian Filos, Kaspar Baratella, as this battle continues a little further back. Again, Damian, such a shame to see that battle end the way it did, with Damian getting pushed twice during the first part of this race and losing position down to P13 now. However, doing well for himself, as he was, I believe, down at one point down as far as 15 or 16, and now has brought it back up. You just saw there in the background Gage Gonzalez able to get around Kaspar Baratella. But now Gage going to be the one applying pressure to Damian once they close back in. Folks, we're going to leave the action right here. Right now, but here's the thing: if I'm Gage, right, I just got in the car, I'm on fresh tires, I'm not worried about Damian Filos, and I'm not worried about Kaspar Baratella. Neither of those drivers have pitted yet, so yeah, I need to fight for position here. I need to do the best I can to keep, you know, especially keep Kaspar, who's behind me now, at bay. Maybe try and get ahead of Filos, but overall, they're both gonna have to head into the pits sometime here soon. So if I don't need to struggle, maybe I just sit right here between the two of them, maintain, and let him get out of my way and let nature take its course, as we know will happen. As Damian Filos looks for the inside leg on Turner Johnson now. And we better pull that camera back because things are about to get tight. Gage Gonzalez now able to get around Damian Filos. Kaspar Baratella looking to make a move as well. So Turner Johnson now finding himself under pressure from three of these vehicles. 843 Gonzalez, 123 Filos, and the 911 of Kaspar Baratella. We'll watch this battle for a lap or two. I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you all for being here. I know I've said it a couple times. I'm actually leaving now. I want to thank you all for being here, and I will talk to you in just a few minutes. We'll keep the action right here. Gage Gonzalez and Turner Johnson. Your eyes glued to your screen, folks. I see I picked a great place to leave the action while I stepped away as Gage Gonzalez and Turner Johnson battle back and forth, side by side to come around one more time. Thank you, Nico. Much appreciated. Welcome in, Genji? Genji3? Genji3? Genji? A little further back, though, Kaspar Baratella and Armand Petrovic's now battling as well. As the pack tightens up one more time. Good luck, Fife! Enjoy that over there. Xbox Racing again at BoX3 Motorsports. Fife, one of our great community leaders. Now Shane Rees feeling pressure from Gage Gonzalez. Turner Johnson has fallen back just a little bit at this point. And now it is Shane's turn. Gage shooting up the inside, and that's all it took right there. Gage Gonzalez with that pass, just a barn burner right next to his doors. About waffled him and pulled him off that Audi. Fantastic pass right there. And Gage quickly pulling away from Shane Rees. We jump up a little higher. Oh, and Nick Langer. Oh, pitted in. No wonder. I should read my messages sometimes. We jump up a little further. Benjamin Shaw continuing to feel pressure now from Adam Thomas. Patrick Tonhauser right in front of these guys. We got another battle going on between Wisey and Patrick Tonhauser. That's why Nick Langer pulling a drive-through penalty. Now coming back out on track. That penalty now clear. Christopher Flores. Lamborghini now under pressure from the Porsche Retro Coffin. Back up front we go, though. Yue Wazi. Patrick Tonhauser. All these drivers know they've got all the time in the world right now. Just over 5 hours left to go in today's race. We're 1 hour deep. The lights are on. Looks like there's going to be rain. I can't tell for sure, but it's not sunny, that's for sure. But some great driving so far today. Some not so good driving as Damian Philos, Retro Coffin both head into the pits. Gabe Carnes now in the pits will be coming out back out soon. Up front now taking a look, and we need to really take a look up here too, because with the earlier driver change, Eric DeBon had clear space in front of him, lots of opportunity to run. Now John Gixer closing the gap just down to 4/10 for P2, and fastest laps between these guys. If we talk about their fastest, Eric DeBon with a 1:45.6, John Gixer with a 1:45.3. So obviously closing that gap slowly. Now, last laps, though, about the same separation, let's say, a 1:46.1 from Eric DeBon, a 1:45.787 from John Gixer. So John just about 3 to 4 tenths faster each lap. So we will have to see if Eric is able to play the same defense, and Uewaze now sideways in the track. See if there was any kind of incident. No, the curb of the chicane catches Uewaze, and there it is. We just missed it as Eric DeBon heads into the pits, giving John Gixer P2. Eric deciding he did not want to play that game again like he did for the last hour. My boy Blue into the pits as well. Again, Gage Gonzalez, that team, they're coming out of the pits in about 33.3 seconds. We'll see how long it takes Eric DeBon. It'll give us a better idea as Patrick Tonhauser now heads into the pits as well, currently in P4. A lot of drivers coming in. Benjamin Shaw, Adam Thomas, Kevin Blanchett all continuing to battle. Benjamin Shaw, Sorry, Uewazi dropped into the pits. Letting these three move up. Kevin Blanchett wants to find his way around Adam Thomas. Eric DeBone very fast, 32.8 out of the pits, and brings himself back out in 6th. As Andreas Borchers and John Gixer both now into the pits, are P1 and 2 respectively. We will see where that brings Eric DeBone back out. Now, Borchers had a huge lead going in there, so I don't see a huge change there. But we'll see if Eric's able to come out ahead of John Gixer. John's still sitting at this point. Turner Johnson now with contact and dropping down the list. Gage Gonzalez and Will Campbell changing positions. We'll keep our eyes right here on Eric DeBon, however. Andreas Borcher out and moving again. However, as Adam Thomas and Benjamin Shaw head in, John Gixer still sitting in the pits at this point. Giving Eric DeBon an opportunity, and there he goes. And it looks like coming out just ahead of John Gixer. That's John rolling out right there. So Eric DeBon able to get himself back up into 3rd at this point, but Kevin Blanchett will be pitting soon. And Andreas Borcher about a 13-second jump, 14-second now jump over Kevin Blanchett. So John Gixer going to have another opportunity now. I'm sorry, Mike Jackson is now in that John Gixer car. It takes a few minutes for the software to update as well. Mike Jackson now in that vehicle, going to have another opportunity, about 5 seconds back off of Eric, but certainly time to make that up. Kevin Blanchett with contact, so we'll see what happens there. Benjamin Shaw now heading back out of the pits. Mike Jackson under pressure from Gage Gonzalez, though. He will have to deal with that before he can look to close the gap on Eric. Gage looking for the shot and couldn't quite get there. I apologize, did take it. What I was watching. Well, Gage Gonzalez now up into 4th. Mike Jackson dropping back. So again, Eric DeBon sitting in 3rd. Kevin Blanchett into the pits at this time. That should bring Eric back up into 2nd right here, with still about a 19-second gap back or up to Andreas Borcher. Andreas running with this. I have not seen a name change there, so, and it's been long enough at this point. It looks like Andreas is one of our single drivers today. Gage Gonzalez about 7 seconds off of Eric's pace at this point, so we will see if he's able to close that up, how long it takes, and if Eric's going to have to play that defensive game again. Patrick Ponhauser now back out on track in P4. I'm sorry, P5. Oliver Zudwig moving up now. As we said, Andreas Borcher, there he is, that BMW. driving his race right now. Number 87 with no one around him. Clean skies to the front, and Eric DeBon 20 seconds to the negative. As Retro Coffin now starts to come under pressure from Petrovics and Philos. Petrovic's first going to have to deal with Philos. Philos with the inside line, able to get up there. Can he hold it, though? Petrovic's going just a little deep and opening the door to Damien. Now Damien moving up into P14. And again, after the earlier incident we saw during the first hour, good to see him able to get himself working forward again. Under 5 hours left to go in today's 6-hour endurance race. David Valasuka and Gasolina now going to go toe-to-toe back here for P17. Justin Moffat and Gerald Butz now. Well, we saw these teams battling earlier, so try to pronounce Philos in a more French way. Philos? Philos? I'm trying, TG, I swear, I'm trying. Not my fault. Jane Rees now into the pits as well. So our driver stops are completing. These guys will be swapping out, coming back out on track. Justin Moffat again continuing to feel the pressure from Gerald Butz. Yannick Plus and Benjamin Shaw battling as well for P10 right now. Obviously, Andreas Borscher is just running with this. 22 seconds over Eric DeBon. If we look at the comparison, though, you know, 1.2 seconds, and we see there Andreas Borscher's just set another fastest lap here at the Hungaroring today, 143.7. Our only 143 of the day, holding purple in sector 2 and 3, and a full second and a half faster than Eric. So it just shows you the gap here and why Andreas is able to just run with this right now as we jump back in with Justin Moffat and Gerald Butz. $25 kilogram him, please. We can't do that, Gixer. Gixer. Is that a hard G or a soft G? Fios? Yeah, but Fios, to me, because of the double L's, would be more Spanish, no? This is the thing. TG gets me going during a stream. And Gerald Butz there putting a bit of a dive on Justin Moffett, going a little deep into that corner. Able to avoid any kind of incident, but he certainly was looking to make a move there. Again, these guys getting to run all by themselves. This battle can be their 100% focus. No back markers right now. Anything that's going to hold them up. Yes, XR. Okay, I got you. I got you. As you can tell, I struggle with driver names, so anybody in the chat, it's a toss-up. Do my best. Gerald Butz continues to look for opportunity. Now coming back off just a little bit from the back end of Moffett. Check in with Retro Coffin back in P12, though. Damien Filos continuing to apply pressure. Damien having, you know, I mean, look, I got to feel bad for him. Given, you know, what happened. It takes, you know, Damien taking two taps. The second one really punishing him. Got himself back up into P13 at this point, doing well as, you know, as far as his own driving goes, having a fantastic race. Now, as far as the drivers around him, maybe not so much, but I'd really like to see Damien continue to push here today, and I think we'll see him maybe work his way up to the top 10. Hoping, get that team up there. Yannick Plus, again, under pressure from Benjamin Shaw. Check in here again because Moffett just cannot shake Gerald Butz. A cut on that chicane. We've seen that before. We need to be careful. Hans Koh moving up into P16. Head of David Villasuka. Guys, I'm trying, I swear. I think TG and I are going to have to get on a call. He's going to have to give me pronunciation lessons. Yannick Plus and Benjamin Shaw once again. Benjamin looking for the inside track. Had to roll too much speed off that corner to be able to make that move on the inside. Now we saw what happened with Shaw earlier, and Damien Filos. I mean, Shaw tapped him once. It wasn't that bad. They both got back on track, only losing one position. The second tap, however, was much worse, as he shoots on the inside of Yannick Plus, but not quite there. Unable to hold on to it. We'll be broadcasting that. I would 100% broadcast that call. TG might not like it. He stays very quiet. I have yet to hear TG's voice. I've been in VCs with TG and I have yet to hear his voice. Benjamin Shaw found the line and was unable to hold on to that corner through T1. A lot of passing in T1 here. It's all really about who's going to hit the brakes last, it seems. And I know you could say that for every corner, but really T1 at the Hungaroring is a wide open opportunity if you can hold out for that extra split second. 32 teams still with us today. So I think that's one of the other things I like about the team races, the endurance races. You know, as an individual driver, a lot of guys will get in an incident, they'll spin themselves, you know, even if they didn't get hit, they spin themselves, whatever it might be. They have a bad race up front and they end up quitting. They don't stick to it. They don't stay in the race. Even in last, they don't try to work their way back up a little bit, see what they can do. In a team race, it's, you know, unless the whole team agrees that that's what's going to happen, you don't get to do that. You can't just dunk out. I guess you could if you really want to screw over the rest of your team, but it means people stick around for these races. It means we get to see the full grid for the entire race. As we see Damian Filos on the inside of Retro Coffin. But again, that inside line doesn't always help you coming out of T1. Now, Damian able to hold on to it this time. Coffin having to back out. But it doesn't always get there for you because you saw Coffin launch with a lot, it seemed like a lot more speed out of the corner, but just couldn't close the gap fast enough on Filos this time. So Damian back up into P12 now, with about a 12-second gap back up to Benjamin Shaw. Jarek Snyder and Yannick Plus. Well, Red, the reason it would go viral is because it'd be just like Inglourious Bastards. Gorlami. The whole time when TG's trying to correct me. Now Benjamin Shaw going to get into this tussle. Now this is where, you know, depending on pace, if we look at lap times, Eric Snyder with a 147 as his best lap, a 147.1. Yannick Plus and Benjamin Shaw and Damian Filos behind them, all with 145s. Retro Coffin as well. A little variability there from 0.6 to 0.8, but still almost a 2-second faster lap. So Eric Snyder is going to be under a lot of pressure here. And we already see it happening with Yannick, but Benjamin Shaw, Damian Filos, even back to Damian Filos now 12 seconds back from Shaw, and Retro Coffin all have opportunity to gain position here over Snyder, given the lap times we're seeing. Granted, last laps for all of them in the 147s, but we know the four drivers behind Snyder can all pull off those 145s. Just to give you some kind of indication here. Now this is their, this is their last lap, but last lap still, Snyder 0.8 slower than Yannick. And there we see Benjamin Shaw getting ahead of Yannick Plus. So now Shaw going to attack Snyder. Justin Moffat and Gerald Butz again closing that gap and holding on to it. Yannick Plus backed off a little now, but Jarek Snyder still under pressure from Shaw. Andreas Borchers now with a 25-second gap back to Eric DeBone. Gage Gonzalez 14 seconds off that pace. Mike Jackson now still 2.5 back from Gonzalez, with Patrick Tonhauser 30 seconds back from Mike Jackson. Benjamin Shaw now looking for the outside. Right there as Snyder gets hung up in a back marker. Shaw takes advantage and dips and dives around. Let's rewind it. We're going to go a full 30 seconds back on that one to see that again. So you see the back marker up front. Unfortunately, he goes wide, gets stuck behind him, just completely opening the door for Shaw right around this corner. And the worst part is the back marker's trying to do their job. He's trying to get out of the way. And right there, 100% able to take care of that situation, or take advantage of that situation, and get wrapped right through. Benjamin Shaw now up into P9. Jarek Snyder losing that position. And now we'll have Yannick Luce behind him. Justin Moffat and Gerald Butts continue to battle a little further ahead. Absolutely sneaky on Benjamin Shaw's part. And I'm not saying wrong. Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying wrong. The situation, you know, came up how it came up. I'm sure Snyder is not happy right now, but at the same time, really hard to blame that back marker, as they were all the way to the side of the track trying to get out of the way. I don't know what else they could have done to try and clear track for them. Again, Justin Moffat currently sitting P7. Battles Gerald Butts. Now Jarek Snyder has Yannick Luce to deal with. Hello, I am Alan. Hello. Say hello twice, because if I just say it the first time, you'll think I'm just saying your name, and that's it. That would be weird. Catch up real quick as we watch this battle play out with our positions. Delta, again, Eric DeBone up 1 position. Gonzalez down. They've traded during the course of this race. That happened off lap 1, T1. Mike Jackson having the race of his life right now, because quals 4th and is now currently sitting 4th. That's not a bad spot to be. It really isn't, given the vehicle, given the cars in front of him. That 494 is just holding on, minding their business, and they're remaining right there in the top 4. And we'll see, again, only second and a half to 2 seconds up to Gonzalez. We'll see if they're able to close that down. Patrick Tonhauser, though, currently sitting P5, up 6 positions today. Excellent moves made by that team. Oliver Juwig gaining 1. Justin Moffat team Lexus, 7 spots up during the course of today's race so far. And Gerald Butts up 4. So not a lot of disappointment to be had in the top 10 thus far. Except for probably Damian Filos. But that number was a lot higher earlier in this race. But Damian working his way back up as quickly as possible, and has plenty of time to do so. We jump back again to Moffat and Gerald Butts. What's up, Malcolm X34? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Hello, I'm Alan. Welcome. Well, you welcome as well, and thank you so much. Appreciate everybody coming in here to watch this great race today. 6 hours. You can see up there in the corner, about 4.5 left to go. We are only 1.5 down thus far, and we have already had some fantastic battles today. Up a little further back here, though, as Lars Reichelt and Mattis Ankans trade positions. Like Lars able to close that one and hold on to it this time. Lars gaining and moving himself up into P22. But again, we got to keep our eyes right here. Justin Moffat and Gerald Butts, as Butts shoots up the inside. Did he go too deep, or is he going to hold this one? We know what we're playing. Thank you, game. There we go. Gerald Butts able to hold on. Mike Jackson, though, yellow flagged. Like we see some dirt flying up back there, but has not lost anything because of it yet. And Yannick Luce and Jarek Snyder trading positions. Same spot that we just saw Butts and Moffat do the same thing. So 2 very quick passes. Bringing a few folks up into position now. Yannick putting himself up into the top 10. Retro Coffin again looking to get ahead of Damian Filos. Malcolm X34 says, I'm a follower of Trackilicious from France. Well, welcome in. We are glad to have you here. We're glad to be partnering with Trackilicious and 949 for today's event. As we said earlier, there are 2 more coming. Don't forget, this is not the last of this endurance series. Zandvoort, July 9th, same time. You're going to be able to watch that, speaking of Trackilicious, over on their Twitch channel. You'll want to tune in for that. And on August 20th, you can come right back here to watch 6 hours at Mount Panorama, Bathurst. It's gonna get dirty. Oh, I'm with Duck Driver. Okay, so you're a teammate, Malcolm? I assume you're Damien's teammate? Okay, gotcha. Well, glad we can keep focus here as he continues to take pressure from Retro Coffin. Perfect. Jump up front real quick, though. Justin Moffat, Benjamin Shaw. So thus far, I mean, if we talk about so far with Shaw today in the race, it's about a 50-50 shot on what's going to happen here, right? I'm not trying to make fun of him. I'm just saying, like, he hasn't had his best race today. So let's see as we keep these 2 tight. And did I see rain? Oh no. Thought I might have seen some rain there. I'm not 100% sure. Hard to tell from this view. Go on board with Benjamin Shaw now. And Shaw, again, we saw it. Look, it happened earlier with Damien, and now if we look at this, he just about pulled it off again. He's looking for that gap and really, oof, little rough coming into it. Now, it didn't look like there was contact there, but again, that was extremely close with no open gap to the inside that he was going to be able to dive into to try and actually make a pass there. I drove the first stint. My headset broke after half an hour. Oh, that's terrible. Don't you hate that when that happens, though? Again, Moffat and Shaw continue this battle. Coffin now pulled back a little bit off the back end of Damien, but we'll continue to keep eyes there as well. There we see him tightening right back up. Retro Coffin up under the wing of Damien's Audi. Front end of our race at this point, very spread out. Again. Oh, and here we go. What happened here? Hans Koh off into the Toolies. Yeah, we weren't able to catch that, but it doesn't appear as though anyone else, unless it was, yep, Vanderherk flagged for contact. So, back marker problems right there. Oh, still waiting to try and make an attempt to get back on track. Luckily not costing him a ton of positions. Lost 2 to, oh, excuse me, Villakuska and Michael Lee. And right there, Benjamin Shaw able to get around on Justin Moffat. We see there Eric DeBon shooting through as well. With Shaw not just able to get through, but really open it up, and now already a 2-second gap back to Moffat. So hopefully we'll get to see another battle there as Justin gets his feet back under him and catches back up. Retro Coffin again, just hammering on Damien, looking for any opening he can find. Going side by side for a second. But just for a second. Right now, Damien Filos sitting about a tenth. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, a little less than a tenth of a second to the good over Retro Coffin, but Retro holding his own. We talked about the accordion effect earlier today, and it is happening here as well. We have to keep coming back to these guys as Coffin continually tightens up on Filos and then has to back it back down. Continue to watch this battle. These guys just tightening back up over and over again. David Villasuca and Michael Lee now battling as well. Hans Koh all the way back to P18 after that spin a little earlier. Josh Butler now racing. And out on track in that number 614 Lexus. We check in on Justin Moffat and Yannick Plus. A little bit of a gap opening there now, not really sticking as close as they were before. Even Damien Filos and Retro Coffin, same thing. I mean, we've tightened it up now. That accordion continues to play, but at one point out by a second and a half between the two of them.
Coffin just looking for any opportunity any opportunity to try and get some clean air in front of them. Just not quite able to do it. But this is what we come for. Hey TG, I am not even going to attempt that name, but welcome in, Tunique. Use Tunique at the end. That's all I can do to you. My how to pronounce names has burnt out of me, and I haven't even seen all the teammates that are racing today yet. That could only get worse. But I do welcome you, and thank you so much for being here as we continue to watch Damian Philos and Retro Coffin battle it out. Audi and Porsche. Again, you're starting to try and see as we, the longer we watch this battle, the more you can see. Oh, and a door bang there. That's certainly going to play out as Retro gives that position back. Retro Coffin's the type of driver that if he's going to pass Philos, he wants to do it the right way. That little bit of a door bang wasn't much, but it was enough he felt he needed to hand that back. But as we watch this battle, you start to see where each driver is a little faster than the other. And we may lose that here soon because Retro Coffin's really looking to make the move. And so probably, I mean, we saw with the door bang, probably taking some chances maybe he wasn't taking earlier. Again, still 4 hours and 21 minutes left to go. He's got plenty of time. But at some point, you want to get clear. But Damian Philos high for this race. Now, because everything got wiped out, I can't tell anymore. Very high for this race. Has been, got pushed off track, lost a ton of position, and now is battling people who really may actually be a little slower than him. The numbers don't play that out yet, but you guys have also been in the pits. Some things get wiped out. Damian, due to damage, had to spend a lot more time in there. So probably doesn't want to be back here battling. He wants to get himself back to where he was. And there is a push, and oh my goodness. Damian Philos pushed again off track. Retro getting spun back around and out of the gravel. And now, slowing down, Coffin giving it back. Excellent job. But in the meantime, again, like we saw earlier, another driver able to get through. Armand Petrovic moved up into P12 now, ahead of Damian Philos, due to someone else pushing him off track. So I'm sitting here watching, and again, I joke with the guys in the league that I don't drive. I sit above and judge everyone else, and I joke, I don't. Kind of part of the job, but I try not to judge you. My point being is, I right now, Damian has got to be feeling like a punching bag today. He's got to be. All 3 hits did not look to me as though it was something that he could have had any control over whatsoever. 0. As we jump back and take a look at Shane Rees and David Villasca that are trading position back and forth. But he's been hit directly from behind. This wasn't that he swung out into anyone. It wasn't that he cut across the track into them on the inside of the corner. Anything like that. He's been literally hit under the wing 3 times today. I don't know what he could be doing better to avoid the situation. Now Shane Rees able to pull away as we go back in and check on Damian and Retro Coffin. Folks, if things sound a little different, yes, I have changed microphones for right now in order to be able to, a little mobile, get up and move around while I talk to you fine people. Luckily, I did that because, well, this is where the action is. Retro Coffin. And look, all credit to Coffin. He knew he made a mistake. He knew he needed to back it down, and he did. But I just, poor Damien. Now, Armand Petrovic's getting involved. Now Damien needs to find a way to make the move to get around and prevent Retro from making the pass while he does it. It did look like us in the Mazda, Red, just a door banging every corner we could find. No Green today. No, Will Green was unable to join today's race, unfortunately. He'll be back. He will return, I think. Oh, I don't know if he's going to race tomorrow or not either. You ought to rate. I'll tell you, Moons, you ought to really root for Damien right here that we're watching right now. This poor guy has had more trouble during this race that was not of his making than I think I've seen in quite a while. Lars Reich now off track. We can find him in the trees over there. Go. Gasolina able to make up position and pull up into peak. As again, Filos and Retro Coffin continue to. There you go. He should be here tomorrow. Perfect. There you go, Moons. He'll be racing tomorrow at the Nürburgring. Many people don't know this, but the real Moons, first of all, is an ultra awesome, nice person, but also is the president of the Will Green fan club. And Damien getting a little breathing room, but now has to deal again. They had fallen back, playing that defense again. He had fallen back off Petrovic's a little bit. It was just dealing with Coffin, but now closing that gap one more time, and we're going to have another 3-car race here. 12-13. Retro going a little deep. Again, you can tell he's getting itchy again. And I'm sure is struggling to control himself. And, but you don't want to hit him driving. You don't. And I know he's feeling bad about it. He gave those positions back. So now is he going to be a little more cagey, or is he going to go for it one more time? Poor Damien at this point has got to be the most gun-shy driver on track today. Wants to go back to hot lapping, minding his business elsewhere.
Moons, they're 100% Accords. That's exactly what they're driving today. Now Retro Coffin back just a little bit. Again, just enough space that maybe Damien Felix can feel a little bit of relief for a second. As we go up, and let's take a look and check on our front runner. Andreas Borcher's running away with it now, 36 seconds back to our current P2, Eric Debon in the Audi, as he clears a back marker. Mike Jackson now sitting in third in that number 494 Ferrari. Patrick Tonhauser, that number 46 Audi. And I'm not going to lie, there's 2 Audis in the top 5. Are you kidding me? This is a great day. 6-hour race, bringing a bunch of race fans together, and 2 Audis in the top 5. It couldn't get any better for me. And speaking of top 5, Pedro Marzan in that Honda Accord. Number 843, coming around one more time. A Civic with an eBay turbo and AutoZone fart can exhaust. Perfect. An SX body kit for my lawnmower. That'd be fantastic. Hans Koh now yellow flagged and off track again. Hans not having a very good race today either. We'll see where he ends up. Maybe he's just going to jump back to the pits. But Armand Petrovic under pressure now from Damien Filos. Damien has been on our camera today so much because he has been in battles this entire race. I don't know how he's keeping up with it doing this. I mean, again, I got to imagine by himself, right? I got to imagine he's doing this by himself because we haven't seen a driver change there, but constant battles. As we jump up to P6 and 7 now, Benjamin Shaw all the way up to P7, getting around Oliver Judwig. Swings around the outside. We've seen that move once before and it worked out. Benjamin Shaw now up into P6 as Armand Petrovic plays defense once again. And we see Damien Filos back in our view. There you go, Moons. Today we root for Audi. I like it. Retro Coffin now into the pits. 62 laps down, just over 4 hours left to go in our event today. Thank you all for being here. No matter where you came from, Trackilicious 949, BoX3 Motorsports, does not matter. We welcome you. We appreciate you being here. As I mentioned, BoX3 alone, we are back tomorrow for our second race of season 3 of ACC Racing. Is season 3 still, or is it season 4? I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's a season. Coming to the Nürburgring. Tomorrow, 2 races. You get 2 races if you come back tomorrow. 30-minute AM race and a 45-minute Pro Silver Split race. We will start that at 6 p.m. UTC. Yeah. 6 p.m. UTC. So 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. You can catch all that right here. Also, don't forget the race you're watching today is right there on your screen, Hungaroring, but July 9th over at twitch.tv/Trackilicious. Catch the 6-hour Zandvoort race. Again, that's 4 p.m. UTC, 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And back again August 20th right here at BoX3 for Mount Panorama. You're a console gamer. Xbox race just kicked off for BoX3. We run those on Saturdays. Currently season 3 of BoX3's Xbox ACC League. We watch Armin's Petrovics continue to play defense against the Audi of Damian Filos. Retro Coffin now gone. I mean, Damien doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Michael Lee is 19 seconds back, so really he can put his focus right here on Armin's and see what he can do with it. Oliver Zhuig and Yannick Plus again gonna battle up front here for 7 and 8. Take a look real quick at the number of pit stops. So far, just 1 pit stop for our top 19. Gasolina in for 2. Kristen now into the pits and back out. Adam Pulaski sitting down there. So as we go further down the chain, we can see further back. I mean, other than P21, Lars, everybody in for 2 pit stops. At the back of the pack though thus far, and Armin Petrovic now up the inside. Damien, this is the worst camera angle. Why did they put it there? Let's roll that back real quick and take another fast look. Damien around the inside and very easily able to hold on to that. Benjamin Shaw now into the pits and dropping back, but Damian Filos now up into P12. After a long battle with Petrovic, we'll see if Petrovic is able to hold on and continue to try and take that back. Oliver Zhuig and Yannick Plus now battling across the back half of the track. As we see, I mean, who did we see dive in? This is where I get confused. But drivers are going to start going in again as we reach the top of the hour here for those driver changes. Tires wearing down. We will get ready for another round of pit stops in this 6-hour race. On the one I did forget to mention, because obviously the people, all of you here, obviously enjoy endurance racing. I would hope so, and I hope you're sticking around for the whole thing. Coming up, 12 Hours of Barcelona, July 23rd, right here at BoX3, 10 a.m. UTC, 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and you will be able to catch all that action right here. The number 123, I like that livery with the duck. It's a very, that Audi is ducky, I said earlier, so it's a very nice livery. He's a very angry looking duck, but I like it. Oliver Zhuig holding his own, trying to open that gap up just a bit. Our driver's quite well spread out at this point. And will continue to do so as those pit stops start to roll again. Uvig. Huh. Oliver Uvig. Thank you, TG. I got TG. You should just be like, I should just hire you. Eli Haas Lobby, welcome in and thank you for being here today. Oliver Ewig, thank you so much, TG. We are focused right now on Oliver Ewig and Yannick Plus as they continue to battle it out today at the Hungaroring. Just about 4 hours left to go. Jarek Snyder, we said it was going to keep happening. Damian Philos keeps catching up to people. I mean, listen, if we take a look here, it only makes sense, right? If we look at the position delta, Damian Philos is still down 6 positions. He qualled in P5, and he's been having to fight his way back forward, involved in 3 incidents this whole time. So he's got to be frustrated. Like I said, it feels like he's a punching bag today, but he's got the pace to qual. His race pace isn't going to be that far off of it. And so he's climbing back up through these guys today and really just trying to do everything he can to get back to good. Yannick Snyder may be the next victim of Damian Philos' anger and derision. Everybody's up for Ulfric. R123. Well, Damian has just... I think Damian's done a great job today. Ulfric is the name of the duck. I got you. Okay. I see where y'all going with this. It shouldn't be too many left. The bold part is that I'm going to forget half of them too, so... But no, we're doing good, man. I appreciate everything. Appreciate all the help you do provide. At least Ewig, or Uvig... See, I screwed it up already. Uvig. At least Uvig was relatively easy to type out and I could understand it, like where you were going with that. Somebody tried to type Co to me earlier and I think you were trying to help and just couldn't get it there, so. Damian Philos now coming in. Oh, and I think we had, that looked like a tap. Both those vehicles shimmied rather hard through that corner, but now, yeah, they made contact. Damian Philos, though, able to take the position from Jarek Snyder. Michael Lee now into the pits. So Damian Philos now back into the top 10. Patrick Tonhauser into the pits at this point, losing position to Pedro Marzan, who is back up into P4. So Damian Philos working his way back up into the top 10 where he started this today. Yeah, exactly. They don't exist, so, you know, I'm kind of stuck with that one. Damian is our own Tupac with his own only Ulfric can judge you. Perfect. He does look like a rather judgy bird. But once again, Damien moving up the chain. We will continue to watch. He's now got about a 7-second gap up to Gerald Butz. So he does have his work cut out for him. We're going to start seeing pit stops, though. It may give him the opportunity to get ahead. As I said, I don't think Damien's got any teammates today. We've seen him throughout this entire 2 hours so far. So if that's the case, he may be able to wait a little longer before he heads into the pits. Eric DeBone now coming out of the pits, having made that second stop. Again, one of our solo drivers today for this 6 hours. Eric staying out and now falling into third. Oliver Uvig in deep trouble. Yannick Plus pushing. Guys hung up with back markers as well. Ulfric I got. That one's, I mean, that's pretty easy. Ulfric's pretty straightforward. Like, I've seen that name before. It's when you put different letters in there or letters that don't normally go together in English where I get confused. Armand Petrovic and Benjamin Shaw now going to battle. Again, the pit stops continue. So I was wrong. Why are those two different? Oh, I was wrong. Cole Gress now out with Eric. Eric doing a double stint, but now Cole Gress taking over that number 40 Audi, currently sitting P3. Yannick Plus and Oliver Uvig changing position. Damien Filos now into the pits, so dropping back down until we start clearing more pit stops out here. Ulfric Stormquack. I've got to know the backstory to this. I don't know where you guys came from. You're obviously all a team. I get that part. But I got to know some more backstory here. Someone's going to have to fill me in at some point. I don't know about now because I don't know how much attention I can pay. But at some point, I got to understand the story of this duck. So Mike Jackson taking over in the 494. Ferrari now. And at this point, 67 seconds back from Andreas Borchers, almost a full lap. Again, Cole Gress taking over in the number 40 Audi. We should be seeing esports legend Brian Kennepin taking that car over probably for the last 2 hours of this race if they are doing those double stints as we saw. Pedro Marzan, the 843 Honda, currently sitting in fourth. Ryan Brown taking over in that number 46 Audi. Now, currently sitting in fifth. And that is your top five at this time. Christopher Flores and Mattis Ankans fighting in the back for P20 right now. Hans Cole into the pits. There you go in the chat, folks. If you'd like to take a look at some first-person stuff, by all means, go over and give a visit to Mr. B. Fife. He is our resident Xbox League, first of all, alien, second of all, series manager, and he does a fantastic job with it. Go check him out. Hit that follow button, and because normally we're not here for 6-hour events on Saturdays. Xbox is Saturday. Saturdays are Xbox League. Sundays are the PC League. So by all means, go over. You know, if you got to, leave us for a second. It's okay. We'll still be here. We got 4 hours left, roundabout. Go over, hit Fife up. Go ahead and give him a follow so that you know when he's live. He streams each and every one of our Xbox races that he's in. So you'll get his perspective. And he's actually able to talk to chat while he drives. I don't know how he does it. I can't do it. So you can get over there and get some good race action on Xbox on Saturdays. Jet Drives hates Hungaroring. Kudos to the drivers today. Oh, and into the grass we go. Christopher Flores. Gerald Butz now into the pits as well. So now Flores is going to have to deal with Hajo Horman. And it's the one thing I really don't like about the software that I use is, and I think it's because I'm not sure that even ACC provides it, and that is the fact that Heyo is Horman. Okay, I got you. Sorry, I see what you're saying there. Heyo Horman. Heyo continues to apply pressure and is looking to get around Christopher Flores. It looks like he may have opportunity right here. But as I was saying, the software I use for this is I can't pull team names. As we watch Heyo take that position up and move up into P18 around Flores. I don't think that the team names are a part of ACC, and therefore I can't pull them. The only way to pull team names is every team would have to sign up on Low Fuel Motorsports. And with already using SimGrid and already having our own league, I don't think that everybody's going to want to do that. So we haven't bothered with that yet. As Andreas Borchers now comes into the pits, we will wait and see if that name change happens. Again, a lot of these guys, and I didn't think about it up front, running those double stints. So they do have teammates, but they ran the first 2 hours. Someone's going to take over for the second 2. So as Andreas comes back out, we will wait to see if we get a name change. It usually takes about a sector for that to happen. Well, Heyo, like Mayo. Like mayo, right? If I'm going to put mayo on a sandwich. To me, I read Heyo the same way. Is it more of a Hayo? Is it like more separated? Or Ayo, like Huff said. Hey, yo. Hey, oh, I'm walking here. Is that maybe like that? No, probably not. Here's a good one for you. Professor Chronotis. Professor Chronotis. Now, Jeffrey Amador looking to make a move here, and we're going to door bang some more. So there we have, there is Ulfric. So Jeffrey Amador taking over in that 1-2-3 Audi. Other driver able to get a break after that horrendous 2 hours he spent. Yannick Ploust just now heading out of the pits, but we will keep a focus right here on Professor Chronotis as Jeffrey Amador applies pressure. Came out of the pits in P11, so more separated. Okay. Well, and that's what I thought Jet drives, but I was told no. I was told no, that it wasn't possible. And I kind of have a hard time believing it, but I don't know how to argue that point. And right there it is. Joffrey Amador able to get around, get back up into P10 after coming out of the pits in P11 in that 1-2-3 Audi. And now, again, going to dance with Armand Petrovic. He's been here before, and it makes easy work of it. Joffrey able to get around very quickly there. And Petrovic's losing position to Professor Chronotis as well. Kai Fredericks now. Friedrichs? I'm going to go with Friedrichs. It should be Friedrichs, though, if I'm not mistaken, TG. Kai Friedrichs now out in that number 87 BMW up front, and they continue to lead by 42 seconds. Cole Gress able to get that number 40 Audi up into second, though. And Pedro Marzan 4 seconds back. So we saw this earlier. Pedro started off in this Honda beginning today's race. Right? So if we look at this, Pedro may close this gap very quickly up to Cole. We don't know. I don't know if Cole has the same pace that Eric did. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye here and see if this gap closes up and if maybe Pedro is able to reel him in slowly over the next few laps. Justin Moffat now into the pits as well. Who did that? Who did that in number 11, in P11? Which one of you was it? Had to be a BoX3 guy. Andreas Borsch is now in our chat. Great pace out there. Absolutely, I will agree 100% with Robert Rucana. And welcome in, Robert. Thank you for being here. Excellent pace, sir. Very, very rapid. Able to open up that kind of gap over some of these other drivers that we have in here today. John Gixer back in that number 494 Ferrari. Like, nothing for nothing, if you're the driver in position 11 right now in the Mercedes, if like, that's the easiest way to not have me focus on you ever during an entire race. And if that's your real name, I'm sorry, but I don't think it is. I just don't think it is. And that's the easiest way to make sure I never click on your name. If he gets in a battle, I'm gonna have to, but he's not there yet, so. I just call him Tommy D. What's up, Tommy D? That's how that's gonna have to roll, I guess. Red, I said it's entirely possible that it's a real name, and if it is, I apologize, but come on. I don't know. It's too much like Tommy Chong, but not, right? So, like, I'm thinking that's why it's a, you know. Let's focus up here, though. Malik Barrios. Malik Barrios holding on in that McLaren. Over Mike Burkhoff. Did I get that one right? TG has Mike. Looking to scoot around in that Porsche, taking over for Retro Coffin. So Mike able to get around Malik Barrios. Up into P13. Again, taking over in that 97 Porsche from Retro Coffin. Coffin did a really good job last stint, did very well for himself. A lot of great battles, kept it very clean. One incident we did see, but, you know. Pronounced Mike. That's, yeah, it's Mike. That's what I see. With that, folks, another hour has gone by. I am going to take a quick step away. We're very well spread out here right now. So I'm going to jump away for a few minutes, get myself set. My queue, yeah, like the Wi-Fi. I have, yeah, I got 2 of those. Oh, and we got a spin right there. Who is that? Let's go take a look. For 521. Mattis Ankans throws himself off track. I saw no contact there. Hale Horman as well, yellow flagged on that one, looking to get around. Again, with that, folks, I'm going to step away for just a few moments. Stick with us right here at BoX3 Motorsports, though. We have another 3 hours and 44 minutes of racing to bring you, and there we see some door banging again. Listen, endurance races or not, these guys take them serious, and every race is a sprint race for the next 20 minutes, right? So, but again, folks, keep it right here. We're going to be back here for the entire 4 hours and now 43 minutes left to go today. We've had some great battles so far. Stick with us. Like I said, call your friends, call your family, tell them to come watch. Get them into sim racing. They're going to share your hobby. It's going to be fantastic. And if they can see how much action and fun there is, even better, right? Be right back with you, folks. Leo Horman continuing to battle now on the back end of Christoph Flores. And I knew it was going to happen. Professor Chronotis went off track a moment ago. And now Tommy D has caught right up and will challenge for P10. Yannick in the chat getting the car at 12th and giving it back at P6. Always a good feeling. Excellent run for you, sir. And now Gasolina gonna put pressure on Tommy D as we have a 3-car pileup going through T1 here. Gasolina able to get around. Can he hold on to it though? Tommy's got the inside line coming down into T2, and yet Gasolina able to brake a lot later and hold on to that. Again, want to thank everybody for being here to watch today. Hey, don't forget, if you haven't yet, head over and check out real quick. Don't forget to check out Mr. B. Fife. Whoops, that is not what I wanted. Check out Mr. B. Fife in our Xbox League currently driving. And I can tell you right now, the race has begun. 33 minutes left to go. And Mr. Fife is currently sitting in second. 15 drivers out there today for the Xbox race. We love seeing it. The Xbox League has done really well. At one point, kind of considered getting rid of it because we didn't know what kind of turnout we were going to have. But those guys have been doing great. Justin Moffat now with Joffrey Amador right there behind him. Dead drives, as long as you're grabbing one extra cheap, why don't you just make enough room for two and let me know? For any of you out there that do broadcasts like this for your league, whether that's Trackilicious 949 or someone else that you belong to out there, don't forget, I'd like to tell you that the overlays you're seeing done by ACC TV, they're not a sponsor. I paid for the software, but I gotta say I love it. There's some little things it's missing, whatever, right? But my point being, does a really good job. Maybe we get far enough into this race. Again, I've shown it before, and I'd be happy to show it again, kind of what it looks like and the kind of information it can give you. So if you are a broadcaster of ACC races for your league, take a look at ACC TV. Definitely hard to beat. Now, Christopher Flores and Mattis Ankens again. Ankens able to get around on the inside very quickly in that 521. How many drivers? Asks 1412 Luan. Right now, we are sitting at 30 teams on track today. My boy Blue back there in that Lexus down there. Currently sitting P28 at number 614 Lexus. Take another quick look at the position delta for everybody today. You can see there. Now there is one that is just amazing. As soon as I find it, but we got to go up first, take a look at Justin Moffat and Jeffrey Amador again, continuing to battle. Joffrey Amador. That number 123 Audi with Ulfric Stormquacker hanging out on the side. Applying pressure to Moffat. That 223 Lexus. But take a look at this. Io Horman and team up 17 positions during the course of today's race. That is fantastic. We take a look at Lennart Beckman as well, and team up 12 positions in their Porsche today. Guys doing a fantastic amount of driving. Some really great battles. This has been an absolutely fantastic 6-hour event, and we are only 2.5 hours in. Revis, I don't, because I'm over in a different one. I was in a different place. Oh, you are in this one.
I've been here. I was waiting. I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, you can scare me anytime you want. It's fine. But right now,
I just finished my first stint, and it was brutal.
Absolutely. I saw you down there. Joffrey Amador able to take up P8 around Justin Moffitt, though, with a nice clean pass. And again, this team in this 1-2-3 Audi, I don't know, Josh, how much you've been able to see with given the fact that you were driving. This 1-2-3 Audi has been punted more in one race than I've ever seen for how long? Like, repeatedly.
That's what Ottens was saying. I had a good run on him earlier, and I was like, I think I'm just going to send it. I'm going to send it. He's like, no, please don't. He's been hit so many times. And of course, like almost immediately I get killed. But yeah, I feel bad when stuff like that happens. So luckily, we were able to avoid all the lap 1 carnage, and I think it was the lap 3 carnage. Blue did a great job getting around all the incidents.
Excellent.
And so we were all the way up to like P20 at one point, and he had a little bit of an off, and then I got absolutely murdered in the chicane trying to let somebody by, and it happens. But
we'll go
a
check
full minute of damage.
We'll go check on Blue right now. I mean, let's face it, he's automatically, anytime Blue is on track, he automatically becomes a target to every other driver. So, I don't know. He'll be fine.
Having a good time. We got Anthony Anderson stopped by to engineer for us. He wasn't able to drive today, but he knows the Lexus, he knows the track. So
awesome.
It's good to have an engineer just hang out with you, even though they're not racing.
Well,
so,
and you know what? I'm going to say this because, and I'm going to stop you there for a second because of something you just said. You guys are currently saying, and I'm saying this more to maybe people who are watching, who say, man, I don't know if I should get into sim racing. Like, this looks so serious. These guys are like, I don't want the pressure and blah, blah. But what you just said impressed me because you guys are in P28 right now, right? Your team. And guess what? You just said you're having fun.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's the most important part. That's why I love doing this. I was trying to convey that point earlier about sim racing because unlike other gaming or unlike other hobbies and sports, it's more than just the game. It's your rig. It's the gear you use. It's talking about it. It's meeting good people who want to talk about the same thing. Like, it's one of those hobbies that has a lot of different aspects because it's not just the game. It's the gear. It's the computers or the consoles even, right? And building them and maintaining them and upgrading them. And it's just great to hear you coming in and going, yeah, we're 28 out of 30. And you know what? Don't care. Having a blast. Leave me alone.
Yep. And I think that was our thing from the beginning. Blue asked me to join him for this series and wasn't able to race the first race. And honestly, if he wanted, he could have had somebody faster. He could have had an Anderson. Clueless ran the last race at Barcelona. And so if that was what his goal was like to finish as high as possible, I'm not the pick. But if you just want to spend time with your buddy and have a bunch of laughs and talk smack to each other, that's you get 6 hours to do it here while getting to drive some of the coolest cars.
Exactly. And I think that's absolutely fantastic. Now, I'm just going to take a look here quick. I assume Blue is in a voice chat somewhere.
Yeah, we're down in garage 40.
40? Okay. I'm just wondering because maybe, we should just jump down there and go harass him. But you've got Otter and Huff and Anderson with you. I don't want to talk to all those guys.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot of people.
I mean, we could server mute Otter and jump down.
No, we just boot Otter out of the room. Is that what you're saying? You just kick him. No, I'll hang out here. But
love you.
Those guys are more than welcome to jump in here. If they can't, I can drag them up. So, but no, man, I think it's great you're having such a fun race, and that doesn't matter. So, Burn Dangle in chat says shouts out to the ZDR boys. 144 here. We're looking at that 144 Ferrari on screen right now. Currently being driven by Michael Lee, hitting P15.
Yeah, the ZDR boys. I forgot to mention this on last time. I was talking about Armand Petrovic. He's driving the I think it's a 720. I don't know what car. Anyway, it's a Mercedes. And it's the gray, white, and black camo. And I was talking to you about the Air Force liveries, and that's Raptor, the one I was talking
Oh,
about that
okay.
he designed. And then he also designed the yellow Ferrari here. And what I failed to mention on the last broadcast that I was trying to get to and got distracted is that's the whole reason I'm here, is because again, Petrovich could have found somebody else faster.
Hmm.
He could have found somebody with more experience, but I was available and I wanted to do it. And he's like, jump in, we'll give you a try.
Yeah.
And that was the Silverstone race that BoX3 put on. And that's the
Awesome.
only reason I'm over here talking to you right now. Why I know Blue, why I'm racing this race today is because somebody took a chance on me knowing I wasn't very good, but it would be a fun time.
Yeah.
And so do that for your other drivers that maybe you don't know as well. They're a little bit slower. Find a series you can run together. It doesn't matter that you're not like, this isn't a championship thing for us, for me and for
Yeah.
Blue. This is a time to hang out with my buddy. This is also a thing where next time around, I might just pick up somebody who's newer and give them some endurance experience.
Hmm. No, I think it's fantastic. I mean, you get to do things you wouldn't normally get to do, as we watch right now. Tommy D getting harassed by Mike Burkoff, I guess. These names I can't figure. I called him Mike because, well, and Mike gets around right there, or Mike Q. So some of these names, and I won't say Tommy's full name. I'm just not doing it. Not happening.
I understand. I understand.
Maybe I'm offending someone with that. I don't know, but it's somebody did that on purpose.
That is so I've raced with Tommy for about 8 months or so.
Okay.
And that's his name everywhere.
Is that his real name? Let me ask you this. Is that his real name?
I'm thinking that it's not.
Okay.
We've never had the discussion though. It's never come up, strangely enough.
Strangely enough. Let me know, by the way, because I just saw what you said in the chat. So let me know if someone's there and one of us can grab them. So because I don't have a screen for Discord, so.
And they're down in garage 44, I believe. Yeah, I'll check with them here in just seconds.
Yeah,
if they
no
respond
problem.
or not.
But really a good event today. I noticed you said lap 1 carnage, because where did that happen? Because I'll admit I didn't catch it here on stream. We were kind of focused up front because there was a battle for P1 at the outset. But I noticed T1 kind of in that helicopter view, we didn't really see a ton of problem.
Yeah, turn 2, there was a couple spinners.
Okay.
And a couple people parked sideways, which is always the case. Turn 2, I think, is almost as bad as turn 1. Here, and then at the end of lap 1, on the straight, I believe that's when that big pileup was.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Reticent Ruin in the chat. There are 30 teams on track today, so one driver at a time, but we've probably got anywhere from 50 to 90 people racing during this 6-hour event today. 3 hours and 26 minutes remaining. I am joined by Mr. Josh Butler. Professor Chronotis off track and now has lost 4 spots back down to P13. I didn't see any contact, however, so Mike Burkoff heading around Gasolina. We are side by side into T1, and Burkoff, having the inside line, is able to take that from Gasolina, moving himself up into the top 10.
All right, the 144 Ferrari ZDR boys, driver Turner Johnson. Major's in here with us. Major, how's the race going from your perspective?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, man?
Yeah, it's been a race. It's been interesting. We had a decent little quali spot thanks to my co-driver picking up the pace, and then we survived lap 1. I had a little bit of a incident trying to pass a back marker towards the end of the stint, so I had a little bit of an off track and had to rejoin and all that. He had a little bit of fun on his stint as well when I first gave him the car, so he's doubling up right now, really charged back. We've had a good pace so far, just kind of picking back up spots, but definitely been a lot of on-track action, so we definitely have had a few offs here and there, but it's a long race, so I'm halfway through. What are you gonna do?
And you guys, plenty of time to pick positions back up, right? I mean, obviously you guys qualing where you did. You're down 8 positions right now, but you're going to have pace, right? I mean, which one of your team qualified? Did you qual or?
We qualified like P16, P15. Okay. So yeah, it was Lee that qualified. I started out and he was the one that put down the quick lap, but yeah, we kind of had a couple of spots we gained off the first lap, so we were kind of up there and then we dropped back a bit. After a couple little incidents, but that's mainly on us. And I was trying to get too eager to get around a back marker those blue flags, so just got to be patient. It's definitely one of those tracks where it's real hard to overtake, but everyone's been pretty clean on track so far. I gotta say, once we got going, everyone's been pretty good so far. Seems to be sharing the track pretty well, and we're always in a battle. It seems like. So I want to shout out to the organizers. You guys did a good job getting everything launched. I know it wasn't the easiest, but we're here. We're rolling, right? So.
Well, I will say, I mean, it seems like we've had, sitting out here, I've had battles to chase this entire race. So I can certainly agree with what you're saying. Like, there's always something going on so far.
Yeah, it's a tricky track. I think you had that one little momentary lapse here and there. You're going through the chicane, or you just miss your break point by 5 meters, and it really just throws you off for the whole lap. I definitely suffer from that. But yeah, it's interesting too. Like the weather's held. We were saying maybe it might rain and stuff, and I definitely don't mind a wet track, or it's a little bit of a medium wet track, but it seems to be holding nice and dry.
So far, but I don't know. I think there's been once or twice during the course of the race, and it's very hard to tell on the broadcast cameras, but I thought I saw some sprinkles, but they dried out quick if there were, because it hasn't really done anything. I've seen no wet tires. I've seen no, wet tire tracks, anything like that. So hopefully it holds through the rest of this. We'll see if we're able to hold that down.
We were taking our random guesses in our little garage chat, and we were saying maybe it's the wind doesn't pick up. Once the wind picks up, maybe that'll be it. But there's no wind right now, so
good.
We'll just keep an eye on that. And then also, I saw Butler. You're shouting out to Armand Petrovics. Yeah, he's the mastermind. He keeps us organized, and definitely shout out to KB. Keep holding down the team. We're running 2 cars right now. We got another car running elsewhere and somewhere else in the virtual world too this week. So we kind of got a small little team, but like you were saying, yeah, we're all skill levels, and it's definitely been a lot of learning going on, jumping in these leagues and getting in really deep, and just battling out and learning from there. But I don't know. I just wanted to say shout out to you guys for giving us a little loving, and we appreciate you guys put on a good show so we can show up and have some fun. We're definitely having fun. It's been ups and downs, but overall it's still good. So
that's what matters, man. I honestly, I said, just the type of sim racer I am, that to me is what's really matters. So is that people are out here having fun. It doesn't matter where you're placing. You're having a good time. You're having some hard battles. It's not to say you don't try, right? But just that as long as you're having a good time. And I've never done one of these team races. I don't know if you heard me say earlier.
Oh, no, I wasn't flipped in.
Yes, I've never done one of these, so I don't know anything about driver swaps and how that goes. And I really don't know about sitting in. I'm more of a casual sim racer. I don't get down with these events because they're too stressful for me. I'm 44 years old. I might have a heart attack or a stroke.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so I smoke, I drink. I better be careful. But I guess I can understand that camaraderie, and you guys put together this team, and as Josh was kind of saying the same thing, is like it's 6 hours hanging out with your buddies. You're not in the same room, but you're still all hanging out together. You're kind of strategizing, you're laughing, you're having fun, and it's what I mean? Like, that's awesome. So
yeah, and that's definitely part of the atmosphere. It's not even like the race itself almost. It's like, yeah, definitely the hanging out and the prep beforehand, and kind of like, just getting ready for, like, just having something to work towards and just having something on the calendar. Trying not to stress, but like it is a balance, like, 'cause we're all doing it for fun. We're not, running and submitting entries into esports. We're not at that pace, but at the same time, we're always searching for improvement. And in these races, the endurance races, I mean, it is, as you could tell, as things are panning out, you can see the field spread out. It's any little mistake, it's critical. We've had some damage we picked up that we repaired, so we've had 25 seconds we added on just sitting in the pits, extra time.
Yeah.
Not even counting for how well we nail our marks and getting the pitch strategy set up before you give it to the driver is a challenge in itself. Messing with MFD, dealing with traffic, all the blue flags, how aggressive do you got to be at certain points. And that's why I was saying everyone seems to be pretty good. The field spread out a bit, but it seems to be pretty good. Everyone's behaving on track for the most part, but it only is a 6-hour race, so people are going pretty hard. Like, there's not a lot of conservative driving happening, if you could tell, at the top end. And so
yeah,
that's where you're seing the occasional off and stuff like that. There's a high level in this.
Whoa, and there we go right there. Malik Barrows slides out right in front of Michael Lee. Michael able to pick up P14 now.
Yeah, so if I can sum it up, you got to be consistent, keep hitting your marks, and be ready at all times. And he's doing a good job with that spotter right now. Don't know what's going on. So
well,
I give him commentation for that.
Absolutely, you guys. I mean, he's driving steady, and it's really. I think we see that so much, whether it's on these 6 hours, whether it's in the league races every week. The biggest again, sitting on the outside looking in as I do, and as I have done for the nice year, is what I notice is it's the people that do two things. Three things. Of course, the fastest, right? If you're the fastest in qual, I mean, we're seeing it now up front. You know, that number 87 car, they're 42 seconds up, but they've been ahead the whole race. So of course, being fast, that'll get you there. But the other thing, when we talk about mid-pack drivers, it's two things: staying out of trouble and the consistency. More than your speed, your consistency will save you over and over again.
Yes. Yep, for sure.
Yeah, and that's a lesson doing a lot of endurance racing in different leagues and different, you know, structures of either open format or.
And
even some
Michael
that have
Lee taking
splits.
advantage of a back marker. Sorry to interrupt you, man, but your
please.
teammate taking advantage of a back marker. So we've got
Good and deep. He's
we
like the stamp.
got Cole Gress P3 back markering Professor Chronotis and Michael Lee. Michael Lee takes advantage and follows Gress around Professor Chronotis to pick up P13 just like that.
Yeah, he's got a lighter tank right now too, so hopefully if his tires are hanging on, he's feeling good.
That's twice we've seen the back marker advantage used today.
The Ferrari likes to eat the tires, so sometimes during close to the end of the stint, it's not so great, but he seems to be clicking through the laps right now. Maybe because I'm not talking to him in his ear. Yes.
Got a local yellow at the beginning of Sector 2. Haight in P30 of the 323 McLaren spins it. Kazubski in P20 has severe damage in that BMW, and Blue's a lot faster. And a little bit of contact between Blue and Kazubski in the 469 car. It's kind of ugly to watch, but Blue, being the gentleman, pulled off and let him get back on track and on his way. And I need to go in and fix that damage, man, because you're holding people up.
Maybe Blue.
Yeah, trying to run with damage, it's tough. It's a tough gamble. Sometimes you can really keep your pace up with a little bit of damage, or if you have too much, it's just it really does bleed when you're doing an hour-long stint.
Now, are you doubling up anywhere, or are you just doing 1 hour each? Oh, and we got a slide right there.
Yeah, we kind of go on the fly. So right now he's on the double stint. I'm gonna take over here next, and we're not fully sure what we're gonna do, but yeah, I mean, we usually do like doubles at most, or just swap over one or another. A few times we've done longer stints for sure, tripled up or quite even quadrupled.
Oh wow!
But those are usually only like we joined a server incorrectly and one driver didn't connect, you know, and they started the server anyway. So
gotcha.
I think we did like a 12-hour race not too long ago, and it was only 2 of us.
Oh,
or whatever. So instead of 3, and yeah, so it's tough. You know,
that can get long.
You can't get it. And if you gotta restart the server 3-4 times, but no, we've all done. I mean, when I first did my first 3-4 endurance races, there was some driver connection issue or something. That's another key thing about this game, is it doesn't make it user friendly in that, and you know,
not even a little bit. So let me ask you. You know, we've got Hungaroring today, Zandvoort in a month, and then in August running Mount Panorama. So of these tracks, that was kind of my question. Number 1, which is your favorite? Number 2, which one do you think your team will perform the best at?
Ooh, that's a good question. So I would say easily my favorite is Mount Panorama. Bathurst is just a track. It's just got a unique nature to it. I enjoy it. I haven't done a lot of endurance races there though, so that's why I kind of want to get out there too and see how I can fare over some long stints. But it's definitely it's not, I wouldn't say it's the most easy, you know, as in fun. It's definitely razor edge. So there's times you can just T-bone somebody, you know, if they're just spun across, you know, on the top of the mountain. But the feeling of just going through the top of the mountain, man, I love that track. So that's definitely my favorite. Solder's not bad. It's just real punishing on the tires, going through the chicanes. So I think we'll probably fare best at Bathurst.
You talking about Zandvoort?
Or Zandvoort, sorry, never mind.
Okay.
Yeah, so Zandvoort, sorry. So for Zandvoort, yeah, it's not my favorite track. It's tough. It's tough in the Ferrari too, so I don't think we're gonna do it fair as well as Zandvoort. And just I don't know. I'll probably just be more excited for Bathurst. So I feel like we're performing a bit better there. But again, like you were saying, it comes back to consistency and staying clean. So it doesn't matter how much you prepare, like, you know, your times you're putting down. You know, if you have that extra damage or you end your race and you can't recover it.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. So it's a fine balance, and yeah, it's nerve-wracking. So it's hard to have, you know, balance the fun in the you know, pushing it and trying to get to that next level. But that's part of the fun, you know. You just got to kind of zone out and put down those laps, hopefully, and not stress over it. But at the same time, as you can see, there's a lot of battles, and you're gonna have some action. So it's fun, you know.
All
Awesome,
right,
man.
fellas, I'm going to step out. I need to go walk around, move a little bit, and get some lunch. So, Adam, great job as always. Major, thanks for stopping by. It was good to talk
Thanks
to you,
for
man.
coming in, man. Thanks for both of you guys coming in.
I got to prep here for the next stint. So I
Yeah,
appreciate you guys letting me
go
in.
spot for your teammate. Michael Lee doing very well up into P12 right now. We'll be keeping an eye on that 144 Ferrari. I did notice though, like you said, he kind of loosened on the tires, and I while we were talking, I was kind of watching a couple times where you see that back end just give a little shimmy on him. So hopefully he's able to hold on to it until the end of his stint and get in and change those tires, and you're able to take over. So.
Yes, sir. Well, yeah, for sure. And appreciate the time. I'm going to head over to my garage, but
100%, man. Yep. Thank you both. Thanks, Josh. There you have it, folks. Getting to talk to some of our drivers today direct. Any of the other ones out there. Again, guys, I apologize if I miss you. If you need to come in here and you want to talk, by all means, feel free to do so. Hit me a message in Twitch chat. I don't have Discord up just because I don't have the screen real estate for it. So if you would like to come in and talk on stream, want to talk about your race, how it's going, hit me in the Twitch chat. Give me the number of the garage you're in, and obviously I got to know your name. Like Andreas Borchers, I can see him, I'd be able to find him. But point being is I can drag you up here and we can have a talk, okay? As we continue to watch everybody here, this race is going great. Justin Moffat now spun off into the Toolies. Let's run back. Let's run that back a little bit. Take a quick look here. I think Justin's going to lose position here as well as Burkhoff catching up very quickly. Maybe not. Looks like he's back out on track now and opening it up. But definitely sat there for a good little bit of time. And there it is right there. We've watched that curb catch more than one driver today. And that's what did it to Mr. Justin Moffat. And Cole Ress in that number 40 Audi, currently sitting in third. Pedro Marzan up into second now. So that team has lost one position, about a 15-second gap up to Marzan. Again, seeing a Honda up there in second position. And again, nothing against the Honda. It's just very rare to see them sitting that high in the standings. Very good on this team for getting it up there, though, and keeping it there as well. Hey, Rubik, just let me know what garage you're in, and that way I can grab you up and send you right up there. Perfect. Thank you, Monk. Thank you, Ottens. Appreciate it. Damien Filios joining me now. Damien, how are you?
Hello. Sorry. I was. I said the same time. So how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
How are you?
I'm
fine. I'm tired, but fine.
I can imagine you're tired. So I am so happy you're here because I wanted to talk to you because I got to tell you, I feel really bad for you, if I'm being honest.
Why?
You looked like a pincushion on track today. You know, for most, because I know you double stinted right up front, so you did 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
You were always in battles, so we were constantly focused on you on the broadcast because of the gaps, and you were so close to other drivers. We had to keep an eye out.
Yeah.
You were either defending or attacking through almost that entire 2 hours, and in 3 different times in those 2 hours, you got blasted from behind and pushed off track.
Yeah, that's racing, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the first time I come over here, so I don't know the people. So I don't know how people race. So I started slow, and yeah, how say that? I was angry when I was racing at the moment, but now that the stint has ended, we still had a very good double stint, so it's okay. I mean, I understood that people were aggressive, so I started to be aggressive as well. And I was like, okay, that's how you guys race. I'm gonna meet you guys. I'm gonna race aggressive as well. So.
Okay, so you kind of maybe changed your style a little bit once you felt a little more comfortable and realized what the other drivers were doing. I can understand that. But I felt horrible for you because you got bumped once, lost one position there.
Yeah.
The person who hit you did give that position back, but you had still lost one. It was really the second hit that really hammered you guys. I think you lost at least 5 or 6 positions, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, something like this, and the car was toast as well.
Oh, really? Okay. And then you got hit a third time and lost at least 1 position there. So, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, your whole stint was nothing but getting rammed over and over again. Now, Joffrey Amador has had a little bit better luck, but I think even he's been tapped once. It's something about having Ulfric on your car that is just making you guys a target. I don't know.
That's the duck, maybe. Maybe I like, the duck. No, I don't know. I don't know. But the duck is supposed to intimidate. But because he has, he has a judgment look.
He does. He's a very judgmental looking duck. I can understand that intimidation. So but while you're here, and I know it's off topic of this race, but I got to ask,
it's okay.
Who is Ulfric, and how did Ulfric come to be? How did that happen? Because the chat is blowing up about Ulfric. You've got Raxo, you've got other guys in here that are just like Ulfric. Only Ulfric can judge us. So I gotta hear the backstory of Ulfric and how Ulfric came to be.
I'll make it short then, because it's a long story over years. So I'm gonna make it very, very, very short.
Okay.
Ducks are fun. Basically, ducks are fun.
Mm-hmm.
And one day I encountered I would say that. Sorry, sometimes some English words slips out of my mind. It was merchandising for Skyrim, and they had this Ulfric. You know the character from Skyrim?
Yeah, Stormcloak. Stormcloak.
Yeah, Stormcloak. So we call him Stormquack. Because
Okay.
it's a duck. Yeah, and there was this version of Ulfric, and it was fun, and it was very judgmental, and it was a meme, and it started as a meme. And now we have this little sentence, when we are in trouble, only Ulfric can judge me. He's the only one who can judge us with his judgmental look. So it comes from there, and it's a meme, because we like memes and we like to have fun. And ducks are fun, and this character is fun. So yeah, it's just memery.
Absolutely. No, I think that is fantastic. And that's what I think maybe you were still driving at the time, but I'd said I needed to know the backstory of Ulfric, and now I know, and now I feel better. Like I'm gonna have a good day no matter what happens, because I know this backstory now. So, but listen, you guys have done. I think, given the incidents that you had, and I'm just gonna bring up the position delta again. Given the position, the incidents that you guys have been involved in, and the fact that again you lost 1 position the first time, the second one it was 5 or 6, the third one I think you lost at least 1. You're now back up into P8. I mean, you guys are really, as far as your driving for you and Joffrey Amador, because you are the 2 who have driven so far.
We are only 2 in the team. We are.
It's just so okay. So you'll be back for the last third of the race.
Yeah, I was considering for 3 hours, but I was like, okay, there is so much that happened. I don't want to, to tilt. I don't want to lose my mind. So I was like, if something else happened during the third stint, I might lose it. And I was like, okay, let's manage the psychological war in a way, the mind. Let's manage the mind. The mind was tired, so I was like, no, you know what? I was considering 3 stints in a row, but let's switch it up, and it's going to be better.
So you're actually going to end up doing more time, but at least you get to spread it out more. So, okay.
Yeah, no, I can step back from what happened. It was I was hungry, but how to say that?
Angry?
Yeah, I felt a bit of injustice because I didn't deserve to spawn, but I mean, that's racing, and I know the commission took the matters in hand, so I was like, okay, it happens. Sometimes people make mistake, and sometimes you are lucky and you don't encounter anyone who makes mistake, and you have like the greatest of all races. And sometimes you end up encountering like a lot of people who makes mistakes, and you're like, today is for me, but you have to fight it, So I did fight it, and we ended it after the second one. I think it was the second one. I had something like 25 or 27 seconds of repairs on the car.
Oh wow!
I lost something. Yeah, I was doing. Basically, I was doing like 147 a lap.
Okay.
And it was a second and a half slower that one I was supposed to do. So I drove for 40 minutes with the car in that state. So we did not end up make another stint. because it was not worth it. So yeah, we fought with it, and I mean, you know, sometimes like sometimes you just have like bad races, but you have to fight it.
Yeah.
So we did.
And you know, like your attitude is so good, because I'm like, I would be so upset because you didn't do anything that really caused that. You didn't do anything yourself, right? You were being taken out by other drivers, and that's why I say
tried to,
like,
at least.
yeah, and that's why I say like right now, you guys are down 3 positions at this point in the race. You've got plenty of time. I mean, we've got 3 hours. We're almost at the halfway point. You got 3 hours to make up any positions, but it really goes to show, I think, that after losing a total of let's call it 8 positions, due to incidents with other drivers, all of a sudden,
actually more.
Is it more? I can't remember off the top of my head.
Basically, I got out of the pit after the first pit because of the damages. We had to repair the car.
Okay.
So I was P22.
Oh wow. Okay. So really, you were down a ton of positions, and now you're only down 3. So that really is a testament, I think, to you and your partner Joffrey Amador's driving, is that you guys are being very consistent on your own. If you know, take away the incidents, you guys are being super consistent and really driving this track in that super consistent manner. And I would love afterwards, and Huff, I know you can do it. It should be available. I want to pull this race up on SimStats or whatever it is there, that we can take a look at that, because I think your consistency is probably just off the charts. Because you don't pull this back up to being only 3 positions down by not being that consistent. Never mind fast. Let's just talk about the consistency and running the laps. You have to have that first, right?
I guess. I mean, we know how we race, how fast we can race the track. So we start from there, and I don't know. I'm scared to be pretentious here. I'm sorry.
No,
but I'm gonna say
ahead.
it anyway. It's just that we try to race with our brains, you know, right? So we were down P22, and we were like, okay, well, what do we do? I had the wheel in my hand, and was like, okay, my car is toast. I'm doing like half a second and a half slower than what I should do, and I was like, okay, let's race it anyway. So I tried to find pace where I could, and you know, like try to manage every situation, like. Not pushing just for pushing, you know, like sometimes you're behind someone, you fight, but you don't push the guy when it's not needed. There was some part of the track I knew I was a bit slower than others because of my setup or my car and stuff like this. So I didn't try to push them at this moment, but try to create opportunities. So yeah, even though I was still trying to be as fast as I could, but I don't know, if you take the chart. We probably had, for example, I can see that for now, Geoffrey is racing in 1:46 consistently.
Yeah.
We can manage the 1 second gap between the slowest and the fastest. And then the consistency, I would say, comes from the way we handle like blue flags and stuff like this.
Okay. Excellent. But yeah, it's just, like I said, I'm impressed, and I'm glad you were able to come in here and talk to me, because we've again spent a ton of time focused on you during the race, because you were in so many battles for those first 2 hours, whether on defense or offense. You were always in close contact. And I think even out the gate, I want to say, you know, once the top 5 had spread out a little bit, we were focused on you for like, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8 laps straight, because you were always pushing on somebody. So, you know, again, with where you guys qualified, it kind of makes sense, because you lost all those positions, you had the damage. You're obviously, with your qualification time, your pace is faster than those that are in front of you. So it made sense that you were in that battling position. But at the same time, like it just, to watch you guys come back to this, and again, currently sitting P8 we're just about to hit the exact halfway point of this race, 3 hours left to go. Just a fantastic job.
Well, thanks. I guess thanks. We try what we can, the best we can, man. We were just trying to do the best we can, because it's the first time I race here. I know that Geoffrey has been racing a bit in North American leagues and communities.
Okay.
So he know a few races on the track. Not everyone, of course, but at least a few races. But it was like a new world for me. I was like, okay, I don't know anyone. I don't know how people behave. I don't know what are the habits, you know, of the drivers. How do
Yeah.
you guys do blue flags? How do you guys behave on tracks? What how it's organized and how the briefing looks like. So yeah, we basically came with a very neutral, attitude because we didn't know what to expect and we didn't know where what we could expect from the race. So when I qualified sixth, I was like, oh, okay, we can do something. So I was quite happy. So yeah, and now I don't like injustice. So when I lose position like this, I'm like, I need to get them back.
Yeah. Yep. Well, you've done a fantastic job of it today, I think.
Thank you.
And I will tell you, just from watching you and your partner drive today, I don't know where you're coming from as far as Trackilicious 949, or I don't think you're in BoX Motorsports because I don't remember speaking to you, and I would probably
I'm
know
in
that.
the Discord, but
You're in the Discord?
I've
Okay.
joined I joined the 3 Discord like
Yeah.
a bit lately. I met Eric.
Okay. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it's so hard because we're doing this all together, all 3 leagues. So like we all have, it's, what am I trying to say? Like, a lot of members are cross-pollinated, right? I don't know where you came in to these communities, but I will tell you, from watching you and watching your partner drive today, you guys should absolutely 100% stick around for our seasonal races over at BoX3. You guys, I've watched you race. You're extremely cautious. I don't want to make it sound like you're slow or that you're not racing. But when I say cautious, what I mean is I didn't see you causing incidents. I didn't see you running into anyone. I didn't see you door banging anybody. And that's the kind of stuff that we look for in drivers. You don't have to be the fastest to drive at BoX3. We want you to be the most considerate, because we're trying to, be friends first, right? So, and good drivers first, not fast drivers first. Fast comes from being good. So,
sorry, my partner just almost killed the car, but everything is fine. He managed to get it back on track.
Okay, good. Yeah, I see his weight flag,
racing at the same time. Yeah, no, it's okay. Everything is fine. We actually signed up for the All Enduro Small Enduro Championship, so we'll be back in Zandvoort and Bathurst. We were not able to make it to Barcelona because Geoffrey was as the schedule conflict. So we were not able to make it to Barcelona, but we are supposed to make the all 3 races. So
excellent.
we'll be there, and I will be looking for the endurance. I'm more of an endurance guy. I like endurance. I don't do much sprint. I do sometimes in LFM and stuff like this, but I mostly do endurances. So I will look it up for sure.
Excellent. Sounds good, man. Well, we will look forward to it. I want to thank you for coming in here and talking to me. I'm going to let you go take a break before you start your next 2 hours, right? Because you got another 55 minutes before you're back in the car. So get some food or something, and we will be here.
I will assist my mate for now because he's almost at the end of his stint, I guess. So
okay.
I will check the strategy and stuff like this with him. So
excellent.
Yeah. But thank you for the invite and for the talk and the invitation.
No, thank you,
and for the guys in the chat.
100%, and thank you, and very much, and again, good luck to you. And I have to bring it up here. I'm just because I'm an idiot. Thank you very much to you and Joffrey for participating and being out here, because without you guys, we don't get to watch anything. And good luck to both of you guys during the rest of his stint and for the rest of the race.
Well, maybe for 6 and 7, I'm looking at the gaps now. We are considering maybe a fight with 6th and 7th, depending on the pace and the blue flags and stuff like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good luck to you, sir.
Thanks.
And thank you for joining me. You too, man.
A pleasure, man.
And there you go, folks. Just awesome to talk to these drivers as they get out of the car. They're tired. They've because 2 hours in a car is a long time, and just not something that is like, you know what I mean? But I love talking to him, and you heard it there. Like, there's frustration there, but at the same time, he gets it. It's racing. It happens. People bump. Bangs happen. It happens. What are you gonna do? You can't stay angry about it forever. And I think that's why I say, for Damien and for his partner here that are driving together, Joffrey, come drive at BoX3, because that's the kind of attitude we want. You know what? Mistakes happen. Nobody gets to claim perfection. I've watched esports racers hit each other. Listen, we watch real life racing. We watch it happen in the real world, where millions of dollars and, in all honesty, people's lives are on the line, and those guys make mistakes. and hammer each other, right? So to hear that attitude, I think, is what's important. And I love hearing that he's like, yeah, you know what? It sucks, but that's racing and we're going to do what we got to do. So just excellent to talk to people like that. We didn't really lose track of anything here. A little bit of a close run here with Kevin Silvares and Gasolina right now. Kevin in that as Tommy D hits the pits. Kevin Silvares able to move up to P15. Gasolina joining him P16. Kevin having a great run during his stint today. Partnered up with Retro Coffin. Kai Fredericks, and I'm going to say it wrong, I apologize, TG, but Kai Fredericks continues to lead, now 73 seconds over John Gixer in that 494 Ferrari. Gage Gonzalez in P3 right now in the Honda. And esports legend Brian Canopin has taken over in that number 40 Audi. There he is. So Brian Canopin now more than likely going to maybe run a triple stint here at the end. I don't know. We'll see. And we just had a disconnect as somebody went flying off track. I don't know who that was, but anyway, back to it. Brian Canopin again, now in that number 40 Audi in P4. Brian Brown in the number 5. I'm sorry, in the number 46 Audi in P5. We are 105 laps down for Kai Friedrichs. John Gixer on 104. But 2 Audis still in the top 5. Red said they were going to fall off. They're still in the top 5. And in total, we got 3 in the top 10 and maybe 4 if Coffin can get up in there. Right? Matt Coffin in the 949 Audi. Does the name say Fred or Fried? Fried. Kai Friedrichs. There's an S at the end too. See? You're right, Jet Drives. I apologize. It's ring toss legend Brian Canopin. Beer pong champion Brian Canopin. Table tennis extraordinaire Brian Canopin, maybe. But 2 Audis in the top 5, 3 in the top 10. I'm a happy guy today. Ayo Horman now heading out of the pits. Toby Houston taking over in the 521 McLaren. Lennart Beckman in that 911 Porsche, certainly sitting P6. And Yu Wazi back in the number 70. Honda out on track. Again, fantastic racing today. A lot of fun. A lot of action, too. So many battles that we've watched during the course of this race, and we will be here and going to be continuing this for the next 2 hours and 51 minutes. There you go. Jet Drives has it. Mahjong legend Brian Canopin. And this is why when, we have these server issues that happen, again, and I compared it to real world red flags or anything that could happen during a race, this makes it all worth it. I've forgotten all about the server issues already, right? I've forgotten all about it. It's over. We're racing. Let's go. And it makes it 100% worth it to have this stuff and to be able to do this for these communities. Arashazami, welcome in. First time chatter. Thank you for being here and joining us today. And speaking of that 1-2-3 car, Joffrey Amador into the pits. We will see if Damien ends up coming back out as we check in with Matt Coffin and Malik Barrios starting to close the gap from behind in that 111 McLaren. We'll see if this starts to tighten up. And once again, folks, another hour has gone by. I am going to take a quick step away No real battles going on right now. But before I do, you guys are gonna have to hear me say it over and over again. I'm not gonna lie. Don't forget, this isn't the last race of this series. Back at twitch.tv/Trackilicious for Zandvoort on July 9th, 4 p.m. UTC, 12 noon Eastern Daylight Time. And then you can come right back over here to BoX3 Motorsports to watch Mount Panorama on August 20th. Again, 6-hour endurance, no multi-class, we're GT3 only, but 6-hour endurance races for both of those dates. This is a 4-race summer series. Can't wait to see the rest of these races. And if you enjoy endurance racing, okay, so as Rashami, I'm gonna allow your message only because I know you made a mistake, not because you were trying to do something bad. Okay, I'll let that through just because I can't edit it and I know you made a mistake. And now I have to go and take that term out, but I know you weren't trying to do anything bad. July 23rd at 10 a.m. UTC, 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Barcelona, 12 hours of Barcelona here at BoX3 Motorsports. Make sure you come and join us for that as well. If you enjoy endurance racing, you'll be able to catch all of it here. And I would encourage our drivers that are in this endurance race today to come sign up for that so we can fill that grid. I think it would be absolutely fantastic to have them many drivers on track for 12 hours at Barcelona. And again, folks, with that, I will take another quick step away. I will be back in just a few moments, and I'll leave you focused right here. Matt Coffin now fighting off Malik Barrios. And we will talk to you in just a few minutes. We catch up with Jarek Snyder now with Gasolina and Kevin Silvari about to get into a battle behind us here. These guys seem to be finding each other quite regularly on track, but a little bit of a back marker in there blocking things up. I think Kevin will close that gap very, very quickly. Killer Inca in the chat, thank you for being here. Thank you to those that were able to join me today during this stream. And thank you to all of you who have decided to watch. Gasolina not having the best race today. We've seen a couple pit stops there due to damage, but our only Bentley out today. But overall, down 6 positions, but still holding P12. Doing relatively well. Qualified quite well. Not able to stay out of trouble during the course of today's race. Again, Kevin Silvares right there in that 97 Porsche. Looking to close that gap. Jet drives, thank you. Yeah, Welp is the other one, man. I'll tell you what, I think he couldn't make it today. He's the other one. Like, I get jealous of him, so I appreciate you saying that. I really do. Speaking of which, you know what? Let's go check in. And I'm only going to do this because I know them. So yes, I'm going to go to a BoX3 team. I'd love to talk to more of the 949 and Trackilicious guys. And I'm hoping that we talk to Eric at some point. But Eric's driving solo in this race. And I don't want to jump in on him and scare him while he's driving. So I don't know that I should or not. He's in a garage right now. But I don't know that I want to just jump in there. If somebody talks to him and puts in the chat that it's okay, I will absolutely go talk to him. But until then, let's jump down to Garage 40 and let's go talk Mr. Anderson and Mr. Butler and maybe Mr. Ya Boy Blue. Red, it was not the result of getting, well, smoking. Years of smoking. Upset You Lost is in the chat. What is up, my man? Good to see you in here. When are we going to see you on track again, Lost? When are we going to see you on track again? That's what I need to know. Let's go jump down to Garage 40 real quick and talk to these guys. Mr. Kevin Huffman, Mr. Anderson, Josh Butler. Gentlemen, how are we? Oh,
What's
and
up, Molson?
Blue is here too. Blue, you were muted. That's why I didn't call you out, but you are here.
I am here.
You are here. I told everybody on stream we were going to get to talk to the man, the myth, the legend, your boy Blue himself. And as we watch Shane Rees get himself around Toby Houston. So Blue, how is the race?
Name, by the way. Well, you know, it's been pretty solid for us here at Optus Supercar. You know, we had some issues early with some weather stuff early on in the practice sessions Thursday and Friday, but you know, we put a lot of faith in the strategist that we have.
Strategist?
Did
you just?
Yeah. Our strategy boss is shout out to him, Oliver Heiskanen. Fantastic guy. Sat us down in the bus before the race today, and you know, gave us the what for, and so far it's worked out. We've had some contacts, some spins.
Well,
but,
let me ask you: was it when you say he gave you the what for? Okay.
Yeah.
Was this more of a football movie hard-ass coach type of talking to? Was it more of a motivational speech talking to? And we watch Andreas Borchers making a new fastest lap with a 1:43.6.
Peter.
It was more of a I mean, you could say that it was you'd say that it was a kind of a Al Pacino, Friday Night Lights kind of deal.
Okay.
But, just imagine a tiny gray-haired Finnish man yelling at you to really just pump you up.
Gotcha.
We also had Francisco Canoli, who's one of our lead engineers.
Francisco
here at Optus
Canoli, huh?
Supercar. Yeah, Francisco Canoli.
Gorlami, is that one of those?
Gorlami.
Gorlami?
No. It is Francisco Francisco.
Canoli.
I almost said cornhole, like I was.
Yeah.
Cornholio.
Beavis and Butthead?
Yeah.
Did you just try to Beavis and Butthead me live?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
But,
PDTP?
yeah. So for some of this race, I have needed some TP. There have been a couple brown pants moments early on, but Josh has done a fantastic job of keeping it on the track. That was kind of the game plan going into this one, was keep it on track, get consistent lap times. We got huge, vast amounts of incredibly talented drivers here, and it's cool to share the ring with those guys. So
absolutely. Esports legend Brian Canopin is now out on track. So
yeah. We also had Pusherson, Cole Gress out there.
I saw that.
So that was really nice. Yeah, it gave me some flashes of his lights. But
Pushy McPusherson, huh?
yeah, Pushy McPusherson.
A little rough on you, was he?
He decided to make his run, and he'll admit to this. He decided to make his run at the best possible spot, which was the chicane, where he's like, you know what, Blue's done. Let's take him out, and he just it was like that last scene in Old Yeller. Spoiler alert, but it was done for. So
Wait, what happens?
No, we're not going to spoil it for you though.
Yeah.
You have to go
You
watch
wanna
it
see
yourself.
this later, Josh?
The family just all lives happily ever after.
Yes.
Yep, there you go.
It was never 80s.
Oh, that's great.
Yep.
What a feel-good movie.
Yeah, why don't you focus on that apex there, pal?
What Apex?
Oh wow, What Apex? Isn't that the team name? What Apex, or is that somebody else?
There is somebody else.
That's
No,
somebody
we're-
else.
What Apex
So-
Racing?
We're an
We're gonna-
official race team. We have a strategist, a team boss, and I forgot his name because I came
You
up
guys
with
have a
one
lot of
earlier.
money for only sim racing.
No. We also have a lot of money to be in T28. So
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for that's a lot of money spent for that kind of result. I don't know. I'm kind of
Well,
wondering
we
on the
have
return on
great-
investment here.
we have great sponsors, and they really believe in us, which is incredible.
That is
And the only
incredible.
contract clause is finish the race.
Yep, exactly.
Well, I had to come down here and talk to you guys because I knew this would be the room to be in. And you even have the man himself, Kevin Huffman, here with you.
yeah, we've been getting some insights on admin.
Oh, is P17 binned it behind us?
Yeah, I tried to let him by, and he slowed and then spun himself.
Trying to use some
Malik
admin
Barrios.
insight here.
Well, the only admin insight is I'm sure Mr. Huffman is not very happy today.
No, he's a little cranky.
A little salty. Well, I can understand that. He had a little struggles up front. I mean, we saw it on the stream, and it's no big deal. But we got, I mean, it is a big deal, but we got through it. Like I said, I kind of associate it to a red flag in the real world, right?
Yeah.
It
Imagine
happens.
If we had safety cars in this game.
Yeah, I think we should have safety cars. I think it'd be fantastic. Do you know that we can?
Jesus Christ.
We could.
We can. You can do, there's software that'll let you run a virtual safety car and it'll alarm every time somebody goes over the speed limit. But what that
Wait, can I have it?
requires, well, but the thing is, what that requires is that everybody's in the same VC at the same, what is this guy doing? Beals Vanderherk pulling a little bit of a move across the track there, trying to block Adam Thomas.
That's been a
Thomas-
fun name to say.
Oh,
Wait,
and
his
all
name's not
race.
Brendan? We've been calling him Brendan all race.
And
No,
Thomas,
his first name is Beals.
these guys are door banging now, and we are going about 3 wide through here with back markers involved and everything. This does not look like it is going to be fun. These two look like they're driving angry. Vanderhook able to hold on for now, but very angry driving through there, and we've got cars off the track behind them,
Yeah,
including
hopefully,
Jesus.
P2 Gage
was
Gonzalez getting spun.
Gonzalez almost came over in front of me there. I went
Yeah, I
way
saw
off track
that.
to avoid.
well, hopefully Optus Supercar here can take advantage.
Well, gentlemen, I will leave you to it so that Josh can concentrate on driving. And Blue, you can
Gladly.
keep being Blue. And of course, you know, if you guys want to join, let me know. Let Josh know, and I will be up there, and he will let me know somehow, or somebody will tell me. So,
Sounds good.
all right, guys. Good luck to the team, everybody. Anderson, have yourself a great race. I know you're not driving, but
I was gonna say I'm here for the ride.
you're just here for the strategery, is what I understand.
Exactly.
He's Oliver Heiskanen for us.
Yeah, there you go. The strategist. So that's not a strategist. Sorry, I got an extra syllable in there.
Strategist. Yeah.
So, all
that
right.
was on you. I didn't say strategist.
Well, that's my fault.
I almost said cornholio, but
I enjoyed the cornholio reference.
That was good. I did like that. All right, gentlemen, have a good race. I'm sure we will talk at you later.
I'm all
sir.
See ya.
Later, guys. There you go. This is again, I've brought it up multiple times today, but this is what it's about. These guys getting together, having fun. You heard Josh say it himself. They're not here to win. They're here to have fun. They're here to hang out with their friends and enjoy a hobby. So again, if you're one of those people sitting in the chat watching this race right now and kind of wondering, like, is this for me, or do I want to do this, or why would I do this, etc. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun if you're into it. So I would encourage everybody to take a look. If you're here watching, obviously you have some kind of interest, and I think it would behoove you to take a good look. And again, Adam Thomas and Vandenherk getting, now Thomas this time passing very clean, but we saw the battle they had last time. Again, as you guys heard me say it, and there Vandenherk takes a bump from Lars Relst. I'm gonna screw that up, but Thomas and Vandenherk end up making contact again. Those two on the last lap driving very angry at each other. We saw several door bangs through the corner. So now with Thomas able to clear out, we'll see how far ahead he can get of Vandenherk to kind of make some space there and just be able to drive his race. A little bit of tightening up between Barrios and Tommy D. And we see the sun is setting and darkness is creeping across Hungaroring today for the next 2 hours and 30 minutes. Thank you everyone so much for being here. My name is Adam Thursby. You can call me Molson FL. And we will do our best to bring you all the action from Hungaroring today for this 6-hour event, which we are over halfway done with. Vandenherk now under pressure from Lars Relst. TG, I need you. I need TG. There's no way I'm saying Lars's last name. But we do see the pressure. That much is apparent. A Mercedes versus BMW for our next battle. Keeping an eye up towards the front, a little further towards the front. Toby Houston under pressure from Ayo Horman. Toby in that 521 McLaren right there as we go side by side through it. Oh, and Vandenherk and Lars have made contact. Let's bounce it back real quick and take a fast look at that. See if we can catch it. Obviously, Vandenherk off track. That number 369 car driving very aggressive today. Toby Houston with contact. There's no way I did that right, TG. There's no way I did that right. Because I can't remember if I did. I'll tell you that right now. With Toby Houston able to pull up into P14. Ayo taking it, Horman taking it right back, however, on the inside of T1. And there you have it coming through T2. Ayo Horman able to maintain position. Toby Houston sticking under that wing. The Foreman opening it up now down the straight to get clear. I was shocked myself. I'm shocked too because I can't remember how I did it. TG, you're killing me, Smalls. Take a look here in the chat. TG predicts car number 40 will be our winner today. Currently in P3, esports legend Brian Canopin made the prediction. We'll see if Rowe can pull it out for his team here during his stint. The only thing we don't know is how, is he, because he started at the 3-hour mark, so about halfway through. Now, I kind of figured he was going to do it because his first teammate did a 2-hour, then we saw a 1 hour. I figured we would see another 2 hour and that Brian would come in for the last 2 hours of this race, but he jumped in at hour 3. So we'll have to see if he sticks through this all the way to the end or if there's someone else that runs a stint. Maybe Eric comes back into the car or even Cole jumping back in before the end of this race. Jet Drive's corrected me. That's Tug of War legend, Brian Canopin. As darkness starts to settle over the Hungaroring tonight, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again so much for being here. Thank you to the drivers for coming in and joining me for a few minutes to have a conversation. And the funny thing I'm reading, just checking up a little bit on the conversations happening around the race as teammates are no longer, racing. They have a chance to check up on Discord, see what's going on, all these things. A lot of drivers this week, this server was set to a variable weather. And every time people joined the server, every time they came into practice, it was raining and it was raining and it was raining. And now we've gone this whole race and there's been no rain. So they're all sitting here looking for, looking for the rain, and it's simply not happening. So folks starting to wonder if it's going to happen at all. And again, obviously darkness falling. It's been very cloudy the entire race, as we've seen from, evidence of headlights being on, everything else. Now again, Vandenherk and Lars gonna go at it. And as I said earlier, we watched Vandenherk, very aggressive driver through some of these corners with the door banging. We saw some very aggressive moves down the straight, but this time Lars able to shoot through. A little bit overshoot though. Vandenherk looking to grab it back. We're gonna get some more door banging here. And Lars able to hold that through T2. We've seen that move more than once today as well, ladies and gentlemen, where we come out of T1, we think we have a clear winner of that battle. It ends up going neck and neck down into T2, and the challenging driver is able to pull it out in T2 by getting that undercut and pulling back through T2 a little bit. And Lars Reich, I can't do it, TG. It's upsetting me now. Pulls it off right there, getting ahead of Biels Vandenherk. Malik Barrios and Tommy D gonna do battle here again very soon, I have a feeling. A more champion, Brian Canopin. Let's take a look at car number 55. Eric Trackilicious himself. Right now, just a hot lapping, all by himself out on track. Uh-oh, and Biels Vanderherk and Josh Butler making contact. Josh Butler stuck in the middle of the track now. We're going to have to do a 30 on that one. Let's jump back real quick and see exactly what happened here. Butler not in contention for position on this one, but able to get around Vandenherk, try and make up some position. Butler currently 28th in that 614 Lexus, and Vandenherk just plows him for no reason. Wow, Beals Vandenherk, very aggressive driver today. From what we've just witnessed the last little while, just not maybe getting tired, tires worn, not thinking. It's getting very, very tense out there. But right now, Toby Houston is coming under pressure from Christopher Flores. Let's go back to Beals real quick, though, because I've got a ton of white flag drivers here. I'm showing contact for Vandenherk. Front end of that Mercedes not looking healthy at this point. Toby Houston defending against Christopher Flores. Malik Barrios and Tommy D right behind them. They're having a battle as well. We'll try and keep an eye out there. Again, Chris Flores able to pick it up. Now we'll wait and see if Houston has a response. And again, Barrios and Tommy D behind, keeping it close as well. Battles all the way through this 6-hour race today. As we get a little bit of a break, let's take a look up front. Andreas Borchers continues to lead this race as his team has from the beginning. Gage Gonzalez now in second, currently 75 seconds off the pace. Esports legend Brian Canopin, that number 40 Audi, in third, about 10 seconds now back from Gonzalez. So we're definitely going to see a run here. Canopin's been closing that gap slowly but surely throughout his stint so far, and with 2 hours and 20 minutes left to go, certainly enough time to make up 9.4 seconds, holding relatively steady. But again, let's look at the times. Gonzalez's best time right now, a 145 flat. Let's call it flat, 0.22. Canopin's best time, a 145.1. But if we look at their last laps and make that comparison, we bring up Gonzalez right there. Brian Canopin 0.8 over on lap 122, 0.8 over Gonzalez. So again, slowly chipping away that time. We'll have to see if he's able to close up those 9.4 seconds here in the next 2 hours and make a run for P2. Mike Jackson currently sitting P4 in that 494 Ferrari. And Ryan Brown continuing on steady in the number 46 Audi. 48 seconds back off of Jackson, but alone on the track. He's got a full lap ahead of Casper Baratella and really can just cruise this race to a P4 finish. And if we jump in and we take a look at that position delta, that leaves them flat. Everybody in the top 4 is back to where they are. If we look at at Ryan Brown, though, that team's up 6 spots, and even Baratella and team can't be disappointed with this finish today in that 911 Porsche. They're up 12 positions since the beginning of this race. Absolutely fantastic run for them. Will they make any more being down where they are, now 2 laps down off Ryan Brown as he comes across? Probably not, but you can't be disappointed with a 12 position gain during the course of a 6-hour endurance race. Jet Drives, thank you so much for being here. I see you got to go to bed. I assume that means 2:30 in the morning. Have yourself a great night. Thank you for jumping in. Thank you for being so active in the chat. I appreciate it. I know the other folks watching appreciate it. You guys have yourselves a wonderful night and great sleep to you. And don't forget, the race will be posted to YouTube on the BoX3 YouTube channel. You'll be able to catch up on what you missed whenever it finishes uploading after the race. I'll pull it down tonight, and should be by tomorrow. Should be up there for you. Ryan Brown making quick work of back markers. Doing his best to try and close gaps to Mike Jackson. Again, 51 seconds back, even over the course of 2 hours and 15 minutes, 17 minutes there. Really don't see that coming down, but anything can happen. Mike Jackson makes a mistake, a long pit stop, damage repairs, anything of that nature, and we might have a much closer race showing up. Kevin Silvares doing quite well today in that number 97 Porsche. Shane Rees in the 949. The 949 Audi. 949 Sim Racing coming up on the back of Kevin Silvares now. We will look to see if he can close a gap as our race continues. Luis Don Diego Torres now taking over in the number 11 Lexus. Currently sitting P26. As we wait, we will of course start seeing more pit stops start happening soon, and we get a little bit of a jostle. Drivers hopefully coming together, particularly if we look at, say, P3 Brian Canopin and P4 Mike Jackson. Only 3 seconds separating them, so that's awful tight depending on how that pit stop goes, right? And again, as we said, Shane Rees closing the gap on Kevin Silvares, and Kevin closing the door on Shane Rees right there. But not today, sir. Or at least not this lap. Silvares now dropping into defense mode. We'll have to take a look at this one and see how this might impact his lap times. He's running steady, consistent 147s. We'll have to see if now having to go on defense, if this is something that's going to play a factor. And right there we see a 148.4, so almost a full second slower on that lap. And hopefully this battle continues, but no, not today. Shane Rees says, I'm taking P12, thank you very much. As Kevin Silvares dips a little wide coming out of T1. Just take a look real quick at pit stop times. Okay, last pit stop. This is the length of every driver's last pit stop you're seeing right now. So actually running pretty average for all of them, right? If we jump back up to the top, around 62, some of them as low as 60 seconds, but you see the drivers that are suffering, 90 seconds, 63, 64, 83. Orman, actually, looking there at the last pit stop, only 26 seconds in and out. Must not have taken a tire change. But curious to see that kind of thing from these pit stop lengths and what it's doing for them. And there we go. Hold on. We got to jump back because Shane Rees off track. Let's rewind real quick. And Kevin Silvares and now Heo Horman both able to take position from Shane Rees, and he's very quickly back to P14. Oh, and I thought it was going to be the chicane curb again. I'm glad I was wrong. We catch in on the replay here, and right there hooks the curb, and it's enough to toss that Audi off into the wall. Again, luckily able to get back out, only losing 2 positions, but Kevin Silvares finds himself back in P12 after that incident. As we talked about earlier with some of the drivers, it's all about that consistency, right? It's about not overshooting the curb, not pushing too hard, because those are the kinds of things right there that will cost you. Unfortunately, pushing too hard, overshooting the curb are sometimes the things that will gain you a position. It's all about finding that balance and keeping control of the vehicle. Horman now looking to close that gap up to Kevin Silvares with Sean Rees out of the way. Might have an opportunity here to pick up that P12 that Silvares had given up to Rees just a few moments ago. Oh, and Kevin right there leaving a door wide open as he goes deep into the corner. Orman not able to make the pass yet, but goes from a 1 second gap down to 0.2. He's going to have his opportunity here as he applies that pressure to Silvares. And there he goes around the outside, able to very quickly make that pass. And Hale Horman now picking up P12. And a 1 second gap back to Silvares. Lost. You gotta get it built, man. Come on, you're killing me, Smalls. I need you back in racing. I need you back here, buddy. You said you're building your PC next month? Is that what I heard? Or is that what I read properly? Awesome. What are you putting together, man? If I might ask you, if it's okay to ask, what are you looking to throw together, parts wise? So Kevin Silvares now back into P13 and losing time against Horman. We check in with Joffrey Amador in that 1-2-3 Audi. Looking to clear Silvares as a back marker. Car 843, please. Gage Gonzalez. Give me 1 second there, good sir, and we will take that on board. Ready to rock and roll. Jump on board with Mr. Gonzalez right now, currently sitting in P2. And I gotta tell you, if you guys take a look up there, that gap, the last time we talked about Gage or Brian Canopin, that gap was over 9 seconds. We're now looking right now at a 6.5 second gap. So Canopin is reeling him in very, not very slowly bringing him back, right? All right, so Ryzen 5690, EVGA GeForce 3080 Ti, 32 gig of RAM, there you go. 530 SSD, look at you building. X570S Max motherboard. Sounds like it's going to be quite the little PC, sir. And I am very jealous. I'm not. I have a good PC. It's decent, but I have a 3060 Ti because it was a pre-built. That was all I could get at the time. It was, what, 8-9 months ago at this point. But it's an i7. It's the latest. I figure the CPU is still good enough that if I wait for the 4000 series to come, I can upgrade the video card to get better without having to upgrade the whole machine. So that'll put me in a good spot. But that sounds like a great build. I just built one for my son. He only wanted a 3080. he didn't see the TI as worth it for the budget we were giving him. But he and I just put that together, and he ended up with a Ryzen 9, whatever the Ryzen 9 current version is. So that's where he ended up. Roletariat comes in. First time chatter, watching the race from my friend Matt Coffin, building a Track Racer TR120. Great to hear, Ro. You should definitely come and join BoX3 Trackilicious 949. You're going to find racing at all 3 leagues. Absolutely fantastic that you're putting together a rig. In fact, so I'm not going to switch that camera now because we're doing an onboard. But right behind me sits my Playseat Challenge with my my CSL DD, my Club Sport V3 pedals, all that jazz. Monday, in 2 days, my GT Omega Prime shows up at my house, and I cannot wait to start assembly. The Playseat Challenge is great, don't get me wrong. If you need a foldable, movable rig, it will absolutely handle a CSL DD. I had no problems with it, but it's time to upgrade. And my GT Omega Prime shows up on Monday, and I can't wait for it. It's going to be fantastic. I'll be on track next month for sure. Well, it sounds great, Lost. You're going to be able to jump in and join us for Zandvoort on July 9th. And then Mount Panorama on August 20th. You can switch to something more exciting again. Let's jump over here. We're gonna. I was letting it run, TG, as I'm talking to chat here. Zap Brannigan has joined the chat, ladies and gentlemen. And I got to tell you, the graphics you see in front of you, all put together, BoX Motorsports, Trackilicious, SimGrid, all that stuff. Zap builds all that for us. He is a fantastic media manager. He builds all the fun, fantastic things we have here. Transitions and graphics, all the posters I show when we talk about the upcoming races. That is Mr. Zap right there. He is awesome. Roletary says, Wednesday my Fanatec podium comes in. I'm stoked. Awesome, man. That is fantastic for you. I would be stoked as well. I don't know that I'll ever... The CSL DD is really good for me. Again, I'm more of a casual sim racer. I find it has plenty... You know, I have the boost upgrade. You know, the 8 Newton meter boost. I almost every time I almost say nanometers because I deal with fiber. The 8 Newton meter boost pack, I have that. It works really well for me in ACC and in iRacing. I'm thinking someday down the road when I want to drop the money, I'll probably go to a 15 to 20 Newton meter wheelbase. But it'll either be, you know, the podium, you know, the DD1 or the DD2, or I'll have to completely get out of the Fanatec ecosystem, and I'm not sure that I'll ever do that. Not because they're the best, just because I'm in it now, right? So. Yeah, that GT Omega Prime, I can't wait. It looks really good, and it was on sale. It's like 150 or 170 bucks off right now. And I said, you know what? I got the cash. I got to drop on it. I just have to. I got to take the deal while the deal's there. You know what I mean? A little bit of FOMO, I guess. But better $879 than over $1,000. That'll be pretty sweet. Ian Hall now in the number 7 Honda. As we catch up with him, Tommy D only about 1.7 back, so we'll watch for a battle to kick up right there. And Oliver Uvig as Gage Gonzalez. Gage Gonzalez coming out of the pits in P5. Okay, just a pit stop. So Gonzalez now clearing the pits, P5. We'll wait and see where this lands as these pit stops start to happen again at the top of the hour with just about 2 hours left to go. Oliver Uvig now leading Joffrey Amador by just about 1 second. And again, Joffrey Amador and his partner that we talked to earlier, Dimitri, these guys getting hammered during the course of this race, losing well over 10 positions, and now find themselves back up in P8. And it's going to be fantastic to watch to the end. I'm sure Joffrey's going to be going in soon. We talked to Dimitri. Dimitri, I believe, said he's going to be doing the full last 2 hours, double stinting the last 2 hours. And so really going to be curious to see how far up these guys can go. They've had the pace, they've had the consistency, and they've just become the darlings of this stream and my personal ones of this race. I'm sorry, folks, not because they're in the Audi, but because of the luck we saw them have with what happened with 3 different incidents costing them so much time and now able to work their way back up. Really, I think if I had to pick a team of the race as far as how they performed overall, not just did they win, but just doing a fantastic job of losing so much and then dragging it all back throughout the full course of this race. Turner Johnson now getting spun off in a corner, looking to rejoin. So Rubik saying we did 2 hours each. We will do 1 hour each to the end. Gotcha. Okay, perfect. Is Crow number 40? Yes. Esports legend Brian Canopin now driving the number 40 Audi. Currently sitting P2. But we will jump back here to Oliver Uvig and Joffrey Amador as this continues to tighten up. And again, I'm looking up here. Well, we can't see it anymore. Because Brown went into the pits, came out P5. So I was trying to watch that countdown between Canopin in P3, but with the pit switches, and now Ryan Brown into the pits now. We no longer get to see that gap close. So we'll have to keep an eye on Brian Canopin and see how far he's able to pull that down. Car number 123, Joffrey Amador now chasing down Kaspar Baratella. Zap Brannigan says, I have the Zap GT OMG welded fire rig that then got eaten by a rabbit. Like in Monty Python. Sharp, nasty teeth. Number 40 onboard view requested by Mr. Zap Brannigan. Let's go on board with Mr. Brian Canopin. And as we watch this onboard real quick, Joffrey Amador able to pick up P7 over Oliver Uvig. Turner Johnson into the pits at this point. Ian Hall picking up P14 over Malik Barrios. Gixer OSG in the chat says Mike is chasing. He is, but here's the thing. Gixer, I'm not going to say Mike can't catch him, but I don't know Mike. I know Brian Canopin. Brian's fast. Mike might be faster. We're going to find out, and we're going to keep an eye on that time because now it's down to about a 2-second gap between Brian Canopin and Mike Jackson in that 494 Ferrari. Kind of been able to go deep over those curbs. The Audi Evo 2 seeming a little bit better at handling curbs than the Evo 1. I know from personal experience, there were curbs you did not touch with that Audi Evo 1, but this Evo 2 seems to be a little bit sportier about curb usage, particularly sausage curbs. But with that is about 1 lap. We're going to jump out again to Joffrey Amador, Oliver Uvig. Trying to close back up on him, but Joffrey taking up P7 now. TG a lot better on the curbs, the Audi. Yeah, the place I noticed it wasn't here, but it was at Imola. The chicane at Imola, you know, every track guide I watched, everybody told me, just throw it through the curbs, you'll be fine. That did not work in the Audi Evo 1 at all because every time I hit that curb, I went flying through the air and spun like crazy. With the Evo 2 and the little bit that I've driven it, because I haven't driven it a ton, with the Evo 2, I've found that I actually can take those curbs at Imola now. So Brian Canup, an esports legend. We left his cockpit view just in time as he is now in the pits. So Mike Jackson now jumps up to P2. Brian Canup slipped to P3. We'll see if Pedro Marzan gets around before Brian's able to sneak out of the pits in front of him. Keep an eye on Joffrey, Amador, and Ulrich right there on the top of the car, the very judgmental duck. Oliver Uvig still trying to close that gap, but we're watching it spread at this point. Both Joffrey and Dimitri, very fast drivers and very consistent. We spoke to him earlier, and their consistency has been fantastic throughout this race and has really gotten them from that losing position of being hit and, you know, having problems to now back up into P7. So as we wait for pit stops to happen, as we wait for driver changes to happen, as we wait for really just pits and even double stintings again, Brian Canup back out in that number 40 Audi, gonna do a double stint or possibly a triple here at the end. As it is always at the top of the hour, I'm gonna have to take a quick step away, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna throw you on autopilot. No real close battles right now, nothing to watch. But before I go, I will always do it. Don't forget, if you're enjoying this, if you love this like I love this, because this is fantastic. This is what I do. I'm a terrible driver. I'm a terrible sim racer when it comes to sim racing. I'm slow. I try to be respectful and not hit anybody, but I'm very slow. I'm never going to be a champion. I'm a casual sim racer. But if you love sim racing, excuse me, and you're looking for something to do and you don't do it already, boom, we're back for 2 more of these races. 6 hours at Zandvoort, July 9th over at twitch.tv/Trackilicious. Trackilicious. Right there at the bottom, you can see it. Make sure you go over there and follow them so you can catch this next GT3 6-hour endurance race. And then we're back here August 20th, 4 p.m. UTC, 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for Mount Panorama, one of my absolute favorites. And if you really love endurance racing, 12 hours at Barcelona at BoX3 Motorsports presents on July 23rd, 10 a.m. UTC, 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time on July 23rd. 12 hours. And yes, we will be here for the entire thing. I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank the drivers. I want to thank everybody watching. And Red, if you give me a minute, I will find you, but I'm going to step away real quick. Just dump into, are you... yeah, I don't know where you are, but just go ahead and dump yourself into one of the BoX3 channels, good sir, and I will come and find you as soon as I get back to my PC. I just need to take a quick break here. Again, about once an hour, folks. I apologize, but I do need to take a little bit of a break, and I will find you when I get back, Red. So hang out, folks. Keep an eye on the race. It's getting dark at the Hungaroring. We're going to keep it right here for the next 1 hour and 55 minutes. Thank you so much for joining me, and I will talk to you in just a few. I see Mr. Red Rider was able to find me. Caleb himself. How are you, sir?
Doing well.
That's good. We calmed from earlier. Darkness has definitely fallen across the Hungaroring circuit tonight, as Kevin Silvares now looks to fight off Gasolina. And the battles continue today throughout this race. No shortage of battles throughout this entire 6 hours. And which is weird because a lot of times that's what happens, right? We lose battles as the race goes on because, well, drivers spread out. It happens. But Hungaroring's small enough that at that 141, well, not 141, I apologize. 140, what do we see today? 144s, 143s during qualifying, you know, kind of 145s during race pace. It's a short enough track that these guys can stay together and really battle each other throughout the entire 6 hour event.
Sorry, that was bad timing.
Oh, I wondered what happened to you. I thought I lost you.
I have two conversations at once.
Oh, there you go. That's always fun. So are we better from this morning?
I wasn't upset. Other people were upset.
No, it is obviously very frustrating when server issues happen, right? But you know what? The testament to it is that everybody came together and everybody fixed it. And there we have a spin right there from Kevin Silvares. He's not the only one sitting over in the toolies. Gasolina with some contact there, so now these guys will go back to it. No position lost as Toby Houston heads into the pits, but now the gap shortening a little bit. Some contact there, and that's it. Rebel, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. I do my best for you. I promise. Should I start doing voiceover work? Is that what you're telling me? Like I should quit my job and just start doing voiceovers? Be fun. We get Red to start doing voiceovers. He just yell at people, though.
That's right. Yep. Just a constant, constant stream of screaming. It would all be clean though and family friendly. Just
there you go. That's all that counts, right? It can go on TV, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, he loses.
Silvares
loses again.
dumping off into the dirt. So this time costing him a position. Now Gasolina moving up in his Bentley, number 191. And that's that 123 Audi right behind him. So now Gasolina a back marker as we see Joffrey Amador still driving that now, excuse me, now number position 6, 123 Audi. Kevin Blanchette out in the 223 Lexus, doing well in P7 right now. Eric DeBon is back in the number 40 Audi, taking over for esports legend Brian Canopin. Currently sitting P3, but Pedro Marzin closing that gap now down to under 2 seconds.
So, all these Audis up front, does that mean drivers are starting to crack how to make the Evo work?
I think so. I'm willing to bet TG in chat will have something to say, but, you know, we talked about the curbs a little bit before I walked away.
I don't
Oh, okay. But we talked about the curbs before I had walked away for a few moments. How it's much better at handling the curbs. You wouldn't take the Evo 1 and toss it across the chicane curbs. It's just a bad idea. And we've seen it happen today.
I've seen you do it. didn't usually work out, but I've seen you
Yeah,
do it.
no, 100%. I'll agree with that.
Possible to do it.
It did not work out well anytime I did it. And again, especially at Imola. But now seeing this, you know, the Audi seems to be performing quite well. And I think that's what it is, right? I think the drivers have cracked what needs to be done to make this car behave the way it needs to.
Hopefully.
And of course,
For
we're
your
gonna...
sanity and my sanity, I hope that they figured it out so that you guys, have some warm fuzzy feelings again. Be able to sleep at night better.
Right? No, I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine.
Still have both the Lambos at the back of the field. I would like to point out they're still back there.
Isn't that where they belong, though?
I mean, apparently that's what ACC designers think, that's where it should go. Just put it all the way at the back.
Malik Barrios now off track as well, dropping into the grass. Again, no position loss. So luckily a lot of the guys, and here it is, Eric DeBone now under pressure from Pedro Marzan. It's as if it's as if we have rewound the clock a little over 4 hours because we saw this happening at the start of this race. So Eric DeBone now defending P2 against Pedro Marzan. We spent the first 40 minutes of this race locked onto these two and watching, and we may end up doing it for the next 40 minutes here as well. Oliver Julvig into the pits now in that number 70, Honda. But no, of course, as an Audi fan, I'm happy to see the Audis up front. You know, it's nice for once because that didn't used to happen. Andreas Borscher showing yellow as he comes out of the pits. So that pit stop cleared now. I'm thinking he's going to have to make one more. Still an hour 42 left to go here today. As Eric DeBone.
Is that a bot driving that car? Because that thing has been up there all day.
Yeah. Andreas is just, and his teammates are just absolutely monsters at the Hungaroring.
Granted, I haven't been able to watch every second. I've had to duck out here or there, but goodness sakes, it's the only place it's been.
Yeah, no one has come anywhere near their pace. Look, Eric's team and that number 40 Audi team have matched up on best laps, right? They're both at 1:4.51, and it's actually Kai Friedrichs who is now in that car, Andreas's teammate. So they're very close on their fastest. They're only off by about 0.02 of a second. But the pace they have been setting has just been ridiculous all day. And again, I'll bring it back again, the consistency. And there's Andreas in the chat now. Andreas, another great drive from you. Good job, sir. You can tell though too that 40 Audi, the drivers all have different skills. Pro, very fast. We know that. Those of us at BoX3 know how fast he can be. Eric though, and again, like I said, we should rewind the clock 4 hours because this is what we saw at the beginning of the race, and now we're getting it again here in hour 5. Eric is a defensive monster, able to shut down Pedro this entire time. I don't think he. A lot of curb. It was a lot of curb. But I don't think he's ever. I don't think Pedro was ever able to get past him while he was driving that Audi. And of course, Cole Gress able to hold his own the whole time too.
Be happy back there, just blinding him constantly with his headlights. That's what it seems like he's willing to just do. He's not pushing anything. Except for maybe Eric, but.
Well, I'm waiting for it, Red. So at what minute does it become a sprint race?
How
much time left, I should say, does it become a sprint race?
I'd say the last stint. Once the guy gets in the car for the last stint, or if it's a double stint, the last pit stop happens. I think that's when all bets are off and things get back to like you're in lap 1 again. I'm not very good, hence my name is the slowest driver in Box 3. But my struggle always was with following people. I can do fine on my own, and I can do fine following people. But if I follow somebody for too long, I forget how to drive on my own.
Yeah.
So, if I'm Marzan, and he probably doesn't have this problem, but if I was in his situation, that would be my thinking as well. Crap, I haven't passed him in 4 laps. I'm kind of forgetting where my braking points are. Do I just sit back and wait for him to make a mistake and capitalize, or a pit or something? But yeah, that's always what I struggled with personally. Markers away here.
And I can understand that too, because and I always called it chasing the rabbit, right?
For sure.
Because you start, like you said, you start following their line. You start using different brake markers because you have to, right? They're using using the standard brake markers. You have to brake a little earlier, and you become more focused on the tail lights in front of you than you do on just driving your race.
Yeah.
And it can become a huge problem, because one, it takes one mistake and you're in the back end of the car, as we almost saw right there. Contact almost made. I mean, Marzan is just ensuring that Debon is feeling every ounce of the pressure. Or again, to your point,
he's having those Savaris. Woo!
Yeah, I guess.
My goodness, buddy, he's having some struggles.
And we are hung up in all kinds of back marker traffic here now. So, but to your point, the other thing is you start to, as the number 42 cruises over a little bit and pinches the gap closed. Now we're gonna have some separation. To your point, you kind of you stop remembering where you need to put yourself, so that once you do break free, you might make a mistake then too, right?
Right.
Whether
and
it's by passing or
will help that, because he's gotten separated. There's a couple slower cars in there. Give me a chance to remember my stuff, and then hopefully the next time I catch him, I can just go right by him and continue my race.
Yeah.
Kind of a nice little reset there if he can pull it off.
Yep. And Black Birdie in the chat.
As we see him telling to get the back marker, please get out of the way. I'm battling the guy in front of you.
You need to move. Black Birdie in chat. First of all, thank you so much for being here. Second of all, there's not really a way to scroll the leaderboard, nor is there a way to see it somewhere live that I can provide for you. Unfortunately, it really is based upon what car we're focused on in the race. So unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about that. But if there is a specific car you'd like to see, let me know. We can click over. There's no, we're taking a look here at Ivan Janis and David Veluska right now. We'll keep an eye here, but if there's something specific you'd like to see, let me know. We can certainly jump over there. Kevin Silvaris now into the pits. We got a little bit of gap up front, but now here's where it's going to get very curious coming into this last hour, because John Gixer in P4 is only about 2 seconds back from Marzan, right? So as Marzan looks to battle, we know Eric's not going to just let him slide through. That's going to allow Gixer to close that gap, and now all of a sudden, we have a 3-way battle. So
yeah,
and it's going to get very interesting.
That portion of the track, though, I think. Yeah, we're headed into turn 1, where Gixer kind of seems to be able to get his run going. So maybe he can find a spot and just be able to get a little bit of extra space to force it through.
Let's take a look back quick for Black Birdie in our chat. Michael Zwanenberg in P27 right now in that number 420 Ferrari. Take a quick look and check on them. Running by themselves right now, but holding their own. 5 drive-throughs on that car today, though. 5. That's a lot of drive-throughs. Oh, no, I'm not trying to, because, look, I'm looking at number 111 in P18. G. Steven driving right now. They've got 3. So the drive-throughs were hit. Listen, the stewards were hitting hard and heavy today.
That chicane is a killer.
Well, but was it that, or was it the live stewards, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, is like, because nobody tells me for sure what's going on as far as penalties. I don't have the screen real estate to pay attention.
I haven't been able to follow it as closely as I'd like, but that chicane the leaders are going through right now, that's where you get a lot of drive-through.
Yep. And
That's where you get a lot of drive-through.
boy.
That's where you get a lot of drive-through. That's where you get a lot of drive-through. That's where you get a lot of drive-through. That's where you get a lot of drive-through.
Pedro Marzan in that number 843 Honda. Let me tell you what, he is working every inch of Eric DeBone's bumper right now. And this is the kind of stuff we love to see. We're going into our last hour here in about, well, last hour and a half, and we have got a tense battle for P2. And this is what we turn out for.
Yeah, it doesn't help how wide that Audi has somehow become suddenly. It's
Yep. Well, that's what I was saying earlier is DeBon has been fantastic at playing defense because he opened the race for this team and he did the same thing against Pedro. Just absolutely refused to let him by.
Yeah, there's gonna have to be some fake moves, I think, to make this one work. Like, and I'm going to the outside and then duck it back in, or vice versa, to be able to get his way through. I think because that's what he's doing. He's reading his mirrors. Well, he wants to go out here. No, that's not there anymore.
Otten's in the chat saying car 614, car driven right now by Josh Butler, apparently had a brake failure.
Oof.
So we're waiting to see if that's an in-game brake failure or if that is a in real life.
I mean, that would be a first for me. I
Yeah.
haven't seen it in game. Oh, your brakes are failing.
Otten says someone selected the wrong pads.
Okay, well, Blue, I feel like that's on you.
I feel like that would be a Blue, your boy Blue thing, right? Yeah. Okay.
Seems like it'd be his fault.
Even if it's not his fault, we should absolutely blame him.
I mean, even if it's not physically his fault, it's really his fault as a leader of the team to really get things going. I think the most vocal member by far.
100%.
To be able to make sure everybody's doing their job.
Yeah, I agree.
He's in a leadership position in all forms of life, so he should be able to get that going.
Again, Pedro Marzan, as we watch here, just absolutely laying it to Eric DeBone and applying constant pressure. You know, a lot of the other battles we've seen today, there's this accordion effect. Certain drivers are better at certain parts of the track, and so you see them come together, and then they gap out a little bit, and they come together and they gap out a little bit. I'm not really seeing that here. I mean, maybe 3 to 4/10 of a second of sway there, right? But
yeah,
Marzan is keeping this
because somebody makes a move and gets countered and has to back out of it. That's where the gaps seem to come from.
But here, Marzan is holding this to under half a second around the entire lap. We're not seeing him drop back to 8 or 9/10 at any point. So, yep, yeah, there you go. See, Otten said it was totally Blue.
He totally did it. Yeah, I mean, it's just confirmation, but we didn't really need it. We knew.
Yeah, 100%.
There's some things you can just predict just by hearing part of the story how it ends. We already knew that one.
100%.
Oh, he's got a nice run here. If he can just find it, he forces him to the outside. That's really such a smart move by Eric. That is not the line you want to take going into that corner normally, but you know what he wants and you don't give it to him, then yeah.
DG saying Marzan is just farming SA at this point.
Oh, yep, and there's that fourth place car. No, is that a back marker coming up on?
No, that should be. Hold on, let me take a look here. No, that is.
Second, that is a Ferrari. I thought
that is John. Yep, that is John Gixer now sitting about 4/10 off the back end of Pedro Marzan, and all of a sudden it has become a 3-car race for P2.
Yeah, and now I mean, get a little tighter here, and Eric's got to figure out how to block 2 lanes of traffic. 614. Stop and go 30 for speeding in pit lane.
Oof.
That's unfortunate.
And Mr. Josh Butler.
That's unfortunate. Brake failure and then speeding in pit lane. All because of one team member just really
couldn't do his job.
That's unfortunate to see.
I never thought I'd see or know someone in my life who was a human punching bag, but I think I've found mine. I love him. I love Blue. He's awesome.
The trick isn't finding him, it's finding someone who can take it.
Oh, and here we go, shooting to the outside on it. That was not going to happen. Yeah, he can take it. He's awesome. Blue's a good guy. So joining us now, Red, if I can do this right. There we go. Joining us now, Red, Joffrey Amador, co-driver number 123, that Audi we have been watching this entire race. Joffrey, how are you?
Good.
How was your stint? I'm good. I'm fantastic. I love this stuff. How was your stint today?
Well, first it was pretty hard, I have to say, because from the various challenges we had at the beginning of the race. But let's say for now it's getting better and better, and yeah, I got a few places which I won, so it was pretty good.
Absolutely.
Good fights. I hope you may have the time to enjoy it.
No, we did, and I talked to Damien earlier, and I gotta say, like, and I've said it a few times on stream, and I will say it again. I think you guys have done a fantastic job today because you were involved in incidents that were no fault of your own, right? Damien getting hammered, I think, at least 3 times during his first stint.
Yes.
I think even you got hit once during your stint, your double stint.
Yes.
And so for you guys to lose as many positions as you did, at one point you've lost more than you've lost over 10 positions and dropped back, and now you're all the way back up into P7. I mean, that's a fantastic run. If we take your driving, and when I say your, I mean you and Damien's driving into account, I really believe you guys had the absolute best race today. And had those incidents not happened, we might be seeing you fighting in this fight we're watching right now for P2. I really,
No, that's true. That's true. We lost.
Whoa!
Yeah,
hold on. I'm sorry, man. Let me interrupt you real quick because something bad just happened here. Pedro Marzan. I think we had a slow car on the track. Red, did I miss something here? We focus on Marzan. I jumped back 30 seconds, but if you see, we've got tight bumper running here. And then all of a sudden, and are we going to see it or what's going on here? Right there. Yeah, a slow car parked on the side of the track, and Marzan ends up running right into the back of them. Eric DeBon diving out of the way at the last second. So now Pedro Marzan, John Gix are able to get up into third, and Pedro Marzan now 9 seconds off that pace. I don't know who was parked on the side of the track, but that was very, very bad.
Yeah, it was the car just behind is Damien, so I was able to see what happened.
Yeah, that was bad. So anyway, back to what we were saying. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
So,
race event, it's normal.
Yep. No, I got to jump in there quick. I'm lucky I caught it because it was just out of the corner of my eye. I'm like, why do I see headlights there? And now there's no headlights there. That was weird.
Exactly.
But again, as I was saying, you guys have, again, if we take those incidents out, which, as to Damien's credit, and I talked about it after he and I had interviewed, that's the kind of drivers we want around here, is that his attitude was this of, yeah, it's frustrating, but that's racing. And that's, such a great attitude to have. He didn't sound mad. He didn't come in yelling and screaming. He just that's racing. It happens. And we're going to do our best to come back. And you guys have done a fantastic job coming back.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I can tell you, we're pissed at just as a contact, but after you have to calm down and say, okay, what are the options and what can we do? What is our pace after getting a collision? And I have to say, yeah, after the first 2 stints, we were able to get a pretty good pace on the track, and that's how we're able to come back to P7, which is for us like where I am aiming to get the top 10 from everything what happened. And from we did a qualification, we were P6, so even if we can try to get the P6, that would be awesome. But otherwise, we are really very happy about this result if everything finished like this.
No, absolutely. I mean, I'm gonna look at you guys down. Right now you're P7. Again, like you said, you called P6. Now with server issues, this, the position delta is not 100% accurate. So really, again, you lost over 10 positions due to all the incidents. You come back, and all of a sudden now you're 1 away from where you started. That's just a fantastic run.
Yeah.
And as somebody said in the chat, Elias Lobby said, I propose drivers of the day title for 1, 2, 3. I agree. And again, there's other drivers out there like Yannick Plus right now, his team is up 12 positions into P6, just ahead of you guys. So obviously they've had a fantastic run. Sandro Lapello in the number 46 Audi, fantastic run for those guys, gaining 6 positions during today's race. Hayo Horman, right back in the number, sorry, I'm trying to look here, in the number 71 Honda, they gained 23 positions today. So obviously those guys have had great runs. I don't know that they dealt with what you did, where, you know, it was, I got whacked, I lost, 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 and now I got to come all the way back. And you guys did that. So I think, you know what I mean? Like, so many great drivers here today, but you guys are definitely one of them, 100%.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. And yeah, from what we know and what we've seen during the race, it's that there is not like, there is few drivers which are very, very aggressive, even on the blue flag, but most of the field are pretty much like looking at the mirrors and looking at the flashlight. And I have to say, yeah, it's not that bad. For sure, some of them needs to make some improvement. I won't say no.
Yeah.
But overall, it's pretty positive.
That's good, and that's excellent, and that's what we want, right?
Yeah, and that's why we like doing some endurance of 6 hours, because what we like to do when you are driving is everything can happen in 6 hours. You can have the first position, who knows, him losing the car and crash into the wall, getting over 1 minute of reparation, of repair. That can change a complete race at any time. So that's what is very exciting for us as a driver.
Absolutely, and you guys, again, I think you've done a great job today. How did you feel about your stints in general? Like, again, you gained position, you had some great battles. You know, overall, how do you feel your stint went for those 2 hours?
It was pretty good, I have to say. I was able to match my pace, even with, let's say, we have like an hybrid setup right now we're running, because we're hoping for more rain, but that's a part of the race. And but so far the car is behaving pretty well, and my pace was, yeah, very, like, I tried to get the same pace every lap, and yeah, it's really tough to get, like, I was trying to get 45 high, 46 low, and if I'm looking at all the time and all the laps I did, I think I was pretty consistent during my 2 stints. And let's see, one more stint left, and who knows what can happen.
Excellent. Well, we're going to look forward to seeing you back in the car. Damien doing a good job right now, holding his own. Obviously a good ways down from P6, Yannick Plus, who's, you know, they're currently about a lap ahead. But again, if you guys finish in P7, I think that's a fantastic race for your team.
Oh yeah.
And I'm
couldn't hope for more.
Listen, I'm going to try and read this, and I'm going to screw it up, but my wife's French Canadian, so I might be able to get it kind of close for you. Apparently Rubik said,
yes.
On n'est pas le temps de Nassier. I don't know that. On n'est pas le temps de Nassier. I don't know that last word, so I don't know how to pronounce that. I tried. I was just trying to pass a message on, but I don't know the last word, so I can't help with that one. I'm sorry.
Not sure about it, but I think it's more like, we don't know what can happen, but let's see.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for jumping in here, sir. I appreciate you coming in and talking to us a little bit. Again, Joffrey and Damien having a great race today. You guys are just doing a great job. And again, it comes down to the most important thing is that everybody's having fun. And, you know, talking to both you guys, it seems like both of you are having an absolute blast. You enjoy this sport. You enjoy sim racing. You enjoy the camaraderie of it. And I think that's the best part of the whole thing, no matter what.
Oh yeah. No, especially I have to say that ACC in general and overall is really, like, I think it's one of the best community you can find on any games, really. And we just have to keep doing this, because what we love is racing and driving those awesome cars.
Awesome.
So,
awesome.
No, thank you for everything.
Absolutely.
And I'm gonna see what my colleague is doing.
Yep, go talk to him, keep him occupied, and keep him awake for the next 20 minutes. I assume you're going to jump in there for the last hour.
Yeah,
and like I
exactly.
said, looking forward to seeing you back out on track here in just a little bit.
Oh, thank you. It was a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the invitation.
You bet. Bye-bye. Awesome, guys. So you see it there. I mean, these guys just... This is what I love. I mean, yeah, I love the hard racing. I love how consistent these guys are. But my God, just like the attitude of like, it happens. What are you going to do? That's racing. Let's go. What can we do to make this up? You know what I mean? I think that's a great attitude to have.
I jumped down and talked to Marzin's teammate. Sounds like the car went off in front of him, and their rejoin was a little bit questionable there, and that's what caused that whole incident.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, because it looked to me on the replay as though the car was stopped.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to come back on track and chose a bad time. I'm not sure that, you know how it is. You can't always see what's coming up on you, especially in that high speed of an area, until it's too late. But
Yeah, that was number.
Clearly they're disappointed, but trying to hang on to what they got.
Yeah, so that was number 111, the McLaren, currently in P24, driven by G. Steven right now. So I'm glad I caught that, because like I said, it was just out of the corner of my eye. And good on Eric DeBone, because I don't know if he did it on purpose to use his car as a screen, or if he was as surprised as Marzan was, but he jumped out of the way at the last second, or we would have had a major pile up there with both those cars, and probably John Gixxer as well involved in that crash.
Yeah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
It is, because such a good battle we had going on. Been the story today of great battles that somehow end in a bad fashion, and we don't get to see the real ending of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because that was about to get real curious real quick, to borrow one of your terms, and cut short by something like that. But that's part of it.
It is. It happens every day. In racing and in the real world. We watch here, keeping up with Eric DeBon, currently sitting in second position ahead of John Gixxer. John trying to reel him in, not being as successful as Marzan was, but able to maintain the gap. He's just not quite able to get up under that bumper the way Pedro was with his pace. But now Pedro 25 seconds back from John Gixxer. We pull our camera back a little bit and take a look at the Hungaroring at night. Turner Johnson and Hayo Horman now tightening up back here for P10. Horman, of course, looking for that top 10 finish with just over an hour to go. I want to thank everybody for sticking with us today here at BoX3 Motorsports. This event brought to you by BoX3, Trackilicious Sim Racing, and 949. All very, very community-oriented sim racing communities, if I can say it like that.
You got it out. You got it out. You stuck with it. You got it.
I tried. What are you gonna do? But if you're watching right now and you're not a member of one of these communities, you probably should be. But we will throw up Discord links real quick. I've got this. I'm going to throw these out to everyone in the chat. Any one of these communities is absolutely fantastic. I mean, you know, we put this together because we all kind of have this same attitude about sim racing. It's about bringing people together. It's about having fun. It's about racing hard. And yeah, and we're seeing that today, because again, I don't think I have covered an endurance race where we've seen battles this deep into it. I mean, obviously you get them to pop up from time to time, but this has been pretty constant throughout this entire 6 hours, where there's always something to follow.
Yeah.
It's been very tiring. And look, I get it. I know it's tiring for the drivers, but I'm sitting here going, oh my God, I gotta take a nap. Again, Horman trying to reel Johnson in and just not pulling it off. Same here again as we take a look at Eric DeBon in that number 40 Audi. John Gixxer a little closer now, gotten it down to 4/10. So again, plenty of time to reel him in. And at the top of the hour, I'm sure we will see the driver changes start to happen for that final pit stop. And as Red said, that is when the sprint racing begins.
Yeah, I think we're getting close to that point where if you can see the taillights, you're going to start heading for them. So.
Let me see something. Is Butler still driving? No, Blue's in the car. Okay, so I'm going to do this real quick.
Oh God.
Mr. Butler.
Yeah.
So, what happened with the brakes, and why is it Blue's fault?
So Blue did do the setup, but I didn't do my due diligence of verifying it. This is a 6-hour race, and we were on pad 1, which is never going to last.
Okay.
And didn't notice it until I had the incident with Silvarez, where I didn't apply enough brake pressure, ran wide, pushed him off track, thought it was his problem, lost my mind, and was screaming and cussing. And as I'm coming around the track, just mad as can be, just insulting everyone he's ever met, realized that I had a red dot on my overlay on my left front brake pad.
Okay.
And so a complete brake pad failure on the left front. And so, yeah, pad 1 in an endurance race is never going to work.
Yeah.
So came in to swap the pads and forgot to choose Blue as the driver, so I had to go out, ended up spinning and hitting the wall. So, yeah, just a miserable day for me. Like, I probably just need to find another hobby at this point.
Well, I'd like to jump in at this point. It's very nice of you to try to claim responsibility for this, but we all know who it is. It's the responsibility of the person that's setting up the car to set up the car. So,
yeah,
I don't think you can be blamed for a failure of preparation by someone else.
Well, I'm typically the setup guy. Like, usually I make sure the setup's good, all the pit stops are set up, and I didn't do that this time. So, yeah, it's just a bad day for me. I mean, P30, we got up to P20 early on. I can't remember where we qualified. P30, I think. So, I don't know. It's disappointing, and I'm dumb.
Well,
And
it happens, right? I mean,
imagine how dumb Blue is. I mean, geez. Like, you combine our dumbness, and we're basically Ottens.
Oh,
wow.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. I kidnapped your Faja. Well, look, you guys are running your race. You're having fun. That's what, we talked about that earlier. So,
yeah.
But it is disappointing, and especially like you must have wanted to kick yourself because, like you said, you had the incident with Silvarez. You're on fire. You're like, dude, really? Like, why did you do this to me? I'm just trying to make up some space. And then you look down and you're like, oh, never mind.
Yeah, it's my fault. I didn't brake enough. And then also my brake pad was exploding.
Basically grinding rotors at that point, wondering why the car won't stop.
Yeah. Which is the first time I've ever had a brake failure. And I was like, why is there a red dot on my brake? What's going on? Because I just assumed it was on pad 2 because it's an endurance race. And Andrew goes, what pad are you on?
Well, I mean, clearly that's a safe assumption. Everybody knew that. So, yeah. I mean, everybody should know that's not the right pad.
Well, you learned a good lesson today, Josh. Whether it's with Blue or with anybody else, trust but verify.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly. Pull the old
double check work.
Yep. I trust.
There's a reason he's in charge of batteries, not brakes. I'm just saying.
They ever rename it Batteries Brakes Plus? He's out.
Right?
Yep, that's right. That's right.
I mean, look, I trust the people that work for me, but I also verify what they tell me.
Sure.
So,
yeah, no, I get that, but I don't know. It's just disappointing. This is the first endurance race I've done in well over a month, and I was real excited. And Ando was kind of helping me with some of my braking points and turn in, and I was getting fairly quick there and through the middle of the stint, and then I don't know. I mean, part of this is testing yourself and seeing how far you can go. And I'm fatigued right now. Like I'm tired. I could probably go catch a nap. And, yeah, but do better next time, I guess.
Absolutely. But then we see Hayo Horman taking up P10. He wanted into that top 10, and he got it, getting around Turner Johnson in that.
And he started in last, right?
Yeah. Let me take a look
German
here
team,
again.
in the Honda.
I think so.
71 car.
Yeah. Hoyo Horman. They are now in the top 10. They have gained 24 positions during the course of this race.
I wonder what that feels like. I bet it feels really nice.
Yeah. That's awesome.
I bet it's like right up there with having a dad. I bet that was cool too.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my goodness.
So Chief Blaze, I appreciate you suggesting that we take a poll about whether or not the brake failure was Blue's fault, but we've already made that determination that it is 100% Blue's fault.
We don't need a poll.
So I'm not gonna spin that poll up, but I get it and I thank you. I vote yes, it was Blue. Red, what do you say?
I mean, to me, this is an easy one. It's like asking to put up a poll if gas is too high right now. Sure, of
Okay,
course.
yeah.
Everybody knows the answer.
There we
It's
go.
blue.
So we took a poll, and the poll said that yes, blue was 100% at fault. If I really felt like messing with him, I would actually jump down into that channel just to do that, but I'm not going to do that to him. So.
No, don't do that. I'm within driving distance to his house, and I can be proxy beat up boy. I don't need that.
So aside from the my dumbness and that, like, it's a pretty clean, pretty good race. Got punted twice, probably avoidable. One of them, maybe I hit my apex a little better or hit it at all. So the apex is a lot like a certain part of the female anatomy. I have real trouble finding it.
Oh my lord! Maybe you should practice more.
Some question they even really exist. Honestly, when was the last time you saw an apex? I'm just saying.
Exactly. It's kind of like the fastest lap, like, and a female climax. Like, do they exist?
Batman.
I don't know.
It's like Batman. Yeah, he's out there, but there's no proving it really.
Yeah, but you don't know that I've never been in the same room as Batman at the same time, so maybe I'm Batman. Fair. You don't know. I've also never hit an apex, so maybe the apex is Batman. I'm not sure how that works.
There you go.
Whoa.
I just blew your mind, didn't I?
You're as high as Zap and Chief right now.
No, I'm not. I promise.
No, I don't think
that.
I don't think that's a possibility.
If you really think about it, bro, like, they've been hiding it from us, man.
That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying.
Oh man, it has been a day, but yeah, I mean it's a good event. It's been a good series. I like that we're doing a crossover because there's a lot of leagues out there that are very walled garden. They don't want you talking to or about or linking to or inviting people within the league to their league. And I love big community events where we all get together. And this isn't about BoX3. It isn't about 949. It isn't about Trackilicious. It's about us all together, our individual communities and the larger community, and how terrible I am at driving.
Exactly. I can agree with that.
I mean, that's a big part of our culture is how bad Josh is at driving.
Yeah. I mean, I can agree with 100% of that statement. I love the communities coming together. I love that we're able to do this, and even through the best part is even through the problems, right? The server issues earlier today were just blowing things up, and then all of a sudden, you know what? There were like 3 or 4 people came together. They fixed it. Let's get this going on, and we did that, right? And
the fix wasn't just one-sided. It wasn't just the BoX guys. It was the BoX and Trackilicious guys talking together and like, let's try this. Hold on, before we do that, maybe there's an easier solution, and talking through things together. Leading together instead of somebody coming and going, "Oh, it's my race. I'm gonna do what I want to do, by God." Yeah.
And that's the thing, like you said, there are communities out there.
That was an excellent imitation of Eric, by the way. That was like dead on.
I thought so. I really went for it. I had to trust myself.
Black Birdie in chat says 1v1 me. I'm definitely a worse driver, so maybe we should throw Josh and Black Birdie out on track together. We'll do a 5-lap single elimination and see who the worst driver is.
Here's the thing. Here's the catch to that. Blue has to set up both cars. So
yes. So Black Birdie, here's the deal, Haas.
Engine map 8.
You're gonna lap me by lap 3.
That's too close to home, sir. I still have flashbacks.
He'll put you on engine map 8 and give you 1 liter of fuel and tell you go do 5 laps.
25 hours in the game Black Birdie has. That is 25 more hours than I have quality minutes.
That's all right. Black Birdie, if you're not racing with a league and you want to get better and you want to have fun like we do here, come join one or all of these great communities. Trackilicious, 949, and BoX3. We will more than gladly bring you in. And if you know what, if you're new, we have a lot of new. I can't speak for Trackilicious or 949, and we don't have any other guys on here right now. I can't speak for them, but I will say we have a lot of new people who are new to sim racing in BoX3. Be open to criticism, because if you drive like a dink, somebody's going to tell you that you drive like a dink, and hopefully they're nice about it and try to help you. But sometimes people get testy. But the point is if you're new, that's okay. If you make mistakes, that's okay. Learn from them and get better, right? Whether that's how you practice, we can help with that. We can help with giving track guides, and you can go find those on YouTube, but a lot of our drivers can help you with track guides and give you pointers and things of this nature. So if you're really into it, you know, again, 25 hours in, if it's something you're really enjoying, come join one or again, all of these communities and absolutely hook up with us and you know, get some time in, get some wheel time in.
And if you drive like an incredible dink, like we have with Chief and we have with Mr. Butler, just go join our racing league and do some circle races with us.
You could do that.
That's perfectly acceptable. You
Or
don't
apparently,
have to change your driving style. In fact, you might have to make it a little worse, actually, to fit in. And we'll have some fun there too.
Or
So
apparently you don't have to do circle driving. You can drive on road in the MX-5 and still door bang the hell out of people, and it's okay.
No, if
Red?
somebody wouldn't have put on their livery to hit me here, I wouldn't have done it. But I was just trying to follow wishes, and you know how I am. I'm a people pleaser. Somebody asks me to do something, I jump right on it. The door said hit this, I hit it. I feel like that's a you problem.
Listen, it worked out. It was fun. Either way, guys, I mean, anybody watching, you could tell. Again, Black Birdie, anybody else, we have fun. It's about having fun first. Because if you're not enjoying yourself, why are you doing it? Right? I'm not like that lady that wrote that book that says, if it doesn't bring joy, throw it away. I don't do that, right? I have things in my house that are useful. They don't elicit joy, but I don't toss them because they're still useful. But this is a hobby. And if you're not enjoying your hobby, then why are you doing it? And that's what it's all about for us, is enjoying it.
Cabin by myself.
What'd you do?
I said I would be living in a cabin by myself with no wife or
Sounds
children.
delightful.
If that's what we were going by was her book, I'd be like, well, there's clearly mistakes have been made. We need to address these.
Tristan Joe in the chat asks if we want to see some real speed. Eric DeBon is on film, is on screen right now. I'm looking at real speed. I don't know what you got for me, Tristan, but if you got something, bring it. Let's go. But I doubt we're going to see it now because we're going to finish up watching this race for the next hour and 3 minutes. And let me bring it up now. We are coming down to that last hour. Josh, let me ask you, because I already talked to Red, and he and I kind of agreed on what he said. When does the sprint race kick off today?
As far as the end of this race?
Yeah. When does this endurance race turn into a sprint race?
Yeah, it's the last round of pit stops. Once if there's any way to catch up some time right here, depending on how you've run your stints. So for us, Blue has 36 minutes remaining in his timer, so he's going to have to come in again, and so there's an opportunity there potentially to make up some of that gap. So I would say it's right now in this last round of stops. Do you stop on that hour mark and just try to go as fast and hard as you can, or do you stretch and try to overcut a little bit here? But it's right now, the last hour, that's when you're really going to stretch your legs and see if you can make anything happen.
There we go, Red. He agrees. So let me ask you though, were you Josh, were you changing tires every stint? I assume. I mean, after an hour, they've got to be pretty burnt.
Well, so we had to, because Blue, it's difficult for him to drive for more than an hour, and so since we were doing a driver swap, we were changing tires. But anytime, the 2 times I went in just for fuel or for damage, I did not change tires.
Okay.
Just because you can save 30 seconds right there. So a full fuel only stops about 3 seconds. So you can definitely double stint the tires here. The tire wear is not bad. The temp's been warm enough. You haven't got to worry about graining so much. Blistering, we're not hot enough for blistering. So the tires will last. And the main thing we were working on setting up our pit stop strategies was in the wet, you can definitely double stint wet tires. And so we were going to try to do something along those lines. But with us changing drivers at every stop, it was going to be a tire change anyway.
Gotcha. Okay, very good. And as we see Pedro Marzan now into the pits, so the top of the hour pit stops have begun. And we will see how these guys play this out. Eric DeBon currently sitting in second with John Gixer keeping pressure on. John did tighten it up. I mean, I said before that he wasn't really, it didn't seem like that gap was getting any closer, but now John has been able to pull it in a little bit, staying under that half-second mark of a gap between second and third. So we'll have to see how these guys run their stops and how quickly they are in and out. We've seen, the car, that number 40 Audi, we have seen all 3 drivers, and I'm wondering who's coming out for the last stint. Does Eric stay in? Again, who, for me, after watching this race, has been the defensive champion for this car, because he absolutely refuses to let anybody by. Or is it going to be Is it going to be Crow that comes out, who is more pure speed and is able to just pull away from anybody who might be behind him? I'm curious to what that strategy is going to be.
Sorry, I'm looking at chat. My question here is, did Marzen repair that damage? Because that was a pretty quick stop.
Yeah.
I didn't see him when he headed in, but they were saying they had 30 seconds of damage. So
Okay.
I assume you do, but if you're thinking you could hold that gap with the damage you've got, as Gonzalez is now in the car.
Well, they did
then
57
maybe
seconds in the pits.
Okay, so it sounds like they fixed it.
Yeah, that's stopped time. 57 seconds, 29.6 in and out, with the 57-second stop time. Sandro Iapello now going into the pits in P4, and John Gixer now heading into the pits. Eric DeBone staying out for another lap, at least.
So they've got a fresh car basically. They made their early stop. When all this shuffles back around, do they end up right behind Gixer again? That's the question. Because if they do, we're right back to interesting.
Oh yeah.
So
I think we're going to be back to interesting very quick here. I mean, Gixer's going to come out. We have to wait and see when Eric dives in. You know, the thing is, Kai Friedrichs up front, that team has won this race. It's theirs to lose at this point. 97 seconds the gap back to P2. So at this point, we're not talking about that, but we are talking about how the rest of the podium is going to land. And I'm really curious with this number 40 Audi team is who comes back out in the car when this happens. I think that's going to be a big tell on what their strategy is.
For sure. You gotta assume Crow's coming back in, right? He's ran
You would think so.
the least amount of laps.
He's only run a single stint. He did not double up. But have to think Crow's coming out. They've held him in reserve for last. And again, we're talking, you know, we pick fun and tease esports legend and all this, but he is fast, right? He's an alien driver.
Yeah.
So not only that, but smart as well. I had one short coaching session with him, and I was driving at Kyalami in the Aston Martin, and he was like, all right, yeah, give me the Motec, give me the replay data. I was like, oh, dog, I can record you a couple hot laps. Like, I didn't know we were going to do all this. Like, I didn't know how in-depth it's going to be. And this is his time. He's volunteering to help me.
Yeah.
So I sent him the hot laps, and he's like, dude, what are you doing? Dude, fix this. 2 seconds off my best lap immediately.
Wow.
And it was literally just like I was drifting towards the apex instead of waiting to turn in for a late apex. And it was just immediately 2 seconds off my time. And he spent no more than 20 minutes with me going through all that. And so he knows how to drive, but he also knows how to explain it and help you as well. And that's invaluable.
Absolutely.
Someone that can coach like that.
And there we go. Eric DeBone now into the pits. So John Gixer, only a 35-second stop. We'll wait and see where this number 40 Audi comes out as far as pit time. And again, who ends up driving. We have to wait for about a sector to go by before we know who's in the car to be sure. We will wait for that to update. But a good number of drivers heading into the pits at this time. And then with this happening, I'm going to take my last break before the end of this race and step away. Josh, Red, you guys good to hang out?
Yeah, put me on the back of let's go on the back of Gonzalez and see what develops there.
Yep, we will hang out on Gonzalez right there. I will leave you right there with Mr. Gonzalez, and hopefully by the time I get back, Eric DeBone now out of the pits, only 33 seconds that stop. So very, very quick. Identical ins and outs with 29.3, but about 2 seconds faster over Gixer and that pit stop. And it looks like John has stayed in the car because he's been out long enough now for that to have updated. It looks like we're holding on to John.
Yep.
Lemon fridge. Sorry, go ahead, man.
Oh, and I'm trying to figure out why at this point in the race you're fighting for a podium. Are you just betting on the new tires having so much life that you really just ran those down? Because a set of tires can go a double stint. I wonder if they need to make sure that they. No, Brian Canopin is in.
Yeah,
in
well,
P2.
yeah.
Yep.
I say we have Brian
is
in the car.
They just updated.
So Brian Canopin's in. He came out of the pits 3.3 seconds ahead of Gixer.
So that's your 30-second stop. It's 30 seconds to change drivers. So
Yep.
you go ahead and change the tires as well.
And it looks
Correct.
like
There
they
you go.
did too, because they ran a 33-second pit stop, Brian Canopin and that Team 40 Audi. But they were out 2 seconds faster, so that's where we see that gap up to 3 seconds between them now. At this point, though, Kai Friedrichs 2 laps ahead of our second place driver. So, Red, you still want me to leave you on Gonzalez as I step away?
Yeah, let's stay here for now. He's catching up on some traffic, I think.
Sounds
so.
good. I will be back in just a moment, and I'll talk to you two in just a few.
Yeah, and watching Gonzalez, I didn't see him on track a whole lot, but the few times I did, man, he was making that Honda do some work. That's the new Honda update's been really fun. I'm driving it in our Sunday league here in BoX3, and I've never driven a mid-engine car. Oh, I take that back. I drove half a season in a McLaren, but I've never driven a mid-engine car for a full season. But I'm loving the update to the Honda. It's a pretty neat car to drive.
Well, they were doing, they were really pushing Knappen's teammate. They were all over the back of him, and they had a real tight battle between 2, 3, and 4. And we had a bad re-entry that took them out. Like, took them back 2 spots.
Oh, no.
They were running with 30 seconds of damage before that pit stop.
That's terrible.
Yeah, so I mean, it happens. I don't think it was on purpose. I think it was just a bad spot to have an incident. Because sometimes when you're rejoining, you're trying to gradually rejoin, which is what it looked like. But it actually Gonzalez was following another car, and it blinded them. Well, his teammate was following another car, and it blinded him. Couldn't see the car stopped in front of them, trying to let him by.
Okay.
Yeah, it was unfortunate because they were having a really good battle.
That's the hardest thing when you get spun or you have an incident and you go to rejoin. You instinctively you want to do it real fast. Like, I got to get back in this. I got to get back in this. But in reality, it's better to take that 2 or 3 seconds. So A, you don't get killed, but B, you don't compromise somebody else or cause further incidents to occur. So yeah,
when it happens, that's usually the furthest thing from your mind. So.
Right. You're just thinking, get back on track. Right. Same thing when you have a spin, you tend to forget about the hot tires or the dirty tires, and you try to run back in your exact same line, and you just can't. And you just got to be patient and let everything come back to you.
Yeah, exactly. We're having a little bit of a comparison in chat here as to who can get more drive-throughs, apparently.
I'm
2 warnings in 1 lap now.
oh yes. So we ended up with 1 drive-through. We Blue picked up a track warning his first stint, then I got one, then he got one, then I got one. So we were
949 just got another. It looks like.
But that's so that's the balance, though, right? This is a track. It's easy to pick up track limit warnings here.
It absolutely is.
And if you're not pushing and exploring those limits, you're potentially losing lap time. But a drive-through penalty, that's a solid 30 seconds you just lost for maybe a quarter to half a second gain.
Yeah.
Well, let's ask the chat while we're finishing up last 51 minutes here. Want to know if you guys think anybody's going to do any more major overtaking? Can Gonzalez get up into the podiums? Is Friedrichs going to hold on to it, or does Brian Canopin have something to say? Looks like he's actually 2 laps down from P1, so nothing going on there. So it's going to be Gixxer, Gonzalez, and Canopin fighting it out for the final 2 podium spots. Let us know what you think is going to happen in the chat, please. Also in the chat, if you haven't joined the Discord, there's the link right there. Even if you don't race, you just like hanging out with neat people. Do ACC. Some people run some AC. There's iRacing group. And some guys just some nights get on and just stream and talk smack. Like sometimes I'll get on and just talk with Blue or Zap. And I'm not even doing anything, but I'll just chat with them on their streams. Or I'll stream World of Tanks and be real bad at that too. Turns out it doesn't matter if it's wheels or tracks. I'm bad at driving it. Dude,
I'm back. I am back, and we have got a battle going on back here. Michael Lee and Hayo Horman now tightening up. I miss anything exciting?
No.
Actually, Red told me his deepest, darkest secret.
Really?
Yeah.
We're best friends now.
Yeah, but I already knew it, so.
I
Oh,
muted
okay.
it from the stream though, so
No, but
Yeah.
I already knew it anyway. I know what it is.
Okay.
It's fine.
probably.
Andreas Borchers in chat says, last stint for me. See ya. We will see ya.
Ooh.
Kai Friedrich's still in the car, but I'm sure Andreas taking over soon. Brian Canopin, but I will say this, Brian, look, we all know, and again, we're the three of us are BoX3 guys, so we know our drivers. We don't know every driver that's here because it's 3 leagues. John Gixer is closing the gap to Brian Canopin right now.
Yeah. It does seem that way.
So this may get very interesting towards the end of, I mean, again, with 49 minutes left to go, this could get very curious because, again, closing that gap, he's got plenty of time to make up that 2.5 seconds and give us a run at the end of this for P2 and 3.
So if he is who I think he is, Gixer's not a real common name, but I've raced with John Gixer in some AOR events, and yeah, he's quick everywhere. Like, he's just a good driver, good racer, clean, and just kind of a really nice dude. And I'm checking here, and it looks like, yeah, it is the same guy I'm thinking of. So yeah, we did some AOR, Apex Online Racing. They run some of the bigger European leagues.
Okay.
And we did they have 2 tiers for their endurance championship. And we were in tier 2, and he was one of the admins for that. And solid, nice guy. Bring problems to him, very helpful. Like he's very much a community-oriented guy.
That's excellent. That's a lot of these guys we're finding, right? I mean,
Blue died. Blanchett hit him again.
Blue died?
Blue is dead.
I think Eric hit him. I'm not sure.
Back it up real quick. Oh, he did get spun real hard. Did not catch who hit him, but yeah, Blue's stuck on the side of the track now.
And this is one of those times where we need to be able to back up and hear the comms from that team.
Oh, no, because if you'd have been mine earlier, we would get banned from Twitch. We'd have to start a new account. It was very colorful. It was it would have made sailors blush.
Lemon Fridge in chat says he wants to see the onboard for car 420 so that we can see Tristan get their 6th drive-through penalty today. So we will redeem that right now. Let's go on board with number 420 at Ferrari, being currently P26.
He is shouting out his own teammate.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, when you're calling out your own teammate in the chat, like, something's not right.
He ain't listening to me. Maybe he'll listen to you.
As we watch this on board, I will keep an eye on the rest of the field.
I think Sector 2 is the most likely place to have, because I don't think they're going to get it in Turn 1, Turn 2. Turn 5 is a maybe.
Yeah, it's probably going to be either
the uphill
left-hand sweeper, or the chicane. That's the ones that bite everybody.
No, TG. I do not think that Molson's tongue is going to attempt those acrobatics.
No, absolutely not, sir. I can say Tristan. You know why? My son's name is Tristan, so that's easy. But I am not. Those letters don't go together.
If I was going to guess and take a stab at it, I would go Young and Dyke.
Young and Dyke? That sounds like it could be right.
Young and Dyke.
We just got banned from Twitch.
Oh, and right there, is that it right there? I don't know. He jumped out over that curb.
You got me, TG.
Oh, Black Birdie says pretty good.
Oh, okay. Well, at least I'm in the neighborhood.
Now, to be fair to Tristan driving the car right now, you know, Lemon Fridge calling him out, drive-through penalties. They've had 5 so far, but they're up 3 positions in this race. They've stayed out of trouble. They've moved
must feel
up.
nice.
Like, well, I'm just saying, like, let's realize where we're at now. Granted, could they be up 6 or 7 without the drive-throughs? Very possibly. But you still gained 3 positions during the course of this 6-hour race today. Don't be disappointed. You turned out better than the qualification, right?
At least we didn't disconnect and quit like a bunch of babies.
Very true. And as we jump up, we are going to go back, though, as we finish that lap with Michael Lee and Heyo Horman. who are going to go side by side. Let's see if we get any more door banging going on here towards the end of this race. We are keeping an eye up front. John Gixer now about 2 seconds off Brian Canopin's pace. And that number 40
seems
Audi.
like Brian had decided he was ready to start driving again.
Yeah, Harmon backed out of that going up the hill, but got a great exit, and he's going to stick with Lee here, and he's not giving him any quarter. He's going to keep pushing, see if he can make Lee make a mistake.
Kevin Blanchett yellow flagged now. Let's see if these guys catch up to him. He gets himself back on track. Your boy Blue right here going to get in the middle of this battle.
Make it wide, Blue. Make him work for it. Please don't. Please don't.
Michael Lee letting Blue know he's there. You know, Hungaroring is one of those tracks where the straights are not, I mean, other than the start-finish straight, there aren't a lot of places to let people through, right? Like there's no, the straights are not that long to where you have opportunity as a back marker, and I'm a frequent back marker, so trust me when I tell you, we want to get out of your way. We do want to move. But this track does not lend itself to easily getting out of the way for people.
On the straight, yeah, but you have so much runoff through the big sweeping turns, like here in turn 1, down here in turn 3, the penultimate turn, and then the final turn. There's enough room to run wide and let somebody have that inside. As we see Lee, a little bit of switchback there from Horman, gets a really good exit, and it looks like he's ahead of Lee now.
This in T1 all day. Hayo Horman able to move ahead of Michael Lee right there. You either complete it in T1 or you get halfway there through T1 and T2 seals the deal if you can hold in and hit your braking zone right going into T2. We've watched that pass more than once today.
Okay, so 43 minutes left. Most everybody should be done with pit stops unless somebody had an extra stop in the middle and is way off. Blue is going to have to stop again. He's got 16 minutes left on his timer. So can he get P29? No, but he's still driving.
That's right. Check it out. Uwazi now into the pits.
Cut that gap to Brian down to 1.5 seconds.
I saw that. Yeah, I was just looking at that as we jump in with Will Campbell. Now fighting Ian Hall. Ian able to get the edge and bounce ahead just that quick.
Literally a little bit of bounce there.
Well, Ian Hall now moving into P10. Going to try and hold on for that top 10 finish. But yeah, Gixer, as you said, Red, Gixer closing in the gap a little bit. Now it has shortened up down to about 1.8 to 2 is where it's flexing right now. 42 minutes left to go in today's race.
I wonder, I assume Gixer's not his given birth name. I assume that's a reference to the motorcycle.
Yeah. Yep.
He didn't see it. He posted that, and I was actually out waiting on somebody, and I posted, "Sorry, only Honda's in chat." And
yeah, he said it in the chat. He put it in the Twitch chat.
The GSXR was a Suzuki bike, is that right?
Yeah, correct.
I don't know a lot about motorcycles.
Nobody does.
Yeah.
No.
Damian Filios now back out on track after a pit stop. Excuse me. This team, again, we've talked about this 1-2-3 Audi all day, but these guys have done a fantastic job now sitting P6. It doesn't look like they have a lot of opportunity to actually get up into the top 5, but have run a really strong race, great attitudes, and now Damian Filios going to finish out the day for Team Audi in that 1-2-3. We check in with Gixer in the 494 Ferrari.
This seems to be his sector. Sector 2 to 3. He cuts that a little bit more every lap.
Yeah.
He cut it quite a bit right there.
Yeah,
Sector 2 is my favorite part of this track because it's such a rhythm section. And when you get it right, you almost feel like you're dancing the car through everything.
Kevin Blanchett struggling a little now. Yellow flag now back up to white, so he's got himself back realigned on track, still holding on to P8. We also may have a battle upcoming here for P9. 6, as I apologize, Joffrey Amador is back in that 1-2-3, but Leonard Beckham closing into about the 1 second mark in P7 right now. And as you said, Red, that gap continues to close. John Gixter now down to about 1.2 to 1.3 seconds behind Brian Canopin. Don't forget, folks, this is not the last endurance race you get to watch here or over at Trackilicious. Zandvoort kicks off July 9th, 4 p.m. UTC, 12 noon Eastern Daylight Time. That will be hosted over at twitch.tv/Trackilicious, so be sure and jump over there to talk to those guys. We'll be back here at BoX3 for Panorama on August 20th. Same bat channel, same bat time, 4 p.m. UTC, 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And as I said earlier, if you like endurance racing, 12 hours of Barcelona happens on July 23rd, 10 a.m. UTC, 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Going to be an early riser for me. We'll start with coffee, we'll finish with scotch, but 12 hours, we will be here for the whole thing. So be sure and join us for that.
I mean, for you, that's really just your normal wake-up time.
Normal day. Yeah, well, yeah. No, I'll be up way before that.
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't even have to set an alarm to get up for 6 a.m.
Nope. It's in my blood now.
That's right.
It is a vast improvement, though. As I've mentioned previously, I used to work Flightline for the B1 and B52 as a civilian maintainer, and we would go in regularly at 0430 to pre-flight the jets. So I'd be up at 0300 every day, just hating life.
Looks like we got a little bit of a battle as they come up on a back marker. Amador and Beckman.
I see that. Just locking in on that now. Amador holding his own, but Beckman had it tucked under that wing there for about a half a second. Now a little bit of a spread between these guys. Now watching Beckman there in the back, you see that wide swing out onto that curb, and I wonder if this is not going to be the last drive-through we see. A lot of the drivers swinging out there.
Yeah.
As we'll take a check on car 420 real quick. Tristan, and I'm not going to try it. I'll let Josh try it again, but car 420 currently sitting P24. No extra drive-through yet. They're still sitting at 5, so that has not happened. But we are going to have to jump up here real quick. I mean, I know we've got a little bit of a battle going, but Brian Canopin now under attack by John Gixter. That gap has closed to under half a second.
Yeah, I don't know if that's been discussed, if we've talked about doing anything like that, but officially no. Answering in the chat, we don't have a driver of the day, but I'm sure we can all vote on one. I think Canopin's probably a good one, but I think the whole 123 team, after all they've gone through, I mean, that's great. The 71 team, after almost not getting to race because of entry list issues, and then coming back from absolute dead last on the grid, up into what, P10 now?
71 P11? Yeah, they're sitting P11 right now. And
May pull, 3 Hondas.
Sorry, May pull into P10 as Ian Hall pulls into the pits in that number 7, and there they go right there. Io Horman is up into position 10. So yeah, definitely going to talk about it after the race. I did hit Eric on the side and asked him to join us at the conclusion of the race today so we can finish out with somebody from Trackilicious. And I don't know anybody from 949, but if they want to join us, they are more than welcome to. And now Brian Canopin getting caught up in traffic.
Yeah, that took that any cushion. Now he's being flashed.
Yep. And now he is going to deal with pressure, and we've got 36 minutes left to go. And Brian Canopin will now have to play the defense that we watched Eric have to play for the entire first half of this race. But this is what we want as spectators sitting out here. This is going to be absolutely the best finish we could hope for to this race.
Now we're getting spammed with the ducks.
Yeah, I see that. Ulrich has appeared in chat again.
111 pulls a drive-through for track limits.
That's not the 420 at all.
111 of Steven.
Gee, Steven.
Yeah.
Heard talk of Hungaroring and the track limits. As we keep our focus here, listen, again, I'm going to say it. As an Audi fan, I love the way the Audis have performed today because they've been battles constantly. But we really do have one coming down now. Gixxer backing off just a bit. We're hitting that 1 second gap mark again. So I don't know if he's like slipped the corner and is taking half a lap to reset himself, but I don't think we've seen the end of this battle. And Josh, to your point, Hannibin's smart. He's not just fast, but he's smart, right? He's going to look to work this to his advantage. And I see Canopin being one of those guys who, as the leader, you know, being the car in front, can actually get the car behind to make the mistake. Am I wrong in that assessment?
No. He knows where he can brake just a second earlier and make Gixxer have to react to that. And not purposely, not a brake check, but he just brakes 5 meters earlier than he needs to, and Gixxer doesn't expect it following so closely. And so he runs a little bit wide to avoid being the cause, you know, however we deem the fault there of the incident. And so Brian can sort of bait him into making a mistake, getting it off track, getting some dirty tires. And the other thing that Brian can do is he can influence the traffic ahead and behind, because he can kind of slow down as he passes a car and make Gixxer have to make a decision. Do I follow Brian through? Do I try to go around the outside 3 wide in this car? So where he places the car through each one of these corners, he's got to be thinking about that corner 2 corners ahead.
And so far, the traffic clearing right out of the way for these guys as they continue to battle.
It's a shame there's not any Porsches in front of them, because you could just toss those right behind you. It becomes like Mario Kart then, really, because the driver behind
Porsches are basically red shells.
It's just the whole, it's just the whole thing.
Only one Porsche in our top 10 today, actually. Leonard Beckham currently driving that 911 car. What I will say is I do like the fact that we are seeing the variety of manufacturers in our top 10 today. And I think really some cars that I personally am not used to seeing. Again, I'll bring up again the Hondas. I'm not used to seeing a Honda up near the top of near a podium or even on a podium. Now, right now, you know, the top Honda, Gage Gonzalez, sitting in P4. But we've got 2 more, 9 and 10 are both Hondas. Even 12 is a Honda. So, you know, for a long time, the meta was what? It was McLaren. It was Bentley.
McLaren, BMW.
Like, yeah, BMW, the M4, when that first released, was like crushing everything. And I'm glad we're finally seeing that fix out. Now, maybe, the fact that we are seeing 3 Audis in the top 10 is something that we're going to see a balance of power come out on that car at some point, right? I don't know, but I would think Audi isn't a car that you see sitting this close to the top 10 all the time. And now all of a sudden, in our races in the league, and now with this endurance today, there's a lot more of them floating towards the top. And I wonder if we're not going to see a balance of power come out.
Well, to the corollary to that is, I wonder how many people have actually figured out all the little idiosyncrasies with this car. Like, yeah, they're really good with it, but there's still something that somebody somewhere has figured out that maybe a Brian Canopin running a Hymo setup hasn't figured out, that like, oh, there's this neat little exploit, kind of like the negative toe thing, as Blue has an incident there with Horman.
Horman? I see Horman yellow flagged.
Oh, that stinks.
I do not see contact on Horman, but I do see a yellow flag, and Horman now dropping position back into P11.
They were side by side through the penultimate corner. Horman went on the outside of Blue, and just a little bit of contact.
You need to go have a talk. Do you need to go have a talk with your boy? Is that what needs to happen here, or?
No, I'm just gonna make him sad. I'll stay up here and make you 2 sad instead.
That's perfect. We're good with that.
I don't necessarily see a BOP just based off what we've seen here. It's not like it's all Audi like it was with the BMW.
With the M4, yeah.
You've got other cars mixed in there, so it's just a preparation thing more than a out of the box. This thing dominates everything.
And
for no really good reason.
Tobias Gable made a good point in the chat. In the real world racing right now, the GT World Challenge, Audi is the preferred car. It is, everybody's running the Audis right now. A few teams have moved away and gone to the Mercedes, but right now the Audi, because of the new Evo 2 setup, and it has the lowest cost of ownership and upkeep out of any other GT car. That's why it's so popular right now. when you watch the real life racing series. And then of course you've got Valentino Rossi running an Audi right now, which just automatically makes people gravitate towards that car.
I told you Audis were awesome. Red, you didn't listen.
Should have listened.
But you were
tried to
saying
tell
that
us.
they were not awesome.
Well, that's your opinion. I'm just saying they obviously they figured it out. Audi looked at it and said, "Red said we're not awesome. We better fix this shit."
That's right. I pull some weight. You disappoint me.
And I think we're going to see the same thing with the Honda, because right now I think the only GT World Challenge that runs the Honda, and I may be wrong here, is the Americas right now, and they just got the Evo 2 upgrades. And so I don't know how it's doing so far. I haven't kept up with the races because they moved the one in Arkansas down to New Orleans, to Louisiana, because they couldn't meet whatever was required. TG probably knows more than I do on this. But the Hondas, I think you're going to see next year start to gain some pace along with the Audis in the real racing. And I mean, it's what we're seeing right now in the game. And so maybe this is kind of like a, fiction preceding reality.
Gotcha. Yeah, and again, that was my biggest thing today. Was I've seen Audis near the top, and obviously the driver has a ton to do with it. But throughout league racing in the last year that I've been doing this and watching and commentating races, you didn't see a lot of Hondas. And now, I mean, we've got 4 within the top 15. That to me is a lot, right? And again, Horman getting bounced. I mean, he was in the top 10. That's a lot of Hondas that I'm not used to seeing.
Yeah, that's true.
And
used to see 1 or 2 for a couple of races and then it be abandoned. Honestly.
TG says the facilities weren't completely ready at Ozarks.
Yeah, that's right.
That's because they were too busy selling drugs down there, and there was a whole thing going on. But I haven't finished it yet, so don't spoil it for me.
Not wrong. Jason Bateman is actually Nathan Fillion. That's the end of the show.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, he unmasks, and it's like, whoa, what just happened?
I can't believe you just ruined the entire show for me. That's ridiculous.
No, my buddy Adam Klein lives near Springfield. I believe. No, he's in St. Louis. Sorry. So he's about 2.5 hours from that new Ozarks track. And he had a track day and he recorded it for us. He took his GT350 out there, Mustang, and his buddy took his Camaro, and his dad took his Porsche out there. And they said it's absolutely phenomenal track. The race, I think it was the USF 2000 or the Indy Junior. I can't remember which program it was. Anyway, and one of the guys compared it with wasn't Monza. Anyway, one of the super famous tracks. Like, this track is that level of quality, like sticking power track. People are going to love driving this track.
That's awesome. Well, for myself, I apparently have a work meeting down in southern New York on the 22nd and 23rd of June. And guess what starts on the 23rd? The 6 hours at the Glen.
Nice.
So I may
race at Glen. That's
I might end up staying down there an extra day just to say I can go to the Glen, and I won't catch the main race. I won't stay for the weekend, but I may stay down there an extra day and head over to the racetrack.
Speaking about which, for those of you that are into iRacing special events, the 6 hours at the Glen is next Friday night. So if you're into GT3 iRacing, there's folks in ACC in BoX3 that run it. I'll be running with some guys from my F1 league, but those are always fun events in the iRacing. LMP2s and GT3 cars on the mixed class racing. It's always a hoot.
Stream that?
No, nobody wants to watch me wreck a bunch.
Oh, well, we can watch your teammates though.
Yeah, no, they'll be great, awesome, whoever they are. Whoever's finally like, oh, we only have 2 people. All right, Josh, you can drive.
John Gixer tightening it up again. We saw him pull back a little bit, but now getting under that half-second mark as we come towards the end. Last 30 minutes of this race, just 26 minutes left to go. Oh, and we got a little bit of a bump from Gixer right there. Not entirely his fault, as Crow, like you said, Crow lost that back end and was kind of sliding towards him. But I don't think that was on Gixer with that kick, but definitely tightening things down now and keeping it real close. Also back for P6, Joffrey Amador and Leonard Beckham continue to keep things close. We'll keep an eye back there as well. Stick around after the race, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to talk about the race. We're going to talk about who we think the drivers and your teams of the day are, and hopefully Eric, the man, the myth, the legend himself from Trackilicious, will be joining us once this is all over and we can have a conversation real quick. Unfortunately, because I don't have things set up, because nobody ever helped me set them up, you will only get to look at my beautiful face, and I feel bad for you because you're stuck only looking at me, but don't leave just because of that. Stick around. We're going to have some more content as soon as this race finishes.
I didn't know anyone else's face was ever an option.
Well, if people had cameras, I could throw up an overlay, and I just got to get them from Discord and drop them in, but, you know, I have the overlays. I just have never had anybody come in with a camera and say, hey, let's set this up so we have it. So really, it's not built.
Nobody wants to know what the rest of us look like.
Probably not.
Just got to all outshine. So
just make whatever you do. Just don't point the camera at your legs.
Okay. All right. I'd hate to intimidate people or ruin the lore.
Intimidate them.
I don't want to ruin the lore that you've created while you're.
Listen, it's canon. Red skips leg day. That's canon now. Okay.
Lies.
It is BoX3 canon that Red skips leg day.
That's right.
Just like
so
my.
I don't even include it in workout anymore.
I wouldn't even bother.
It's
just
all
like
biceps and triceps and sometimes chest day. I don't do
bis and tris. You're all show muscles. You got no core.
Right. That's it.
Well, I mean, look, to be fair, it is BoX3 canon that my mom yells at people and is apparently very easy.
Well, only for Chief.
Only for Chief, yeah. Like, he's the only one allowed to make that claim, so. What Apex Sim Racing says the wheels have figuratively come off for us. Right now, though, we are very lucky to be getting a battle here at the end of this race. 23 minutes left to go. Brian Canopin and John Gix are keeping it close right to the end. As much as I love night racing, I wish it were daylight so we could really get a good view on this. John Gix are just not giving up, waiting and biding his time. And I'm waiting to see when he's going to make this opportunity. And good night to you, Ottens. Thank you so much for your help today, sir.
Get out of here. Get.
Go to bed.
No, get.
Go on now. Yeah.
But yeah, Gixxer and Lee, the only two Ferraris in the field, making that car competitive. It's not it was a great car in 1.7, and 1.8 kind of took the Nerf bat to it, and a lot of folks that love the Ferrari just sort of refused to drive it after that, and you know, having the BMW come on and be an incredibly strong alternative. So it's nice to see some Ferraris around every now and then. I'd like to see it balanced more and be more competitive, but I mean, it's at some point you have to stop artificially balancing everything and just let the cars be the cars.
Mm-hmm.
But it's nice when you can have that mix. Like, there's not one Aston Martin in the field today.
I don't believe so. No.
Very popular endurance car, but not a single one.
Yeah, not a single Aston today. I will mention it again as it shows up there on your screen, folks. If you are a broadcaster, and I said it earlier, there's no sponsorship here. I paid for this software. If you're broadcasting for your league, take a look at ACC TV. Maybe after the race, I will throw it up and you guys can see exactly what I see during the course of a race, but I don't want to do that now. I want to thank them for building this software because we wouldn't be able to provide what we provide without it.
A tight little fight for P6 and P7 coming up behind Blue as he comes up towards the chicane.
Yeah, I'm watching it. I'm trying to keep an eye on it. They're still staying within that 0.8 to 1 second gap, and Gixxer is staying right on the back end of Kroos. That's where I'm keeping the camera at this point. But I keep eyes on that gap between Joffrey Amador and Lennart Beckham to see if we are going to get a pass there for P6 before the end of this race. Car number 469, yellow flagged and parked. Looks like sitting still on the side of the road, just now getting moving again. P28, Michael Kazbuski. Kazbuski?
Is that a BMW? That was a car that had a ton of damage earlier and made that car real wide for a while until finally Blue was able to get around them. But yeah, they had a ton of damage, but we're still doing pretty decent times.
And that car,
so they've had a rough race.
Yeah, they still have a ton of damage right now. We jump back up front here to Gixxer. go on board with Gixxer for just a moment. Get his view around this track following Brian Canopin. Again, I got to imagine he is just champing at the bit for his opportunity.
But at the same time, you have so much to lose if you go for that dive, if you go for that pass, especially if you know who Brian is and what he's about. You've been driving behind him for 25 laps here. You know what he's doing. You're reading every little move he's making. But you can lose this podium right now if you're too impatient, if you're too unsettled and overconfident in your ability and your car and your setup. And so,
well, at the same time, now I'm going to refute what you said there about lose this podium just a little bit, just a little. If I'm John, and I'm not saying go for it with 20 minutes left, but what I'm saying is get down to the last 10 minutes. I'm going to have to pick a spot, right? And to your point, he's watching Brian, he's reading him, he's trying to figure out where that spot is. But I've got a 92-second gap back to fourth, right? With that kind of gap and knowing that I have that space, do I make the effort? Because even if I miss my shot, I'm probably not losing third. I'm probably not dropping podium, as long as I don't destroy the car, right?
And then that's my concern. Is you take it the wrong time, you hit a sausage. Now you've got 90 seconds worth of damage. You're getting a meatball flag. That's the kind of thing that would happen to me if I was ever in this position. And so that's where my brain goes. It's like, I'm winning this race. Dope. Where did this building come from, and why is my car under it? Like, that's the kind of luck I would have.
And meanwhile, I'm sitting here going, you know what? At some point, if I don't take the shot, I'm never getting into second.
Right.
If I do take the shot and I miss, I'm probably, if I pick the right spot on this track, I'm probably not destroying my car, and I have time to get spun around and still hold on to third. So I've lost nothing. And that's kind of what I'm wondering is, where do we see that change? Is that going to be at 10 minutes? Is it going to be at 5 minutes? Where are we going to see that flip? Because I think that switch is going to flip in John's head at some point.
It looks like we're getting real close to it right now. I mean, he keeps sucking right up to the back of Brian. I think Brian's braking just a little bit earlier than John is right now.
And TJ, I agree with you. Lack of Bentleys. I agree. There's only one from Gasolina. We used to see a lot of Bentleys on track.
And it's still competitive right now. It's still a great car, especially endurance racing.
Yeah, but you have to get a captain's license to drive it.
Right. So SRO Esports, round one at Misano, Derry McCormack, the 16-year-old Irish kid, just absolutely smoked the field. Came from, I think he started P3 and won in the Bentley. And then that started turning some people's heads like, oh, wait, the Bentley's real competitive at that level? And some people started making some switches and looking at it afresh. Like, it has its issues, of course. You got to soften the rear so you don't get too much power or lift-off oversteer. Has a lot of power at the high end of the torque range of the RPMs. So it's got some quirks to it, and it's a big old gal to get moving, but it can be really rewarding when you get it right.
We'll see. Maybe we will see more of those in the upcoming seasons across these leagues. But right now, we're getting a couple different battles. Michael Lee, again, we got to keep an eye back there a little bit for P10. Hi-ho. Sorry. Heyo Horman starting to tighten up on the back end of Michael Lee. So we may have a battle for P10 coming up. And again, P6, Joffrey Amador, Leonard Beckham, they continue to stay close. But our closest so far is this battle right here between Brian Canopin and John Gixxer. So we will keep our focus in this place until things change.
It was about 45 minutes ago that we saw Horman take that spot from Lee and was holding him off and gapping him pretty well until he had the incident there at the penultimate corner. So as much as I'd like to see my buddy Lee hold on to that spot, I think Horman's not going to have a ton of difficulty. But with only 16 minutes remaining, you've only got a handful of laps to try to make that happen. So it's going to take a little bit of bravery out the brakes and maybe a little baiting Lee into a bad move.
But again, I'm just amazed at this battle today, that we're watching between Brian Canopin and John Gixxer. Obviously, Brian playing great defense, leaving nothing open for John. I really wondered if they were going to leave Eric in the car, specifically because of this, because Eric played great defense today too. He wasn't as fast as Brian was. I don't think he was turning the same laps of the 144s and low 144s. But his defense at the beginning of this race was absolutely fantastic. And there we go. Horman able to get around. Horman and Lee going side by side. Michael Lee holding on just barely. As we come towards the end of this race, we're going to have 3 battles trying to keep track of. Now Horman backing down, losing some speed and getting that gap open, but Beckham closing in on Amador. Another driver that's played great defense today is Joffrey Amador, holding people at bay. This car never intending for the 1-2-3 Audi to be the focus of the race, but they have battled constantly today. And we have seen them in close traffic for position throughout the majority of this race. As we wait to see if Beckham can put the Porsche to the test and get around that Audi. Now 13 minutes left to go in this 6-hour event. Joffrey Amador holding Leonard Beckham at bay. As we jump back up front, take a look. Brian Canopin doing the same to John Gixer at this point. Has been doing so for multiple laps. As we cross the 194 laps run today at the Hungaroring. Amador and Beckman spreading out just a little bit back there. But Michael Lee and Foreman starting to tighten things up again. Gixer now pulls back just a tad.
I'm getting word from the Butler pit wall that my wife is needing me to look at the push mower. I asked her if she could wait 12 minutes.
How'd that go?
She has not responded, which is either great or terrifying. It's a Husqvarna. It's not supposed to break.
Can she pull the thing strong enough to start it?
Yeah, no. So this one, the reason I bought it is because it has like an easy pull that legit like a child could pull it, but it also has an electric start on it as well. So it has,
I don't know your wife. I'm not judging her. I'm just asking maybe because some of them are really hard to start. Like
yeah, she's got noodle arms. She's got the strength of a 6-month-old baby.
Got you. Okay. You said it, not me. That's all I'm getting at. If she watches this back, I don't want her going, I hate that Adam guy because he said I got noodle arm. No, I didn't say that. Your husband said that.
Yep, she would say the exact same thing. And in fact, when we bought the Weed Eater and Edger, I made sure to get the ones that you can put the little drill attachment in the end to spin it up, so she didn't have to pull on those. And she loves doing that work.
Yeah, I had no clue that was a thing.
So I've got one. I think it's a Craftsman, and it actually goes into my little DeWalt drill. The other one actually comes with like a straight drill with the bit built into the end of it, and so it's
Why don't you just buy an electric one?
Because we have an acre yard. So that's a lot of whacking and edging.
It is, but I'm just saying.
And we're banned on Twitch.
Yeah, we're talking about the electric whackers here. Just get yourself an electric whacker. It works better. It never says
so
no.
you're saying you don't want to buy your wife an electric whacker, is what you're getting at.
Don't forget all the electric edgers. I'm just saying.
No, we did have at one point one of the early Ryobi 18 volt, I think, or it may have been like a Lowe's 20 volt, and they just didn't last. And of course, this was 15 years ago, and I'm sure the technology is much better now with the batteries. But at the end of the day, it's still a lithium-ion battery if you're going cordless. Otherwise, you're dragging out a 100-foot extension cord, or more, or several of them. So. Yeah, just not practical for us. If we lived in a more condensed neighborhood, it would probably be better for us. But yeah, for now, it's burn all them gasolines.
Yeah, dude, I have 3 acres. There's no way I'm getting an electric one.
Just get a scythe. Blackbirdie, my wife's arms would fall off, and she would have to kick me to death.
I got a straight shaft 4-stroke. Let's go. We don't play at this house, sir.
I think Red just said something, but I couldn't hear it.
Nope, wasn't me. I didn't say anything.
Oh. Thought I heard something about a straight shaft.
Nope, I was thinking it really loud.
Can you guys hear me?
That's crazy. Well done, you.
Yeah, I'm working on my telepathy.
Are you guys able to hear me or not? Obviously not.
Well, with 8 minutes 45 seconds here left in the race, my butt hurts. Way too much sitting, and this is a guy who now sits on his butt for a living, so. Gonna get up and move around a little bit, maybe go for a swim with the kids. And speaking of swimming, did the 420 ever pick up another drive-through so it can swim in all of them penalties?
Nice. Good transition.
That was so bad. Like Jixer's dropped back just a little bit from Brian. He's just outside that 1 second gap, but he's still right there. 95 seconds back to Gage Gonzalez. That's crazy.
Like I said, this is what I'm waiting for. To see when does he take that opportunity? Again, I'm not going to destroy the. Why would you not take that opportunity? Because now talking about you lose some time, but you're not losing.
And you've probably said this. Can you see their track cut warnings? Like does John have one here to give that maybe he can just go ahead and cut a corner a little bit, not enough to warrant a penalty, but enough to I'll go ahead and take that cut because I think I can get enough speed through the rest of this sector if I just cut this corner a little bit.
Yeah, no, I cannot see cut penalties, so unfortunately. It'd be nice.
Double yellow on the straight in sector 2. Car immediately goes back to the pits.
Beals Vanderherk has headed back to the pits. Listen, I'm going to say this, and I'll say it. Vandenherk was an extremely aggressive driver today. A lot of door banging when we saw the battles. And now dumps to the pits. I gotta wonder, there's something going on there. But looks like we are going to finish this race with a couple battles because, again, P6 and 7, Amador and Beckman now closing in. Kevin Blanchett in P8 with Oliver Ilvig very close in behind. And Michael Leach still trying to hold on to P10 over Horman, and Horman takes it right there through turn 2. Gets himself out front, so we'll see if Horman can now hold on to that throughout the rest of this race. But Kevin Blanchett and Oliver Hilvig now going to go to battle in the last 5-6 minutes of this race.
Look, Michael Lee wasn't very happy with that move from Horman. Gave him a little flash there as they came up to the final turn. It's a little door banging. It's okay, but I mean, you don't want to compromise anyone's line or race. But I mean, that's part of GT3 racing. Is there's going to be a little touch and a little rubbing Just want to keep it as respectful as you can, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think zero contact is unrealistic. It's some of the,
Right.
I think we have people that do think that that's what goes on. And I'm not saying that about Lee, just that, you know, I think there are people out there that think that that's what happens. And that's why I see some of these door bangs and I'm like, oh, a door bang. But overall, as long as no one loses it into the gravel, well, that's racing. Things calming down just a little bit. Joffrey Amador holding that 1 second lead over Leonard Beckham for P6, but Kevin Blanchette continues to defend against Oliver Julvig. It looks like Julvig makes the shot on the outside and blows Blanchette's doors right off that car. And I mean by a ton. Now with a 2 second gap, just that fast, opened it up hard. Oh, and we've got yellow flags, 2 cars, Julvig and Horman, both sitting off the side of the track in the dirt. Let's back that up about 30 seconds, and we're going to stay focused on Julvig. He made the shot. He made the shot around Blanchette. Super fast pass and shoots off into the dirt, into the wall. And a terrible rejoin is what happened right there.
The wall ride action.
Taking out number 71.
Can you call that a rejoin? That's more of a missile.
Yeah,
Goodness
like he just basically shot himself back onto the track. So
that is so unfortunate.
Kevin Blanchette now securely in P8 if he can hold on for the next 3 minutes and 40 seconds. But the battle's tightening up front with Brian Kennep, and John Gixer has closed that gap once again down to about 3/10. And we'll see if now is when he decides to make the move. 95 seconds back to P4. Gage Gonzalez, plenty back at this point. Well, you know, almost a full lap. Where I'm very curious if we're going to see John make the shot here at some point. If he can tighten things up against Brian Kennep. But Brian been playing fantastic defense throughout this whole last stint. Hard to hit 2 T's that close together. Oliver Julvig now struggling, keeps going yellow flag on my screen over and over again. I have a feeling trying to limp the car back. Maybe going into the pits at this point. Might not have a choice versus trying to finish out. But very slow around the track now at the just getting after bouncing off the wall and then taking out Horman. That's a shame right there. We had some great battles lined up for the end of this race and they got blown out right there. But now Kevin Blanchette under attack by Michael Lee. We'll try and keep our eyes back there as well. Oh, and what happened here? We just got to push Brian Kennep and John Gixer. He made his move. Let's back it up. Take another look at that. See what happened exactly.
Boy.
That was bad.
Looked like the Mercedes of Tommy D may have been in the way a little bit.
Coming down into T1. And yeah, Tommy D slowing these guys up. Brian Kennep ends up taking a shot in the rear from John Gixer. Holding position though. And now Gixer 2.5 back. Kevin Blanchette getting ahead of Michael Lee for P8 during all that time. So Brian Kennep and Gixer getting mixed up. And now we've got a hit between Blanchette and Lee as they door bang each other. Another driver getting involved right there. But Michael Lee holding position. The sprint race has begun, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think that's safe to assume.
So now Blanchette about 3/10 off the back end of Michael Lee, but now, oh, Michael Lee spinning and yellowed off into the grass. Blanchette holding on to P8. I don't know if there was contact there or not. Very hard to see. My
Get the white
goodness.
flag here momentarily as the leader coming around through the final turn onto the main straight for one more lap of Hungaroring.
We will be finishing out right there. The race timer has
It's
ended.
finished.
And that finishes it right there. And Andrea Borsch and somehow Brian Kennepen also finishing, I guess, a lap down. But what's not finished, Joffrey Amador in P6. Leonard Beckham have continued to battle and staying very close right now. Oliver Hulwig is finished out the race. A lot of our back-end drivers starting to cross the line and finish. John Gixer is your third place finisher today.
All right, well, I'm going to hop down and talk to my teammate. Thank you for having me up here. Thank you for broadcasting. Thanks for all the folks from BoX3, Trackilicious, and 949 that made this happen.
Thank you, man. Thank you for coming up here and hanging out with us. Red and I are going to hang out. I hope Red's going to hang out for just a few more minutes.
Got some interviews lined up. I know we ran late, but I've got some. I haven't got really anybody I wanted. I've got a couple.
Excellent. Sounds good.
Just like,
As our cars start to bounce, the 1-2-3 car bouncing across, turning backwards, but finishing in P6. Leonard Beckham, P7. Let's start at the top. Andreas Borsch and team P1, your winners of the 6 hours at Hungaroring today. Brian Kennepen and team number 40 Audi finishing in second, and John Gixer with his 494 team finishing in third. That is your podium. Gage Gonzalez still driving in P4, but will finish there as Sandro Lapello finishes P5.
hey, Eric, or somebody. I don't have the power to move anybody in here. Could somebody pull John up from the garage door?
Why are you yelling at me? I'm talking.
I'm not trying to.
Kevin Blanchette, P8. Michael Lee finishes in 9th with Ayo Horman finishing in P10 today. And that is it, folks. 6 hours of endurance racing. Absolutely fantastic. This is awesome. And here we go. We have Eric himself, Mr. Trackilicious, up in here with us. He's somewhere. I know he's here. I don't know if he's talking.
He's pulling guys into the green room, I think.
Gotcha. Okay. He disappeared on us. That's why. We're going to get a few drivers up in here to talk to us today. But Red, this was a race. I got to say.
Yeah, it was.
And I don't mean that by it was all bad or it was all I mean, like, we had battles the entirety of this race, and that is so rare on these endurance races. A lot of times they back down and there's not a lot to do. I mean, we saw it with our 24 where you have hours and hours of time where there's no real battles going on. We had battles this entire race today.
Yeah, we did.
Absolutely
it was really
fantastic.
Exciting and fun to watch, and it made the time go by really quickly. Even though we got a little bit of a delayed start there, it doesn't seem like it has been that long. So.
No. And it's, you know what, here's the thing, and this is, I think I said it earlier, the delayed starts suck. It's a pain. You guys are going crazy. First of all, thanks to you, Huff. I don't know who else was involved, so I'm just going to thank you and Huff, and you can thank other people that were involved. Probably Otten's, I think, trying to help out.
For sure. Yeah,
okay.
Otten's for sure. Some of the admin guys from the server company were actually helping us figure out what was going on. So.
Perfect. So, I mean, look, we come together as a team and we make this work. And yeah, it sucks. And we had this delays and I had to do intermissions at the beginning of the stream and everything. And I was getting burnt out because I'm like, I don't know what to talk about to keep people entertained until we get on this race. But it was all worth it because once it kicks off, we had excitement for 6 hours, and you don't get that anywhere else. It was absolutely fantastic.
No, you really don't.
And I'm looking at it now. We are now joined by Mike Jackson, John Gixer, Brian Kennepen, all up in here with us. Gentlemen, welcome in, and thank you for joining us at the end of this race. That was intense. John, at what point did you just want to hammer down, what part of the track were you looking to make your move on Brian? Because we watched you searching the whole time, and we had to figure you were going to make
straight. So I ruled out the straight right away. Those Audis, it just kept pulling me. No, we credit to those guys. Hey, big shout out to Gonzalez and Marzan. They should have been right in that fight with us. That should have been a 3-car battle for that position. They did an
Yeah.
absolute awesome job today. Unfortunate that, a car spun right in front of them.
I was gonna bring that up. I kind of wondered what that looked like from your perspective. I tried to get them to join us, but they were short on time, and had to get going because of the delayed start. But what did you see there? I know what we saw from the replay. It wasn't really all that great. But what did you see?
I think a car lost some talent, and unfortunately, there just wasn't anywhere for him to go. And I saw a heavy T-bone in the rear view mirror. It's unfortunate. They, like I said, that all day it was a 3-car battle. We were trying to shorten our stint to 45 minutes at the end, but Mike's internet cut out on him, so
Okay.
I had to
brutal.
take the last stint.
Well, and
Our secret weapon would have maybe had that P2.
that's kind of what they were saying too. Is that the car lost control, came back on track, and just tried to stay out of the way, kind of, but couldn't pull it off. They also wanted me, because they couldn't join, wanted to make sure I gave the number 40 team Audi guys a shout and say thanks for the great battle, because they were really having fun until that happened.
Brian, what were you doing? I mean, this whole last stint, you basically had to play defense almost the entire time. So were you pushing yourself to be faster and get the lower lap times, or was it more a defensive battle where you were just trying to keep him at bay?
Well, I'd say like the first half of the stint, I was pushing for that lap time, seeing if I just had enough in the car to maybe create a gap, but slowly but surely, I think like our car has just been a little bit of a struggle here, especially on like as the tires are wearing, our pace just kind of like falls through the floor. And from then on, I just kind of focused on like trying to do my best Alonso impersonation, just making the car as wide as physically possible.
Mhm.
And yeah, as I think Jixer said, we had the straight line speed, so it's just like every corner, just set up for the exit. Park it on the apex if you have to, because cars just like both the Honda and the Ferrari just couldn't get the run on us coming out of the final corner.
Awesome.
By the way, Mike did bring up Alonso during this whole situation.
Yeah, we saw that happening. It's such a difficult track to pass
Yeah,
on.
Alpine and Audi both start with an A. So
Yeah, there you go.
You did an awesome job, bro. You did an awesome job.
And the way that you guys managed those tires, I saw both of you guys just trying to hang on. Incredible job. Those things must have been glowing red or something, because that car looked unsettled. For you guys to hang on like that, that shows a lot of talent.
Well, we saw a few of those, right? Mainly during that last stint, when Brian's driving, we saw one or two, and I think Red called at least one of them out, where you saw the back end of that Audi just go a little squirrely coming out of a corner, like it just did not want to hold on. So obviously, I mean, there had to be some struggle there, right, Brian?
Absolutely. It was kind of like, turn the car, and as soon as you apply the throttle, it's just a prayer every single time. And, just like the feeling for that instant like sensation of like lightning to just instantly counter steer. So yeah, it was a struggle almost the whole way through. We thought we were going to have better, because it seems like in general the Audi was good on tire life, but something about the balance, something about these conditions, it just became so slippery to work with. And just the struggle, like we were so reliant on our engine power, because if we didn't have that, we would have been toast.
Mm-hmm. No, but you guys did a fantastic job. Now I got to real quick though, I got to jump over to Andreas. Andreas, where did you source the rocket that you strapped to the car, and how did you?
I don't think that's where it was.
I'm just wondering, because I mean, like something like 105 seconds of gap by the end of this 6 hours. Like that is absolutely insane. And that's not just Andreas, that's teammates as well, right? But just an unbelievable run. Pulled it out, qualified first, able to stretch it out at the start of the race, and then just never looked back. Is this one of your better tracks, or is this just how you drive, I guess?
I hate this track. Really. Really.
You guys are in trouble for the next one.
You guys are
No
deep
kidding.
for Zandvoort.
The baddest track for me. Really. I hate it.
Unbelievable. Wow.
Well, we were talking during the stream about 25 kg for him next race, right? That's what I heard.
Is that what
That's
it
what
was?
I read.
Somebody
anyways.
said that, but
25.
I don't know if it would do
Yeah.
me any good.
I thought there was a restrictor involved there too, but I mean, we'll sort it out. We'll sort it out before the next one.
I'll leave that
I'd
to the
like
professionals.
add that I do think the Honda and the Ferrari behind us probably had more pace to probably keep up with them, maybe better than we did. But basically, first corner, we took P2, and our race strategy was plug the hole for the next 6 hours. So
Yeah.
I do think that maybe some of the people behind us could have had better representations of their pace. We just had none and spent the entire race defending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but you guys did, and to Brian, I know he's not in here, but Eric, you're one of your teammates, and I know you had Cole Gress with you. Cole did a great job maintaining. Eric played fantastic defense. As you said, being, kind of looking at that strategy, Eric really fulfilled that. We kept coming back to him during the course of this race with John right there, or whoever it was, whatever teammate was right there behind him. And Eric really did a good job. I don't think he had your pace. I think he was, very similar to Cole, but really seemed to make that Audi as wide as possible and just gave no opportunity. I don't have to be fast. I just got to be bigger than you, and really held him back.
Yeah, I'd like to say that, just the way that the cars worked in terms of, I guess, BOP and whatnot, I'd say the Honda was a better match for trying to get past us. Definitely not on the straight, but through the corners, he was completely, a paper's width behind us in terms of the Honda. So, I do get credit for my defense, but I'd say Eric had the tougher job fending off the Honda for pretty much both of his entire stints.
Yeah, I mean, that ran a long time.
Yeah. So I think that impacted his pace a lot more because he had to spend pretty much every other corner on defense.
Yeah, 100%. But I got a real quick. Now, Red, maybe you're going to disagree with me. And you know what? I want to talk to the other drivers here, too, while you guys are here. I got to say, for folks that had the worst start in the first 2 hours, but then able to finish as well as they could, that 1-2-3 Audi team of Damien and Joffrey, sorry, but they're my team of the day. And that's not to take away from anyone else that's in here or anyone else that race, but those guys, how do you lose 12, 13 positions and still end up finishing P6? The consistency, everything they had, and they were in battles for the entire 6 hours. We couldn't take the camera off them because they were always battling. So Damien and Joffrey, hats off to both of you guys. You get my vote for team of the day. I'm not going to lie. I didn't expect.
Adam, I don't think you know this, but there's a team. There's a statue of Damien and Joffrey right next to Napoleon in France.
Is there
Paris,
really?
so.
I do not doubt that one bit because, I mean, and it's not just. I would say it's not just. It wasn't just the performance on track, but we had both of them in here to talk to us during the course of this race while they weren't driving, and it was for myself personally. It's also about the attitude, yeah, we got whacked. It sucks. Got to keep racing. I got it. It happens. What are you going to do? That attitude is just emulates so much of what we put out in the world of, yeah, it sucks, but whatever. I got to get through it. And those guys fought through it and ended up pulling themselves all the way back up to finish in 6th position today. Great job, I think, from both of them. And like I said, I don't think that takes away from anybody else. A lot of drivers had a great race. But I really look for those folks that, when I'm watching a race and I'm commentating a race, I look for the guys, the team or the driver that just had a bad run of luck, stuck with it, and it ended up working out for them. And I really think it worked out for those guys today because they stuck with it and didn't give up. That's just me.
Yeah, I'm with you. I agree. I like I said, the beginning of the race, I kind of had other things to deal with, but I kept hearing, "Oh no, look what's happened to them again." And then I get back and I can start watching, and I'm like, wait, this is the same people?
Mm-hmm.
How did they get back where they are? So yeah, I agree with you. They have my vote too.
100%. But well, I want to thank everybody for being in here and coming to talk to us. Eric, what does Trackilicious have coming up as far as some events or anything you guys have going on over there?
First, wanted to congratulate all of the drivers for completing the race. Special congratulations to P1, 2, and 3. Amazing. I mean, we got to enjoy the show as lap traffic as you guys like just rocketed by us, noticing that after 6 hours you're still within a couple seconds of each other, which is amazing. So congratulations to you guys. For us, we have our regular season races coming on Thursdays, so mixed class Thursdays at 8:30 Eastern, and GT3s on Sundays 8:30 Eastern, which are all really great competitive championships. We also just went through our spouse swap race on Thursday. For those that didn't know, a couple of us had talked about it.
Yeah,
Brian, I know you
explain this because we have had a lot of touchy things on Twitch today. We don't want banned, so let's.
Yeah,
let's
no.
make sure
So
we
let's elaborate. So it's just an attempt to try and get our significant others or someone who's never tried sim racing to hop on your sim rig. So it was a 10-minute, 20-minute, 10-minute format where it's 10 AM, 20 Pro, 10 AM, and you do IRL swaps where you're like, for example, my wife started for the first 10 minutes and then I drove the middle 20 and then she drove the last 10. And we had a bunch of our sim racers do it and we had a blast. It was really fun and just an attempt to get our, whether it's your wives, husbands, fathers, kids, friends who don't sim race into the rig and understand why we do this and why we love it so much. So what we're gonna do and why I bring it up now is before on the Thursday of the next endurance, we're gonna do it again. Okay, so it's gonna be at 9 Eastern, and everybody's welcome to join. And it's really fun. We had 11, 12 cars on track, and it was still really fun to do. So everybody's welcome to join and do that.
That is fantastic.
So I have a pro tip for you guys. I've been married for 17 years. Mike's been married longer than me. If you want sim gear and you want to upgrade your stuff, get her in your rig.
Yeah. Well, that's the strategy, John. We're trying.
Yeah,
we're
mine
trying.
gets motion sick, starts sweating.
Yeah, it
and
doesn't
then,
work for
has
me. Mine told me
quit.
to piss off, and I don't want to hear
But
about it. So
I did have a question because I learned earlier today something I didn't know about Eric, and that is he is multilingual. I right before when we were having all the difficulties with the server, he busted out a language that I had never heard before in person. That was quite impressive.
I've been fortunate to grow up in several different places in the world, and just my love for languages means that I get to speak a little bit of Arabic and Farsi and a couple of words of French to communicate with Mr. Philos over here, German and whatnot. But yeah, just a couple of things here and there just to get by.
Well, that was impressive, sir, because I was
I
lost, and you jumped in, and I'm like, "Yeah, good luck." And then you start speaking, I'm like, "Oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. You have this handled."
They were speaking Farsi, which is something I don't hear very often in Michigan, but it's a good opportunity for me to practice my losing languages. So
excellent. Well, no, and I mentioned the spouse swap thing during the race because I think that's an ingenious. And again, you call it spouse swap, but it's about, is it your son, your daughter, your father, whoever, right? It's about taking a non-sim racer and bringing them in and trying to give them an opportunity to try it out. So I think that's something you guys are doing that's absolutely fantastic. But I got a word real quick that Mr. Friedrichs, and I hope I'm saying that correctly, wanted to jump in real fast and talk to us a little bit. So Kai, do you have something for us?
Yeah, of course. First of all, congratulations to all the participants and especially podium. The battle between the second and the third place was very intense and exciting. And just a pity about a crash in turn one, but great respect to both of them, no matter if you drive in the front and defend or behind and attack and look for the best spot. Just awesome the whole time. And I think we got well prepared with a setup. It was a setup that works in both conditions. Yeah, that was very good for us. And yeah, the race was mostly calm. Yeah, and the first two stints was an excellent performance. And yeah, just a few back markers caused some dangerous situations, like example, leaving the racing line without blinking or missing the braking point, unsafe rejoins, and but that was all.
Yeah, we saw some of those today, and you know, no race is perfect, but I think yourself, Andreas, as a team, you guys did a fantastic job today. Again, you held on to that lead the whole time, which is I want to say we see a lot, but at the same time, I find it kind of rare, at least for it to stretch out that far. So, for myself watching, you guys really were able to stretch your legs, get some clean air, and at the end of the day, win this race because you stayed so consistent with it. It wasn't just about the speed. You had the speed. You know, I think if I remember correctly, Andreas was the one who qualified. Am I right about that? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So obviously there's some speed there because you're not going to qualify in first and if you're not fast. But beyond that, once you are in the race, it's about the speed, but you've got to add the consistency. And I think both of you did that. You held on to it. So obviously you were doing something that allowed you to remain consistent. And I think you both did a great job today. So excellent job from all the drivers. I love watching these races. This is fantastic.
Yeah, both of you guys are insanely fast and great job. I did want to take a sidestep here and a big shout out to Reed Aldred, who ran the entire race by himself. What an awesome
Well,
thing
so
to do.
did
He did a
you,
great job.
right?
Well, let's not talk about that. But yeah, what was amazing is that even after 6 hours, we were both like side by side and really battling for position. So it was really fun. Awesome job, Reed. That was really cool to see.
That's fantastic. I love single team drivers, like one person that does this. I mean, we've, over at BoX3, we had somebody, a couple people who did a single driver for a 24-hour race. So I'll be curious to see what happens during the 12. But before I go any further and before I shut this off, because we're going to cut out of here in just a moment, don't forget, Eric is going to, or somebody at Trackilicious is coming back for Zandvoort, July 9th, 4 p.m. UTC, 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Twitch.tv/Trackilicious to watch that race in just under a month. And if you enjoyed this endurance series, Mount Panorama comes on August 20th. Same bat channel, same bat time, 4 p.m. UTC, 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight. And you're going to be able to watch that here at BoX3. I love these endurance races. It sucks up so much time. And it's like, I know my wife's probably going crazy going, when is he going to be done? When's he going to be done? But I love it. I really enjoy the piss out of these endurance races. She'll be fine. But my point is I love that we've brought this together for this series, and I hope we do another one once this summer series is completed. But beyond that, again, Eric, over at Trackilicious 949, these guys have series going. Be sure we've posted the links in the chat. And I'm sure, Huff, if you can grab those links for me again and just throw a Discord link for each of the leagues into the chat real quick for me, or if somebody can. We've lined up with these guys, and Eric, I think, will back me up here. We have lined up with these guys, and we have collaborated with these guys because they think the same way we do, which is it's this community. We're here for fun. Yeah, let's race hard. But at the end of the day, we all got to get along, and we all got to get along on track and off track in the Discords, in the forums, whatever it is we have. And I think bringing this together has really worked out well. So I want to thank Eric and Kevin Huffman for kind of putting this together. I know this series, I think, started with them. I want to thank Red, Caleb. I want to thank Ottens, with the server issues we had today. I know both of you worked very hard on it, along with other people. I don't want to discount anybody else, but those are the ones I know, along with Kevin Huffman and probably Eric as well, all working together to pull this off. It's not an easy thing. So a 6-hour race is no easy task. So my thanks go to all of you for that, and to everybody watching. And I'm going to put a quick pimp out there because I have to, because it's what I should do. If you like racing, we're at Nürburgring tomorrow. BoX3 Motorsports. We got 2 races starting at 6 p.m. UTC, which is 2 p.m. Eastern for our standard PC and Pro and Silver class races. Eric, you're the man. Thank you.
Adam, just a reciprocating thank you to both you guys in Box and 9for9. This series wouldn't have been as amazing and as competitive as it is without everybody coming together. So love the friendship with you guys. Love you guys. Period. Appreciate you guys working with us on this series, and I think it's working out amazing. Like the talent we have out there and the grid we have out there is so much fun. So thank you all. I did want to take a second to give your team of the day an opportunity to say a word or two, if that's okay with you.
100%. Let's hear it. Damien, Joffrey, what do you guys got for us?
There is something I would like to carry to you. First, thanks for the organizations, the organization, the event. Really loved the fact that you tried to get the 71 on board when it was problematic at the very beginning of the race. Leaving no man behind is very important. So thank you for that. And I would like to say 2 things. First is thank you for this awesome broadcast. I want to say that because it was actually really nice. People enjoyed it, and I'm speaking on my behalf, and I think I can extend to the behalf of everyone who was on my stream because they were watching your broadcast as well. Everyone enjoyed it and appreciated it, and they appreciated the event in its whole. And also, so it's a huge thanks from people living literally on the other side of the planet. So thanks for that, and we are really looking forward for the next race. And it was actually an awesome time, and I know that people in the chat, in my chat at least, had an insanely good time. So thanks, thanks, please, thank for that.
No, thank you, man. Because if it weren't for you drivers, we wouldn't have a broadcast to do. You guys are awesome, and I love that you keep coming out. And I can't wait for the next race. I'm not hosting that one. Somebody from Eric's organization is. I'm gonna watch it. I get to take a break, but we will be back for Panorama. I'm going to do that one because I love that mountain, and I hope it takes out every one of you.
Evil Adam.
It's 100%. Oh yeah, 100%. Like I hope it drops every one. I hope every one of you fall off the mountain. I'm going to talk that way during the whole next race. Hey, to Andreas, I'm sorry, to Damien and Joffrey, PG in the chat says merci beaucoup. So thank you guys both for that. Everybody, we are out. I'm going to take off. Eric, you have anything else for anybody?
Nope. Thank you, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you. Red, thank you so much for jumping in here. I want to thank Josh Butler for being here earlier as well. I want to thank all the drivers for the driving, and I want to thank everybody who watched today's race. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Stick around, though. Like I said, we're coming back July 9th, August 20th. Don't miss it. BoX3's back tomorrow. That's our regular season. And you should look to join every one of these communities if you have any interest in sim racing whatsoever. Come to watch, come to race, come to enjoy, come to have conversations, come to talk about it, come to talk about your gear. It doesn't matter. We want you. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Red. Thank you to the drivers, Andreas, Joffrey. Thank you to Crow for coming in here. Fredericks. I can't thank everybody. So I'm just going to say thank you to all of you. And you all have yourselves a wonderful weekend. And we will see you very, very soon.